Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is a Quincy's fairy tale in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 21, Recovery Before the War. The Guildhall of Fairy Tale was still in disarray, the damage that had been done to it by Phantom Lord remaining still. It would be some time before the guild could repair their home, the battle with the rival guild having come to fruition. However, the spark that had given rise to the fires of conflict was still within the desolate Guildhall. Two members of Shadow Gear were sitting at a table, Jet and Droy stewing in their shared anger. They had been beaten thoroughly by the Iron Dragon Slayer of Phantom Lord, Gajeel Red Fox, and it did not sit well with them. Neither was of the upper echelon of Fairy Tale's wizards, but they had fought desperately to keep their teammate, Levy McGarden, from harm. They had failed. Battered and broken, they had been forced to watch helplessly as the Dragon Slayer had done to Levy what he had to them. In the end, the lot of them had been crucified to a tree, Gajeel having adorned them with the mark of his own guild as a show of dominance. However, as much as they owed their shared pain and humiliation to a Dragon Slayer, Shadow Gear also owed their thanks to one. Wendy Marvel, the second Dragon Slayer to join Fairy Tale, had healed them all of their injuries. Now the Sky Dragon Slayer was across the guild hall, conversing with the recovered Levy McGarden, while beside her stood Carla, the Dragon Slayer's best friend. Not far away was Myra Jane Strauss, the silver-haired individual working to prepare some tea for her fellow guild members. "Do you think everyone's going to be okay?" Wendy asked, her expression growing dim for a moment. "Or, do you think I'm going to have to heal more of my friends?" Levy looked down at the Dragon Slayer, recognizing her worries but all the while intent on helping her move past them. "Don't worry about it," Levy said as she gently ruffled the hair atop Wendy's head. "I'm sure everyone's going to be just fine. I mean, Master Makarov went with them personally. But I'm sorry for worrying you by getting hurt, Wendy." "That's not what I meant," Wendy said as she looked at Levy, stammering all the while. That is, You're a good kid," Levy interrupted, smiling as best she could. "And thank you again, Wendy." The young Dragon Slayer was caught off guard. Wendy never one to be able to simply take praise so readily. "No, it was no dash. It was something," Levy interrupted. "You saved my friends and for that I'm grateful." Levy could see that Wendy was smiling faintly, and the solid script mage returned the expression in kind. However, deep within her soul she was conflicted. Her body was healed, but there was an affliction upon her thoughts. Levy's memory was working against her, the wizard unable to shake the remembrance of the pain she had been put through earlier. Then, quite suddenly, was the solid script mage's attentions drawn away from her inner agony. The doorway to the damaged guild hall had opened with a creaking noise, drawing the attention of all around. Wendy, Carla, and those of Shadow Gear could see their fellow Fairy Tale members beginning to pour through the doorway. However, much to their dismay, none of them looked victorious. Their expressions were somber, their eyes devoid of light. Worse, however, was the sight of Master Makarov. The older man was cradled within Urza's arms, his eyes closed, his skin a pale shade of green. "Master Makarov." The sound of Marajana's voice all but breaking echoed across the guild hall, soon joined by the sound of shattering porcelain. So consumed by shock, the young lady had lost her grip on the teacup she had been holding. Levy's response was little different, the wizard bringing her hands up to cover her mouth as she tried to stifle a gasp. What happened?" "We were defeated," Urza said rather solemnly. "Right from the start, Phantom Lord had us defeated. And we walked right into it. What can I do to help Master Makarov?" Wendy asked as she ran over, all her thoughts focused on assisting those she was staying with. "Wendy, I do not know," Urza replied softly. "His magic was drained by a spell and he... Urza was clearly distraught, a fact that unnerved Levy especially. She could not recall a time she had seen the S-class mage so upset. She had seen her concerned, yes. Especially when she had returned to the guild hall looking to enlist Natsu and Gray for a particular mission, but this was truly different. The master was hurt after all, and that was reason enough for Levy to understand Urza's feelings. Myra Jane was quick to move, the woman unfurling a cloth across a table, making certain to fold together one end as best she could to offer support. Urza, please lay Master Makarov down. A part of Urza was unwilling to let go of Makarov, the wizard finding herself at fault for his condition. She had let him go upstairs to face Jose Porla alone, and the wizard saint of fairy tale had been felled by one of Phantom Lord's own S-class wizards. If Urza had simply gone with him, she could have no doubt aided him in that situation. Still, she knew such negative thoughts or feelings would do no good now. Urza instead did as Myra Jane had asked, the mage gently placing Makarov down on the table. She made certain to lay his head atop the folded portion of the cloth, hoping it would provide adequate support. Wendy was beside Urza not long after, the mage placing her hands atop Makarov's chest. She felt it slowly rise and fall with each minuscule breath, the Sky Dragon Slayer focusing on her power instead. The palms of her hands began to glow with magic then, something that gave Urza a momentary peace of mind. Levi meanwhile could see the others of Fairy Tale that had returned beginning to disperse, the lot of them still lost in their own despair. Natsu Dragneel and Grey Fullbuster were both eerily quiet, as were Lucy Hartfilia and Lil Tata Lampert as well. Then Levi saw Bambietta Basterbine standing in the doorway, the Quincy's head lowered and the cap of her visor obscuring her eyes from sight. However, it was what, or rather whom, Levi saw with her friend that left her blood to run cold for a moment. It was Gajeel Red Fox, the very same individual that had attacked Levi not even a few hours earlier. Her fear spiked for a moment, but it was not long before Levi recognized that such a feeling had no foot to stand on. Gajeel was battered and broken, dried blood adorning his body. His body was eerily still as Bambietta held the Dragon Slayer by his long mane of dark hair. Levi was unsure how to feel, how to take in the sight of what was before her. All she could do was say a name then, speaking in a hushed whisper. Bambi. The Quincy turned her head up to look at her friend, a dull look Bambietta's eyes giving way to a certain glow of satisfaction. I did it, Levi. I made this bastard pay. Levi was concerned, unsure of what she was seeing now. Bambi, is he alive? Bambietta had all but finished Levi's question with a statement, the Quincy's face flinching a bit. Then she shook her right arm a bit, jostling Gajeel. The Dragon Slayer gasped a bit, catching hold of Levi's attention. She could see then that his chest was rising and falling with breath after breath. Of course he's alive, Bambietta all but boasted, a hesitant grin spreading across her face, one that wavered as she continued to speak. You don't think that I'd dash? No, it's not that, Levi interrupted, waving her hands before her. I'm just. That is. The solid script mage's shoulders sunk then, her voice lowering in pitch. I just wouldn't want to know that someone, anyone, died on account of me. Bambietta laughed under her breath, one simple expression out of her control as her head lowered. I fucked up, huh? So much for doing right by you or anyone else here. Levi could hear Bambietta's voice, but it was so low that she could not make out a word of what she was saying to herself. Bambi. It's nothing, Bambietta replied, raising her head to look at Levi with a reassuring expression. I just. The Quincy looked down at Gajeel again, remembering how his two friends had come to his aid with no stringers attached after he had been beaten. Now there was the present situation she found herself in. Bastard, Bambietta whispered. I beat you down, but you go and win where it matters most. Twice. Lucky you. Bambietta began to walk forward then, continuing to drag the unconscious Gajeel as she did so. She was unsure of what to say to Levi then, moving past her without a word. The Quincy made her way to a table and casually threw Gajeel atop it, leaving him on his back as she at last let go of his hair. As Bambietta looked down at the Iron Dragon Slayer, she felt a hand touch down on her shoulder. Levi's hand. The Quincy turned to look at her friend, noting the kindness evident in her eyes. Bambi, I appreciate that you wanted to fight for my sake, the solid script mage began to say, but I don't want you to ever throw away who you are now because of me. I'd miss you. Bambietta smiled despite herself, the Quincy beginning to understand exactly what Urza had said to her not even a few hours earlier. There was so very much at stake. So very much her darker instincts could cost her if she was not careful. Levi, meanwhile, continued to talk. So, why'd you bring him here? Bambietta knew why, the truth something that bothered the Quincy to no end. She had been jealous of Gajeel when his friends had gone to help him. Even still, she did not truly understand what had been going through her mind. Had she simply wanted to rob him of a moment of relief following defeat? Had she wanted Gajeel to have that over her? To have something she had been denied so long ago? Bambietta knew that deep down it was the truth. However, it was not something she was willing to reveal to anyone. Not even Levi. No, no, Bambietta said softly. I just wanted to show that you had nothing to fear from this guy. Not as long as I'm around. And Bambietta knew she had to make this sound better for her fairy tale friend's sake. And I figured Wendy could heal him up after the beating I gave him. Oh. Levi's reaction was subdued, leaving Bambietta to wonder if she was completely buying what she had said, or if the solid script mage knew there was more to it. Whatever the case was, Levi did not speak any further of it. I hope Wendy can help the master. I've never seen him like this. Bambietta could read the look in Levi's eyes then, the Quincy able to discern what it was she was seeing. Nonetheless did she want confirmation. You're worried, huh? Of course, Levi said as she looked towards the table where Wendy was attempting to heal Makarov. He's like a father to me. To all of us in fairy tale. And I don't think any of us could bear to lose him. Father, huh? Bambietta's voice was low, the Quincy still unable to accept this notion of family that fairy tale seemed unable to avoid bringing up. Right. Levi had faintly heard what Bambietta had said, the wizard considering pressing the issue, to try and see the matter from the Quincy's perspective. However, in the end did Levi table the notion for now. She knew that there were much more pressing matters at the moment thanks to Phantom Lord. Despite her own veiled comment, Bambietta was herself still worried for Makarov. He was still the guild master who had allowed her to join Fairy Tale despite the past transgressions of her life she had laid bare before him, and for that he deserved her concern. Wendy, Bambietta said as she and Levi began to move closer. Is everything going all right? No, the Dragon Slayer replied, staring down at the unconscious Makarov with some degree of frustration etched upon her young face. I'm trying so hard, but even my magic is. The glow of power around Wendy's hands faded, her arms falling by her side as she lowered her head. I can't make this work, she whispered in shame. I'm so sorry. Urza looked at Wendy then, taking note of how the young wizard's shoulders were beginning to tremble, a lone tear trailing down the side of her face. The S-class mage began to wonder then if she had put too much of a burden upon the newest member of Fairy Tale, if she had asked too much of her in their time of need. Because of that worry, Urza prepared herself to reach out to Wendy, to comfort her with words of encouragement and understanding. To her surprise, Bambietta was the quicker individual. The Quincy was behind Wendy, a white-gloved hand of hers touching down upon the Sky Dragon Slayer's shoulder. Bambietta bent her knees slightly, making sure to crouch down just enough to be closer to Wendy's level. No tears, Wendy, Bambietta began to say. You said it yourself, you tried your best. That's all we can ask of each other or ourselves. Bambietta knew it was precisely what Wendy needed to hear right now, but the Quincy also knew it was not a truth she herself could personally believe in. Wywak had made it very clear that those who had joined the Vandenrijk had to break their limits at each and every opportunity, even if it were to kill them. It was a lifestyle that Bambietta had accepted willingly, not to mention still held herself to, but she would never ask the same of Wendy or any other she had come to know in Fairy Tale. Wendy, meanwhile, believed Bambietta's words wholeheartedly. The Sky Dragon Slayer looked up at the woman with a smile tugging at the corner of her lips, Wendy growing a little content with her own abilities. I guess you're right. Then there was Urza. She had been ready to speak as Bambietta had, but was impressed with the Quincy's choice in words. She's right, Wendy. You did your best and that's what counts. Now then, there is one other we can turn to in this matter, but she is far from here. And who would this be? Bambietta was curious to know who surpassed Wendy when it came to healing magic, the Quincy having witnessed its power firsthand several times, but it was soon to dawn upon her. This was not a matter of power but experience. Oh, right. That cranky lady who lied to me about veil magic. Bisksa, Alzak, Urza said, the wizard turning her gaze towards two other members of Fairy Tale, I humbly request that you bring Master Makarov to Porlyusica. If anyone can treat his condition, it's her. Yeah. Bambietta looked down at Makarov, noting how slowly and shallow had become. Her expression soured, the Quincy growing withdrawn. She's good at raising the dead, so I guess this would be a piece of cake. What? Wendy looked at Bambietta, having heard her whisper due to the proximity. What are you talking about? Bambietta put on a fake smile, the Quincy realizing deep down that she was breaking her mantra of not lying to comfort others over and over again when it came to Wendy. Nothing. Nothing at all. Two individuals, a man and a woman dressed in what Bambietta could only associate with outfits with the tails of American cowboys, moved towards Makarov. The woman, possessing green hair, gently lifted Makarov up off the table and cradled him as Urza had done earlier. She looked at the armored S-class wizard and nodded her head. We won't let you down, Urza. I know you won't, Bisksa, Urza replied as she watched the two wizards begin to make their way to the doorway. The two left them, fully intent in bringing Makarov to the last bastion of salvation that existed for him. Urza closed her eyes for a moment, her thoughts with her guildmates. Godspeed. Bambietta, meanwhile, looked down at Wendy, noting that she was still clearly upset deep down that she had been unable to help Makarov. The Quincy nudged the Sky Dragon Slayer's shoulder gently, taking hold of her attention. Wendy, there is somebody you could help right now. And I know you can do it without a hitch. The Dragon Slayer's eyes widened, a glint of expressed hope with them. Oh. Bambietta softly pressed a hand against the space between Wendy's shoulder blades and guided her to a table not far away within the guild hall. It was not long then that Wendy caught sight of Gajeel Red Fox, broken and battered as he was. Oh my, Wendy whispered, the Sky Dragon Slayer covering her mouth with both hands as she tried to hold back a gasp of surprise. He's from Phantom Lord, right? Did he fight a monster or something? Bambietta bit her tongue, the Quincy more than willing to let that moment go. Yeah, you could say that. But anyways, I'm sure you can fix him good as new. I've no issue with our helping an enemy recover, Urza Scarlet said as she suddenly approached, but I have one condition. Urza's requip magic came to life, a pair dark handcuffs appearing in the palm of her hands. She moved towards the unconscious Gajeel, making sure to secure his hands behind his back. That's it. Bambietta was far from impressed. Look, I get you wanting to keep this guy restrained since he's the one who wrecked the guild and hurt Levy, but I don't think that's going to do it, Urza. I mean, he can turn his arms into chainsaw swords. Wendy visibly cringed and began to take a step back from Gajeel and the table he lay upon. Between the revelation that this was the man who had caused Fairy Tail personal harm and that he had a magic as disturbing as Bambietta had described, Wendy was beginning to be scared of him. We won't have to worry about any of that while those handcuffs are in place, Urza began to explain. These restraints were forged from a stone that has rather specific properties that magic itself is adverse to. As long as he wears them, Gajeel's powers will be sealed. Bambietta raised an eyebrow in response to that statement, the Quincy wondering if this magic sealing stone material had anything else in common with the Sekizeki mineral produced within the Soul Society. She pushed the thought of her mind then, knowing it would do her no good to think of a world lost to her now. I'm guessing this sort of artifact is rare, huh? Still, I guess nothing is out of the question for an S-class wizard like you to get her hands on. Wendy meanwhile began to heal Gajeel then, his wounds slowly beginning to close as the sky magic began to swirl about his body. She felt a little safer then, knowing that between Gajeel's powers being sealed and the presence of some of Fairy Tail's best, she had nothing to fear from the enemy she was helping. Bambietta Basterbine, Urza said quite suddenly, I would like to speak with you in private. The Quincy felt her heart beat a slight bit faster than she was used to, Bambietta having not expected Urza to catch her off guard as she just had. Okay then. Come with me. Urza began to move away then, guiding Bambietta to the basement of the guild hall. The Quincy followed Urza down the steps, wondering just what was the matter. It did not take long however for Bambietta to realize what it no doubt was about. Her fight with Gajeel Red Fox. Bambietta's steps slowed then as she began to descend down the last few remaining stairs. She could remember quite well what she and Urza had discussed before Fairy Tail's journey to Oak Town. She watched then as Urza moved into the basement further, pulling out a set of chairs besides a table. "Take a seat, Bambietta." The Quincy did just that, all the while never taking her eyes away from Urza. Bambietta was unsure of what was about to happen precisely, but she did her best to remain calm. "I want to make this abundantly clear," Urza continued to say as she sat down across from Bambietta. "I was concerned when you took Gajeel away from the battle at Phantom Lord's Guild Hall. When you learned what he had done." Bambietta began to speak up then. "Urza, I dash. But I see now that I was wrong to doubt you," the S-class wizard said, interrupting Bambietta. "You did well, Bambietta Basterbine." The Quincy was unsure of how to take that, of how to respond properly. She had been all but prepared to receive a verbal lashing, to face the consequences of her rage. Yet here now was Urza doing the exact opposite. Bambietta knew in her heart that she should have been overjoyed. However, there were memories that were clawing at her emotions nonetheless. Her mother's words from decades ago, of Levy's face when she had seen Gajeel brought to Fairy Tale bloodied and broken. Bambietta's head tilted down, her gaze lowering as she found herself incapable of looking Urza in the eyes. "I don't deserve your praise." Urza remained skeptical of that. "And why is that?" "Because I did want to kill Gajeel at that moment," Bambietta replied, her voice faltering. "First I wanted to break his spirit, then I wanted to end him. So throw me out of Fairy Tale, Urza Scarlet. Cast me aside before I drag this whole guild down with me. That's what you should be worried about." Urza remained calm in light of Bambietta's emotional response. "But you didn't kill him." Bambietta looked up at Urza then, their eyes meeting once more. "But I dash." "You didn't kill him, Bambietta," Urza continued. "I know you wanted to, you made that abundantly clear to me before we left, but you did not succumb to such instincts." "Does it matter?" Bambietta asked as she looked away. "Those instincts are still a part of me." "No one is perfect, Bambietta," Urza continued. "Not you, not me, not even Master Makarov. We all have thoughts or feelings we may not be proud of, but it's up to each and every one of you to rise above them and move forward. Is that right?" Bambietta looked back to Urza. "Somehow I doubt you've ever felt the way I did when I fought Gajeel. Somehow I doubt the great Titania of Fairy Tale ever needed the words of someone she lost to make her realize how far she had fallen." Urza was quiet herself for a moment, red locks of the wizard hair flipping down and obscuring right eye. She shook her head for a moment, her voice low but no less commanding. "Is that what you think?" The wizard reached up with her right hand, brushing the hair from her face as she looked at Bambietta still. "No life is perfect, Bambietta. We all just have to keep moving forward and making ourselves better people. That's what I believe Fairy Tale is all about." Bambietta tried to break the tension of the mood that had set upon her and Urza. "I thought it was to make lots and lots of jewel." Urza shook her head again, both her eyes closing for a moment. When they opened she looked at Bambietta still quite serious. "You did right by both Fairy Tale and Levy," the mage said. "Don't ever forget that." Bambietta smiled a little, the Quincy's emotions beginning to perk up. "And hopefully, someone else." A silence began to hang over the Quincy and wizard, one that Urza allowed to stay for a few seconds' time. Then, once she was satisfied, she spoke once more. "Bambietta," she began to say, "I do have one question about the battle back in Oak Town. Specifically about the man I had been fighting." Bambietta knew exactly what Urza wanted then. "Oh. Right. Him." "Yes," Urza replied. "His power and technique was rather impressive, even though he and myself were holding back. However, you spoke as if you know this Jin Korea." "I know of him, but we've never met in person," Bambietta said. "But I have seen him fight, not that he knew me or anyone else was watching from the shadows." Urza nodded and continued her questioning. "So who exactly is he?" "He and these bounts you said he led?" "A branch of the Quincy." "Oh heck no," Bambietta retorted. "The Quincy at their peak are so much more than the Bount. But they are tough. I mean, they do draw on the surrounding energies for power like me and Lil Tato do, and Korea was definitely the strongest one, but... How do I explain this?" Bambietta ran her hands through the sides of her hair, the Quincy wishing that Lil Tato was downstairs with her and Urza. She was always much better at explaining things than Bambietta ever was. Listen, I only wanted to speak to you along about the situation with Gajil, Urza said. If you want, we can return upstairs to consult with your friend if you wish. That's probably for the best. Bambietta began to sit up then, watching as Urza did the same. Despite herself, Bambietta was content with things. Urza had trusted her in multiple ways now, from saying she did well back in Oaktown, to trusting her for advice when it came to an unknown enemy. Urza, Bambietta whispered as she watched the wizard begin to ascend the stairs, thank you. Lil Tato Lampard could see clearly that Natsu Dragneel was fuming still after what had gone on back at the Phantom Lord Guild Hall. The Dragon Slayer was pacing back and forth, Happy the cat not following far behind. The Quincy understood his irritation, but she also knew it would not do him any good. She had seen it time and again, Bambietta growing irate about one thing or another, and Lil Tato had tried at times to calm her friend down for the sake of any man unlucky enough to catch her eye. It had not always been successful, not in the least, and she knew full well that Bambietta's reasons for anger were sometimes more petty than Natsu's own in the present. Still, Lil Tato felt that she had to try. Hey, Natsu, the Quincy said as she approached. You want to talk about what's eating you? Natsu looked at Lil Tato, the Dragon Slayer stopping in his tracks. His angered expression began to crack, a smirk appearing upon his face. Lil Tato was simply confused. What? What's eating me? Natsu repeated. You would go for a pun like that, huh? It's probably, Happy began to say, because she loves you. Lil Tato's face went red, the Quincy looking at Happy in shock. Now she understand what Bambietta had meant when she had said that Happy was cute at first but could prove annoying. What are you talking about? Well, your magic is all about eating things, Natsu explained, the young man completely oblivious to the exchange that had occurred between Lil Tato and Happy, and you just asked what was eating me. So, it was funny, that's all. Oh, was all Lil Tato could say, her blush fading. Well, that's dash. I needed that, Natsu said. I needed a laugh. So thank you, Lil. Oh, Lil Tato looked away from Natsu, the Quincy's hands reaching behind her back and locking together, her right foot nervously moving about on the floor. It was nothing, really. I just wanted to make sure you were okay is all. I'm just worried about Gramps is all, Natsu replied, his expression souring is all. Those Phantom Lord creeps are gonna pay for messing with fairy tale like this. Lil Tato took a breath, the Quincy knowing there was a topic she wanted to discuss with Natsu, one she was having trouble approaching. You don't want to lose anyone in this guild, right? Of course not. Natsu exclaimed, the Dragon Slayer getting fired up as usual. Fairy Tale is my family and I won't let anyone take a member from us. Lil Tato lowered her head then, knowing that what she was about to say could very well cause a problem. Natsu, I have a question, but promise you won't get angry with me. Natsu looked at Lil Tato, a genuine and calming smile adorning his face. Why would I do that? Because when I was trying to show you Quincy spells, when you drifted out, I heard you talking in your sleep, Lil Tato began to explain, the Quincy still nervous. I didn't mean to listen, but, who's listener? Natsu's smile faded quickly then, leaving Lil Tato to wish she had not spoken. However, it was not anger that took hold of Natsu. No, not at all. His mouth merely closed, a slight quiver across his lips. The light faded from his eyes, his head lowering slightly. It was the same for Happy, the blue cat no less caught up in his emotions. Natsu. Lil Tato still regretted bringing up the name, the Quincy realizing that despite his lack of anger, she had overstepped her bounds. Natsu, I'm SOR dash. Listen, was a friend, Natsu interrupted, a slight hesitancy in his voice. She was my friend, but she died. Lil Tato could see it clearly, Natsu's body shaking ever so slightly, the Quincy wishing she could reach out to the Dragon Slayer, to help ease whatever pain he was experiencing. However, before she could even contemplate going through with it, Natsu stopped shaking. I'm sorry, the Dragon Slayer said as he looked at Lil Tato, his expression calm. Thinking about what happened hurts, but my pain is nothing compared to the brother and sister who miss her. Lil Tato could see that Natsu's wavering eyes were not entirely looking at her, but past her instead. The Quincy glanced over her shoulder and could see Myra Jane and Elfman Strauss, the former trying her best to cheer up the latter over what had happened in Oaktown. I knew I shouldn't have brought it up, Lil Tato said as she looked down to the floor. I'm terrible. It was quiet then. Lil Tato left with nothing but regrets and a degree of self-loathing. Opening up to new people, conversing with them, it was something she had been bad at from the start. Bambietta had all but encouraged her to try, but it had been so very long ago and the lessons had been lost over time. Then she suddenly felt a hand upon her shoulder, the Quincy's eyes opening in response, a small gasp escaping from her mouth. Natsu. Lil Tato tilted her head up, catching sight of the Dragon Slayer looking at her. The light was within his eyes again, his presence calming. I said it hurts, Natsu began to say, but I refuse to ignore the pain because I need to remember the good times that happened first. Lil Tato felt her beating heart skip for a minute, the Quincy finding herself becoming lost in the moment she had inadvertently created. Natsu was close, so close, and Lil Tato was unaware that her breath had caught in her throat. Oh, are we interrupting something? Lil Tato heard the familiar voice and the Quincy became startled as a result. She turned around, all but pulling her shoulder out from underneath Natsu's hand. Bambietta was walking towards her, Urza by her side. No, Bambi, Lil Tato said, trying hard to sound calm and cold. Natsu and I were just talking. That's all. One of Bambietta's eyebrows arched upwards, a smirk overtaking her face. Oh, sure. We believe that. Right, Urza. Whether Urza did not catch the meaning behind Bambietta's words or simply ignored it, the Quincy did not know. All she did know was that the wizard was all business. Lil Tato, Bambietta said that you would be better suited for explaining the nature of one of the enemies we face in Phantom Lord. Bambietta shook her head, her shoulders shrugging in admittance to Urza being the woman she had grown used to. Such a killjoy. Can't a Quincy have a little fun? The man you were fighting? Lil Tato asked. I'm guessing Bambi told you he was a Bount, right? Yes, Urza replied. Now I'm quite interested in what exactly that even means. It's complicated, Lil Tato began, so I can see why Bambi is leaving it to me. Hey, Bambietta interrupted. Words hurt, Lil. I guess the best way to describe them is that they're humans who can draw power from their surrounding environments, well, here it would be magic. It's not too different from the Quincy, but they use a bit differently. For one, it prolongs their lifespan. I guess you could say they're like vampires. Lil. Bambietta said as she nudged her friend's shoulder. I don't know if they even have that term over here in their works of FIC-. A vampire. Natsu's eyes widened, the Dragon Slayer displaying a degree of glee that left even the unusually energetic Bambietta stunned. That's so cool. Bambi, Lil Tato whispered to her friend. Urza and I fought a dark guild called Nosferatu Heart. I think it's a given they know what a vampire is. Heck, they might have actual ones here. Bambietta's own eyes sparked with life. If that turns out to be the case, I could actually fight a vampire? I freaking love this world. Oh, maybe I could get an autograph before I kick their ass. Lil Tato and Urza's eyes met for a moment, the Quincy and Wizard remaining silent as their comrades continued to become far too enthused for their own good. Yeah, Lil Tato said as she moved towards Urza. This is what I deal with all the time. I see no problem, Urza replied. It's fitting for our guild. If anything, I'm just glad to see that our friends can be so enthused despite the circumstances we find ourselves in. That's Bambi for you, Lil Tato offered up. She's never really stopped to breathe. She just keeps going forward a mile a minute. Is that right? Urza looked at Bambietta then, watching as her and Natsu continued to talk amongst themselves of how much they were drawn to the paranormal and supernatural, their topic having moved far beyond mere vampires. I suppose we all have something we feel the need to move away from. Lil Tato looked at Urza then, the Quincy unsure of just what to make of the S-class wizard's statement. Since finding herself in this world, Lil Tato had gone to much trouble to learn the lay of the land, to understand the guilds and wizards. Urza Scarlet was one she had heard spoken of all across the kingdom, even in the Chicken Fangs Guild. She was one of the most well-known, purported to be one of the best of her rank, yet little was ever said of her past. Lil Toto had heard what Urza had said in relation to Bambietta's own past, but the Quincy had to wonder then just what this wizard was running from. Anyway, Bambietta suddenly said, breaking away from her talk with Natsu, now that we've got the master set up with some tender loving care, oh, and that Iron Dragon Slayer too, maybe now we can go back and kick some Phantom Lord ass. That's what I'm talking about. Natsu exclaimed, his knuckles slamming against one another. Time to show them that fairy tale ain't gonna go down without a real fight. Urza's response was as curt as it was short. No. No. Bambietta looked at the wizard with some veiled irritation. Surely you're not serious. Hey, Happy suddenly whispered, the cat flying up beside Bambietta so as to cup a paw by her ear. Her name's Urza, not Shirley. Just a heads up. What? Bambietta glanced at Natsu with some confusion evident upon her face. Wow. You actually stooped to the level of a joke, huh? Urza, meanwhile, continued to prove that she was quite serious. We will not attack the Phantom Lord Guild again. Bambietta's attention shifted then, from the cat to Urza. You're kidding, right? They wrecked our guild hall, hurt your friends, hurt my friend, and now they've gone and put your guild master out of action and you think we should just sit here and do nothing? Urza turned to look at Bambietta. Revenge is foolish, the wizard said. Our master decided our guild deserved it after what happened to Levi and the others, and look where it got us. Phantom Lord played us all for fools and now they have 3 individuals on their side we do not entirely now, one of which you said is incredibly strong. I already did a number on their S-class Dragon Slayer, Bambietta retorted. So that just leaves the element 4, Korea and the 2 other guys who I guess are probably more bound. We take them out and we just have to deal with. What was his name? Guild Master Jose Porla. You fool. Urza lowered her head for a moment. Without Master Makarov, we could never hope to defeat Phantom Lord's own guild master. Yeah, Bambietta went on. He's one of those wizard saint guys you all hype up. What's the big deal? I'm sure if we all ganged up on him, his status as a big shot wouldn't mean jack squat. You're wrong, Bambietta, Urza replied. Jose is beyond us all as we are now. There is only one other member of our guild who could face him and I don't imagine we'll be able to get a hold of him quickly or at all. Come on, Bambietta continued. I'm sure we got strength in numbers. We just have to dogpile him and dash. That's enough, Urza said simply. We cannot hope to fight Jose, so we will not force any more conflict ourselves. Fairy tale will endure, no matter what, but we cannot be the fools who rush into a battle. Not again. Bambietta was unwilling to let the topic rest. But dash. Bambi, Lil Toto said, gently touching her friend's shoulder. Don't. We all need to, just keep our cool. This guild can't afford to. Lil Toto glanced at Natsu again, the Quincy's mouth dropping into a slight frown. Bambi, can we talk? Lil Toto suddenly asked. Alone. Lil. Bambietta was caught off guard by Lil Toto's sudden insistence to speak away from the others. However, she had no change to speak of it, Lil Toto walking away, tugging on Bambietta's arm sharply as she did so. Lil Toto continued to pull Bambietta towards a table at the other end of the guild hall. It was covered in rubble and dust, but Lil Toto did not pay it any attention. She simply sat down and waited for Bambietta to do the same. Lil, what's the matter? Bambietta did as Lil Toto no doubt wanted, sitting across from her. We are not fighting a wizard saint, Lil Toto said. Bambi, do you have any idea how powerful they are in relation to any of the wizards of monsters we've dealt with here? They're strong, yeah, Bambietta replied. But I'm awesome. That's not helping, Lil Toto said, a hint of irritation in her voice. I was kidding, Lil, Bambietta said in return, her boastful nature fading to a calm serious tone. I know they're tough, but you haven't lost any power here, unlike me. And I'm catching right back up. Give me time and I'll be just what I used to be. And we've got people like Urza. If we all work together, I know we can dash. Bambi, Lil Tato interrupted. A wizard saint is something to be truly feared in this world. The strongest among them is to the average S-class what Squad Zero was to the Soul Society. Bambietta got upset then. She folded her arms across her chest and puffed her cheeks out. I never even got to be there for those fights. Alright, bad example, Lil Tato countered. The upper echelon of wizard saints are to this world what to you and me were Waiwaka's Scoots Staffel. Bambietta felt it then, a pang of fear overwhelming her thoughts. Still, she did her best to not let them manifest upon her person. Instead she reacted as she preferred to when faced with a potential problem, be sarcastic. Gesundheit. Lil Tato sighed. You're not funny, Bambi. Oh, I very much disagree. Bambietta smirked for a moment, but it quickly faded. So you're scared for us? Not just us, Lil Tato answered. Lil Tato paused for a moment, glancing down to the table. Then she looked back at Bambietta. This guild isn't all fun and games. Natsu told me enough, that one of his closest friends died on a mission. And I don't want that to happen to anyone we've come to know here. Bambi, I know you have to feel the same way. I saw how you reacted when you thought Levi had been killed. Bambietta's hands tightened upon reflex, becoming shaking fists. They unclenched quickly enough, the Quincy trying to pull herself back from the brink of anger. Alright, I get your point, Lil. I just dash. Lil Tato interrupted Bambietta, her voice shaking. I've already seen people I cared about die in the last war we were involved in. You, Robert and... Bambietta looked across the table, catching sight of Lil Tato's face. She was looking down at the table again, the visor of her hat covering her eyes. However, Bambietta could see it. There were tears moving down Lil Tato's cheeks, her shoulders shaking. I don't want to lose anyone else. Never again. Not you or anyone here. I can't afford to stand by and let anything like that happen again. Lil. Bambietta stood up her seat at the table and moved around it, sitting beside her friend. She slipped an arm over Lil Tato's shaking shoulders. You don't have to worry, okay? Fairy Tail's going to be just fine. Natsu too. That knucklehead would never dash. It's not that easy, Bambi, Lil Tato said as she looked up at her friends, the skin around her eyes raw and red, tears streaming out from them. I already saw you die once. Bambietta's heart sank then, the Quincy not used to dealing with an overly emotional Lil Tato. Bambietta had heard what she had said, but now she was beginning to wonder what atrocities Lil Tato had experienced during the remainder of the war with the Soul Society. You think I'm that easy to get rid of? Bambietta was unwilling to let Lil Tato stay as she was no matter what it took. Please. I'm going to live and enjoy this world and nobody is going to take that away from me. Once was enough, alright. Lil Tato began to calm down then, the Quincy ashamed at herself for letting go with her emotions as she just had. It was simply unbecoming of her, to let her cold exterior crack as it just had. Perhaps Fairy Tail was having an effect on her after all. Alright, Lil Tato said, trying to compose herself. Just promise me that you won't go fly off the handle and take on someone out of your league. Alright, but you've got to promise me that you won't up and abandon me if I do. Bambietta instantly regretted her words then, the woman knowing that her bitterness and resentment at the past was not so easily moved beyond. I shouldn't have said that. I've already made that promise to myself, Bambi, Lil Tato said. I'm never letting you get hurt like that again. Never. What a farce that was. I mean, look at this place. Totomaru of the conflagration was not a merry man, the Wizard of Phantom Lord left to survey the damage done to the Oaktown branch's guild hall. That wall is wrecked, the tables broken like somebody had a fetish for chucking people into them, and I'm pretty sure that Fire Dragon Slayer singed the carpeting. Calm down, Totomaru, a voice said from behind. Calm down. Calm down. Totomaru turned to find himself facing one of his comrades both in Phantom Lord and the Element 4. It was Juvia Loxer, the water mage of the group. Totomaru quickly turned his anger inward, upset with himself for acting out of turn in front of one of his own. Yeah, I should. I know you're upset about the guild hall, Juvia said as she approached, but there's something else, isn't there? Totomaru looked at her then, the man wondering if he was right to even dare to give voice to his reservations. It's just this guild. It's not what it used to be. Especially since those rookies joined and received our master's favor. Jose Porla was ecstatic, the battle with Fairy Tail having gone better than he had expected. The fools had retreated just as he had hoped and expected once they had seen the aftermath of Makarov's defeat. However, there was one part of his plan that had not gone accordingly, and adapting on the spur of the moment had not seen it through nonetheless. So, as Jose Porla looked down from his throne at his favored guild members, he did not display any of his joy. I excuse the fact that no one I had stationed in Magnolia could capture Lucy Hartfilia once we had lured Makarov and his family here, Jose began to say. Her coming to Oaktown along with them was not something any of us expected, least of all me. However, the fact that none of you could capture Lucy Hartfilia while she was right here in our midst is truly disappointing. The Bount known as Jin Kariya was quiet, allowing his new master to berate him. He was not used to allowing others to be his leader, having been one himself for so very long, but he knew his place in this world. There simply was no place for him. At least not yet. This was a strange new world, one he had to carve out his own existence in, but for now he needed someone who could show him the ropes, to understand this reality he was in now. My apologies, Master, Kariya said, the Bount still unable to believe that he was referring to another as such. I take the blame. I found myself too caught up in trying to determine the powers of that Titania woman. Jose's gaze shifted, the man looking towards Arya and the individuals who remained in cloaks. And you three. One of the robed figures dropped to a knee, bowing before his guild master. It will not happen again. I will do whatever it takes to bring honor to Phantom Lord. Capture any target, kill any enemy. Jose had to admit, he did like the sound of that. I have failed, yes, the last robed figure began to say, but like Kariya, I was able to gauge my opponent's power. If the salamander and I engage in battle again, I assure you that he will not emerge victorious. I don't want to hear of the future, Jose hissed, the man glaring at his recruit. Not when you failed in the past. Master Jose, Arya suddenly began to say. I promise you that the Element 4 will succeed where these three newcomers failed. He closed his eyes for a moment before looking at the leader of the Element 4. Oh? Do I sense some jealousy within your tone, Arya of the Heavens? Kariya of the Bounce looked at the robust wizard, trying his best to avoid sneering in disgust. This was not the first time he had dealt with individuals trying to assert authority over him, or to try and take his role in an organization, but he would not let it stand for long. Kariya had already proven himself the most powerful member of this guild upon his arrival, surpassing even the Element 4, and he would not allow Arya of the Heavens to feel he could rise up to challenge him on any level. Never, Master, Jose continued to say. If the Element 4 and I were to give in to jealousy, it would be a sad state of affair. I just wish for us to please you, that's all. So be it, Jose began to say. I will leave the capture of Lucy Hartfilia to the Element 4. However, there is the matter of Gajeel. I will not allow my prized dragon slayer to remain a prisoner of Fairy Tail. Jose began to a thumb and two fingers against his chin, the man becoming lost in thought. Though I do not understand why anyone of Fairy Tail would defeat him so soundly and then take him away. I think I know why, Kariya offered, the man trying to get a lead over Arya. The member of Fairy Tail who went out of her way to take Gajeel with them did mention to two of our own that she knew someone that would make him just fine. Perhaps Fairy Tail has a healer. Oh, yes. Arya came alive then, the tall man taking a step forward and putting himself between Jose and Kariya. Juvia of the Deep did mention that Fairy Tail has gotten several new members recently. Perhaps one of them knows the lost art of healing magic. That is a distinct possibility, Jose said, the man growing quite tired in his tone. So they would dare take pity on one of my wizards after hurting him? That just won't do. Jose turned his attentions to the crouching man in the robes, the individual tilting his head so as to see Jose from beneath his hood. What do you wish of me? I want you to go to Magnolia as well, Jose ordered. You will take care of Gajeel. However, I also want you to find this healer. There's a chance that he or she might be able to help Makarov recover faster. And I will not allow a putrid guild like Fairy Tail to have a practitioner of white magic. That power will belong to Phantom Lord just as Lucy Heartfilia will. It will be done, the cloaked man said before he stood and began to walk away. And I, Arya began to say, will speak with the rest of the Element 4. We will capture Lucy Heartfilia. To do otherwise would be so very sad. The robust man vanished then, his body becoming a gust of wind that left the room. Korea and the last remaining cloaked individual remained, looking to Jose Porla for guidance. What do you ask of us? Korea requested to now. You two will remain here, Jose instructed. We can't be too careful if anyone who calls Fairy Tail their family decides to renege on their retreat and come back here. So be it. Korea began to turn then, the Bount annoyed with these recent developments. He knew that Arya, underneath his facade of being full of sorrow, was probably happy with how things had gone. He had been instructed to carry out Jose's will while Korea had been left behind. It vexed him so, but he also knew he had to play the game until he found his place in the world. The same applied to the cloaked man who remained. He bowed towards Jose before taking his leave, the man more content with this situation than Korea. He was curious to engage in battle with Natsu Dragneel again, the Dragon Slayer, an interesting opponent, but he knew the value of patience. The time would come and he would be ready. For now, however, he had two people he wished to speak with. As he moved through the Phantom Lord Guild Hall, the man took note of the architecture. He was not used to such Gothic designs, the realm where he had grown to adolescence quite different in its designs. Nonetheless, he could not help but appreciate the decorum. While there was a part of him that longed to be reunited with one particular individual back home, he knew that there was nothing else awaiting him back there. As he opened the doors to the on-site living quarters that Jose Porla had generously provided him until he found a place of his own, the man knew he would have to be content where he was. After all, there was one reunion that had been awaiting him on this side of reality, a reunion that had brought a smile to his face then and now. In the shared quarters, the man could see two women, the both of them dressed all in white, a stark contrast to their blue and red hair. He's back, the woman with red hair said, a smile adorning her face. Oh, we missed you. The woman with the blue hair was not quite so emotional on the outside, but she was happy to see the man return. Did the meeting go well, Master Kusaka? The man pulled back his hood, revealing a scared face and dark hair. He removed the cloak, then setting it aside, standing before his friends in the black robes befitting one who had once desired to be a soul reaper. It went as good as could be expected, so Jiro Kusaka said as he tossed aside his cloak, leaving it to drape over a desk chair. Master Jose is not entirely pleased with how the battle with Fairy Tail went. To many it would be a mystifying sight, a soul reaper conversing with not just hollows, but the absolute evolution of the species. For those who Kusaka spoke with were the twin Arankars, Yin and Yang. They had found the would-be soul reaper at his lowest point and, by sheer stroke of luck, had decided to care for him instead of succumbing to their baser instincts. Perhaps the two had simply sensed in Kusaka a kindred spirit. Both Yin and Yang had been cast aside by those who ruled Hueco Mundo, stronger creatures having taken their place in the ranks of the Espada. They had been granted a demotion, to become what was known as Privaran Espada, but they had turned it down and decided to live for themselves in the wilds of Hueco Mundo. To them, so Jiro Kusaka had been no different. To the twin Arankar, he had been no ordinary soul reaper. Due to the cruelty of fate, he had been betrayed by the very people he had sworn to protect, all thanks to the friendship he and another had struck. Their souls so similar that they had bonded, the two had done the seemingly impossible and inherited the powers of the same Zanpakuto. In the end it had been decided that one had to die and Kusaka had been the one. In the end it had benefited all involved to meet. Kusaka had found something he felt he had lacked in the Soul Society, friends who would not cast him aside, and the twin Arankar had found a powerful ally they felt confident in swearing their eternal loyalty and allegiance to. They had spent the following decades amassing their strengths so as to avenge those that had wronged Kusaka himself. However, in the end, they had all perished. They had thought their stories had been done, as well they should have been. However, after the darkness had come light, the trio finding themselves lying in a field in a world they had not recognized. For a time they had wandered about, their powers rekindling. Kyuzaka, Yin, and Yang had suspected that somehow they had arrived in the world of the living, but that theory had been dashed soon enough. The locals had been able to see them. Despite being spiritual beings that were invisible to the naked eye if it did not possess spiritual power, the trio could be seen. Kyuzaka still did not know precisely where he was or how he and his allies had gotten there, but he had tried to make the best of it. Their journey had taken them to Oaktown and they had found a place to stay within Phantom Lord. However, the Master Jose that Kyuzaka had met 2 months prior was not the same person he had just been reprimanded by. No, the man was changing, the guild along with it, and Kyuzaka was unsure if he liked that direction. Linked on a spiritual level as they were, the twin Arankar could sense Kyuzaka's concerns. Yin, trying to keep herself preoccupied by playing with her long blue hair, was the first to speak of the matter. You don't trust Master Jose's judgment. Why should he? We've been fine on our own in the past. Yang interjected, her fiery temper getting the best of her. And don't you go referring to that creepy old guy as our master. You and I both know that Master Kyuzaka is the only dash. Hush, Yang, Kyuzaka said gently as he moved towards his chair situated in the corner of the shared living quarters. We are in his guild, so Jose Porla is our master. We should be respectful, for now. Like I said, Yin continued, you do not trust his judgment. Kyuzaka knew that was the truth. I desired to serve one organization already, he replied softly. One that proved itself corrupt and undeserving of such loyalty. I do not intend to make the same mistake again no matter what generosity is bestowed upon us. Bambietta and Lucy had returned back to their apartment, the two of them trying to find some time to rest their nerves after the ordeals of the day. Lucy was keeping herself preoccupied writing a letter, while Bambietta was simply pacing back and forth. The Quincy was on edge still, the last several hours having done much to her. Ever since she had found Levi crucified in the park she had been in a constant state of out-of-control emotions. It was something Bambietta knew full well was expected of her, but she also knew it made it difficult for even she to predict her own actions. She had wanted to kill Gajeel for what he had done to Levi, she had wanted to make him suffer. The Quincy knew she had managed one but not the other, memories of a mother having been the catalyst for the Quincy pulling herself back from the brink. That should have been it, that should have been all it was, but now Bambietta had had plenty of time to think since then. The journey back to Magnolia had been a quiet one, a situation that had left Bambietta alone in her thoughts. That was something she could never stand. She knew full well that her soul was a dark one, an existence stained with evils, and she did not enjoy dwelling on what was in her at any time. No, she craved human interaction, conversation, anything that would keep her attention elsewhere. The desire, the need, had only grown stronger since her resurrection. Lucy, Bambietta said, the Quincy finally putting a stop to her own pacing. Yeah? Lucy asked as she turned at the waist, putting an arm across the back of her chair as she looked over her shoulder at Bambi. What's up? Bambietta was unsure of what to say now that she had sparked the conversation. She remembered well the talk she had had with Levi the day before, of the confessions she had made. She wanted to say something, anything to Lucy, but it was proving difficult to find the words. In the end, Bambietta did all that she could, asking Lucy the most basic question she could. You okay? Lucy was quick to answer, and Bambietta was not entirely prepared for what she had to say. No. The Quincy walked towards Lucy, reaching out with her right hand towards Lucy's shoulder. She hesitated at the last second, Bambietta opting to put her hand down on the back of the chair itself. If you need someone to talk to, you've always got my ear, Lucy. Lucy managed to smile a bit before she looked down to the floor. This whole thing with Phantom Lord has me scared. Okay. This isn't just a little scuffle between guilds. Not after what happened to Levi. And now Master Makarov. Is this what a war between guilds is like? Bambietta knew deep down that she wanted to scoff at Lucy's assertion that this was war. Yes, she had been glad to hear Makarov make the claim himself earlier, but the Quincy knew that this was no war. No, she had seen a war that had transcending realms of reality in 1,000 years' worth of time. This contest between Fairy Tale and Phantom Lord was no true war. However, Bambietta did not wish to trivialize her friend's concern, she only wanted to force them away. Listen, I know things are bad right now, Lucy, but I'm sure that poor Lyusical lady will heal Master Makarov. She's a miracle worker. I hope so, Lucy replied, the young lady looking back to the note she had been working on only a moment. I've lost enough. Bambietta had heard it only barely, Lucy's whisper. What? The celestial spirit mage quickly grabbed the paper before her, folding it in half before dropping it into the desk drawer. She looked back at Bambietta then, a smile that could barely sustain itself upon her face. Nothing, nothing. All right then. Bambietta could hear it in Lucy's voice, a sense of hesitancy. Still, she was unwilling to pry if Lucy did not want to elaborate. The Quincy did have other ideas, however. Something she wanted to hear in Lucy's own words, hoping that it would help Bambietta understand one thing. Lucy, this guild, do you consider it a family? Lucy responded without much hesitation. Well, yeah. I mean, sure, nobody in the guild is related by blood or anything, but blood relations. Bambietta's eyes grew cold and she lowered her gaze to prevent Lucy from seeing them. Those don't always work out. The real ones or when you try and fabricate them the hard way. Bambi. Lucy began to sit up from her chair, moving closer to her friend and roommate. I don't know what's wrong, but I can't really understand if you don't open up about what's getting at you. Bambietta brought a hand up to her face, her thumb and index finger rubbing against her eyes before pinching the top of her nose. It served no purpose, the Quincy neither tired or experiencing a headache, but it was merely a reflex action when she was stressed deep down. Lucy, I want to, but... Bambietta wanted to say something, anything. She wanted to follow through on her discussion with Levy from the day earlier, to let Lucy know exactly how she felt. However, there was still that feeling deep in her stomach. Rejection. That was something Bambietta was unsure if she could handle properly. Not after how hard she had worked to fit in within Fairy Tale's ranks. However, it went far beyond that. There were fears that tore at Bambietta's heart and souls, anxieties that always dwelt beneath the surface. Loss and betrayal, two things she did not want to ever experience again. Lucy, Bambietta began to say, her thoughts ahead of what she wanted to say by a veritable mile. I want to buy into what Fairy Tale's selling, but I can't. Not after all I've been through. That was what she wanted to say. Instead all she could manage was something much less heartfelt. I just can't talk about it. Bambietta lowered her head and turned away from Lucy. The Quincy was angry at herself then, seeing such hesitation unbecoming of her. She wore her emotions on her sleeves, she let the world know how she felt, especially if she was angry. However, this situation was different. This world, this group of people and Lucy especially, all of it was so far removed from the Vandenrijk and the world Bambietta had left behind. It vexed Bambietta deeply. She knew how she had lived her life. Want, take, have. That was all it had been ever since she had grown older, ever since she had fallen under the sway of Wywak. Yet Bambietta knew well where that life of decadence had led her. More dead than alive, a shell of her former self. Her own opinions on the world turned against her. The one she had trusted having decided that she wanted Bambietta's life for her own. The one she had trusted taking that life. The one she had trusted having it all to herself. Bambietta remembered well the conversation with Levy the other day, but there were other things that she remembered more. How, despite living in the darkness, she had opened her heart to others as much as person such as herself could. How doing just that had given them the keys to the kingdom, the opportunity to destroy her at a moment's weakness. Lucy was not the type to do that, Bambietta knew that. Fairy Tale was not the Vandenrijk. That, however, was the problem. Bambietta had been raised in the darkness and now found herself standing in the light. She was the outsider looking in. If Fairy Tale was as good as they seemed, if Makarov's speeches of family were true, if he somehow earnestly believed he was a father to those under his wing, then Bambietta understood she deserved no such thing. Not her, not the one who was on the verge of slipping back into old habits. It was easier, so much easier, to simply hone in on the negative, to live through pessimism. If Makarov was merely putting his guild on a pedestal, if his claims of family were hollow, then it was so much easier for Bambietta to believe she belonged here. Still, she had friends. Friends she knew deep down would not betray her as others had. That was the problem. They were all too good for Bambietta, Lucy especially. The Quincy could see herself as nothing more than the darkness hoping to embrace the light. How could a woman who had failed her mother's wishes for the future dare to be so selfish? Bambietta was unsure, but she began to consider one thing, that all she had deserved was the darkness of the Vandenrijk, the darkness of Giselle. For Bambietta time had all but slowed to a crawl, the Quincy lost in her self-deprecating thoughts. Lucy, however, was not looking to the past but to future. She took a step towards Bambietta, knowing that her voice might not reach her. Understanding that, Lucy reached out with both hands, wrapping her arms around the Quincy from behind. Bambietta snapped back to reality, the gentle touch of Lucy reigniting her focus. Still, she did not know what to say. Lucy, however, did. As she pulled herself closer to her friend, resting the side of her head against one of Bambietta's shoulders, her eyes closed, she spoke. "I know what you're thinking, Bambi." That Bambietta knew how to reply to. Sarcasm was her weapon, whether she was happy or sad. "What? You a mind reader now? I guess celestial spirit wizards are full of surprises." "I don't have to read your mind to know what you're thinking," Lucy replied, her voice soft. "Not when it's written all over your face." Bambietta was unsure how to truly feel about that. "I'm not so easy to read, Lucy." "Maybe to a stranger you aren't," Lucy continued, "but we're both in fairy tale. We're family." "Family." Bambietta's response was a curt and judgmental whisper, one that had been an involuntary action. She could only hope it was uttered so low in volume that she may as well not even had said it. Whether or not Lucy heard it, Bambietta continued to speak. "So I'm that easy to read, huh?" "We're friends, Bambi," Lucy said as she let of the Quincy and circled around her so that their eyes could meet. "I'd be ashamed of myself if I couldn't see it plain as day. But, Bambi, I can't truly understand if you don't open up to me." Bambietta knew very well that she had betrayed her fears before, having spoken briefly of the harsh betrayal she had experienced, of the loss of her mother, but she was unsure if she could ever provide full disclosure. Yet was this not what she wanted with Lucy of all people? To share with her everything, both the good and the bad? No. No, she could not. Bambietta remained as obstinate and stubborn as she was prone to. The Quincy refused to budge against the weight of her wants and needs. "I'm broken, Lucy. Damaged goods. That's all you really need to know about me. Everything else is dash." "Don't you talk like that," Lucy suddenly interjected, her eyes wavering as they looked into Bambietta's own. Her hands moved outwards, gripping down on the sleeves of the Quincy's coat then, surprising Bambietta. "Don't you dare. Bambi, I've seen you at your best and I've seen you at your worst. The fight with Urza, Bambietta remembered that much. That wasn't my war dash." "There's more to you than just that," Lucy said as she pulled herself towards Bambietta again. "And even if what you say is true, if you really think you're broken, then let fairy tale help fix you. Let me help fix you." Bambietta was left in a state of shock, the Quincy never having expected the conversation to take the route it had. She had expected to end this conversation confessing her innermost feelings no matter the repercussions, only to fall back from them. Now Lucy had become the emotionally invested one, even if her feelings were from a different source than Bambietta's own. Bambietta was overcome with feelings herself now, the shadows momentarily leaving her soul. She returned Lucy's embrace, wrapping her arms around the celestial spirit mage. Still, despite it all, Bambietta could not relent on her lack of self-respect. "You're just too damn good for me, Lucy." As she walked up the stairs to the main floor of the Fairy Tale Guild Hall, Wendy Marvel could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. Urza Scarlet and Carla were by her side now just as they had been before, but being in the presence of the Iron Dragon Slayer had been intimidating, at least at first. In the end, as she had healed him of his injuries, Wendy could only see him as nothing more than man needed assistance. Especially when, in a moment that had surprised Wendy, he had thanked her begrudgingly. Now he was left alone downstairs, the magic sealing cuffs that Urza had supplied leaving him ensnared to a wall. Even healed, he was no threat to Fairy Tail now. You did well, Wendy, Urza said as she placed a hand upon the Sky Dragon Slayer's shoulder. Once things have settled down, I shall personally bring Gajeel back to his guild. Even though they did bad stuff to us. Wendy asked, looking up at Urza with hopeful eyes. Yet there was something else dwelling within them, a sort of envy that the S-class wizard did not notice. That's awfully big of you, Urza. As the two continued their march upstairs, another wizard began to pass them by. It was Levy McGarden, the solid script mage heading towards the basement. She was stopped then as Urza gently touched her arm with one hand. Gajeel Red Fox is restrained, Urza said, so you have nothing to worry about. Still, do you truly wish to see him? Levy took a deep breath, her eyes closing and opening before she looked towards Urza. He hurt me and my friends, Levy began to say. I have to confront him, Urza. For my own good. Urza knew Levy well enough to understand she meant Gajeel no ill will. The solid script mage merely needed closure. Her was a kind heart, one that Urza knew she could count on to do the right thing. She nodded her head in approval and let go of the gentle grip upon Levy's arm. The wizard continued to move down the steps then, leaving Urza and Wendy to continue moving upwards. Soon they found themselves back on the main floor, the guild hall as quiet as they had left it. Kana was simply sitting at a table, staring down at row after row of her magic cards, growing quickly frustrated. Son of a stupid mist gun. Stupid Gerd arts. Never around when you need them. Wendy was quite confused. Who? You'll have to forgive Kana, Urza began to explain. She can use the magic of her cards to try and locate anyone who wears the mark of Fairy Tail, but unfortunately she's better at it when drunk. I believe if she was sober she would have been saying Mistogan and Gildarts. Who are they? Wendy asked, quite curious. Two of Fairy Tail's strongest mages, Urza answered honestly. With the master in the condition he's in, I was hoping she would be able to find them. At least I found one S-class wizard, Kana said, her inebriated voice low and clearly irritated. Stupid Luxus. Wendy did manage to pick up on that mispronounced name quickly. Is that the mean guy I met my first day here? That's him, Urza said with a sigh. Don't let his attitude fool you, Wendy. He is Master Makarov's grandson. I'm sure he'll be quick to help his guild now. Wendy watched as Myra Jane began to set up a lacrima orb on the counter before her. The silver-haired woman held her hand above the object, a light suddenly bursting forth from it. Images began to play out, first a city, then a forest. Kana, Myra Jane began to say, where is he? Over by Crocus, the drunken wizard managed to say as she stood up and moved towards Myra Jane and the viewing lacrima. Wendy watched on the image on the orb continued to shift and changed until at last the man she knew as Laxus appeared. He was through a forest, a trio of people by his side. One was a woman dressed in green, another a man with a sword by his side, and last another wearing a mask. The image suddenly moved close to Laxus's face, the man growing irritated. Man, what the hell? He suddenly shouted. Stupid ball of light. Laxus, Myra Jane began to say, it's me, Myra. What do you want? Laxus replied, his voice cold and calm. No, forget that. Who the hell gave you permission to bother me when I'm on a job request? Laxus, just listen, Myra Jane said, ignoring his attitude as best she could. Something's happened to your grandfather. Wendy could see it then, a slight shift in Laxus' expression. It only lasted a split second though, his scowl returning. Did the old man finally retire? Good, because I'm ready to be the big man in Chardash. He's hurt, Laxus, Myra Jane interrupted, her voice raising slightly. Phantom Lord attacked some shadow gear and the master wanted to show them they couldn't get away with it. So the old man picked a fight with another guild to show them Fairy Tail isn't weak. Laxus chuckled slightly. You've no idea how proud I am to hear that. But he got hurt during the battle, Myra Jane continued. One of Phantom Lord's Element 4, Arya of the Heavens, nearly killed him. Laxus was silent for a moment, leaving Wendy to wonder just what he was thinking. The young girl knew he had to be worried, he had to be concerned about his grandfather, but the look of anger and irritation was present on his face still. "So what do you want from me?" Laxus suddenly asked. If the old man started a war he couldn't finish, then I don't have any interest in doing it for him. Myra Jane was quiet but Kana was not. The tipsy wizard moved towards the lacrima and began to speak with no amount of overt irritability. "I knew getting a hold of you would be a waste of all our time." "I don't know what your problem is," Laxus replied as he tilted his head to try and look over Kana's shoulder. "Hey, I can see Urza back there. What, is the Queen of the Fairies not up to par, so now you have to get a hold of the king?" "We have tried to contact both guildarts, yes," Urza said quite casually as she approached the lacrima. "As well as Miss Doggan. Unfortunately neither could be found. I was hoping you at least would understand the situation we are all in. Fairy Tale needs to stand together." Laxus glared at Urza, the man unable to process if the armored wizard had intentionally insulted him just now or was oblivious to how what she had just said sounded. With Urza it was never easy to tell where he stood. That was something that truly infuriated Laxus. "Listen, I'm not interested in Dash. Please, Mr. Laxus." Laxus did not quite recognize the squeak of a voice. It did not come from Myra Jane and certainly not from either Urza or Kana. "Who's this?" Urza looked over her shoulder then and could see Wendy moving closer, the young girls timidly holding her hands before her. Laxus narrowed his eyes slightly, not having expected the situation before him. "The newbie." "Please, Mr. Laxus," Wendy repeated as she moved closer to the lacrima. "Fairy Tale's in trouble and I'm scared. I don't want anyone else to get hurt like Master Makarov, Levy and her friends did. You're strong, right? So please, help us." Laxus closed his eyes for a moment, the man running a hand through his blonde hair. "Now you're all trying to guilt-trip me, is that it? How aggravating. Is this what Fairy Tale has stooped to with the old man in charge still?" Laxus's expression suddenly shifted, the man smiling as he looked up at Myra Jane. "Hey, I'll help, but you better cover the kid's ears before I say what I want in return. Or you could just not say it at all," Urza said as she moved forward in front of Wendy. "Honestly, Laxus, this isn't he time for Dash." "That Lucy chick," Laxus interrupted, his perpetual sneer refusing to fade. "If I help pull your collective keisters out of the fire, I'd like to think her offering to be some lovely arm candy by my side would be a modest accommodation." "Laxus," Myra Jane replied, the silver-haired mage's voice filled with disappointment, "do you really have to be so Dash?" "Oh, I know." Laxus interrupted once more. "I do love me a feisty firecracker. So how about this instead? I help you all out and you all talk that Bambietta newbie to be my woman." Urza's eyes began to narrow. "Laxus, you Dash. Yeah, she's got spunk." Laxus continued to shout. "But I'm sure I can break her in and do something about that attitude problem of hers." Across the guild hall did a certain pair of ears perk up in response to Laxus' more vulgar comments. "Mr. Laxus," Wendy said as she peeked out from behind Urza, "can't you just be nice and help us because it's the right thing to do?" The manic expression etched upon Laxus' face began to soften slightly as he looked towards the Sky Dragon Slayer. He began to open his mouth again to speak. However, whatever the S-class wizard and grandson of Makarov Dreer had to say next was lost to history. The communications lacrima suddenly burst apart, a luminous arrow having pierced it. Wendy, Urza, Myra Jane, and Kana turned to look over their shoulders and caught sight of Lil Tato standing several yards away, a small, glowing bow in her hands. Her normally stoic face was twitching slightly, the Quincy trying desperately to rein in her irritation. "I'm sorry," Lil Tato began to say as her bow faded away. "I'll buy you all a new lacrima with my next job, but, to hell with the cost of his assistance." Levy looked around the basement of Fairy Tale, the solid script mage taking her last tentative step off the stairway. She could see him then, Gajeel Red Fox by the far wall, his arms behind his back and cuffed to the stone structure. Levy looked at him with narrowed eyes, remembering well the pain he had caused her and the rest of Shadow Gear not a day before. However, she also could not forget the pitiable sight the Iron Dragon Slayer had been when Bambietta had brought him back to Fairy Tale. Gajiel's nose suddenly twitched. The man's dragon slayer magic was restrained, but his keen sense of smell remained. Oh, great. Another fairy tale wizard. You come to laugh at your prisoner of war? That's just dandy. Gajiel lifted his head up, his ragged, dark locks of hair falling away from his face. His red eyes looked towards Levi, yet when he saw her, he looked away. Levi was quick to note his reaction. What's the matter? You can hurt me before, but you can't bear to look at me now. I ain't talking to you, Gajiel said, his voice sharp in its nature despite how he had whispered. Just go away. Levi wanted to, she truly did, but she was not going to run away from this man just because he said so. She was not going to be afraid of him. No. You may not want to talk, but you're going to listen. Gajiel looked at Levi then, his hardened expression leaving her skin to crawl a bit. Nonetheless, she would not back down. You wanted to hurt Fairy Tale, Levi said, her nerves rattled despite her desire to appear confident, but you failed. You know that, right? You just made Fairy Tale stronger. And I. Levi saw it then, a minuscule reflection play out across Gajiel's eyes thanks to the ambient source of light in the room. I think you're the one who's not strong, Levi continued to say, taking a deep breath to steady herself. You and Phantom Lord. You hurt me and my friends, you hurt our guild master, but you know what? We're not going to run from your guild. We're not going to cower. And do you know why? Because dash. Gajiel was ready to hear whatever Levi had to say, knowing he was in no position to argue against the guild that had beaten him, humbled him, and granted him mercy. However, whatever she was intending to say never came. The woman suddenly pitched forward, collapsing to the floor as if she had been struck from behind. Gajiel knew the fate of one who called Fairy Tale their guild was no concern of his, but he also knew that people collapsing as Levi just had was entirely out of the ordinary. Hey, what's the matter? It seems my skills have not dulled in the least, a voice echoed across the basement. Neither you nor the Fairy Tale wizard could even begin to detect my presence. Even now, I can sense no commotion above. Excellent. Gajiel looked around, the dragon slayer growing uncomfortable. He never did like the unknown, especially when he was in no position to defend him. Who the hell are you? Come now, the voice continued to say, as if it was drawing closer. Surely you recognize the voice of one of your own. Then again. I am what you refer to as a rookie, aren't I? A man wrapped in a purple cloak began to slip out from the shadows, the Phantom Lord emblem upon his garment. He stood over Levi, the hand he had used to strike down the wizard falling back by his side. Gajiel's concerns quickly faded, instead being replaced with shame. He wanted to be free, to stand beside Master Jose and the rest of Phantom Lord again, but to be saved by one of the guild's neophytes. That was something he was not content with. However, he also knew not to throw aside an opportunity like this. Well, ain't you a sight for sore eyes, Gajiel said, trying to keep his arrogant demeanor at the ready. So come on, man. Bust me out and let's get going. I'll be sure to put in a good word with Master Jose for you seeing my rescue out with flying colors. Is that right? The hooded man asked. My apologies, Gajiel Red Fox, but I was not instructed to bring you back. Gajiel glared at the man, his concerns mounting once more. What? You see, the hooded individual continued to say, I was given very specific objectives by the master. There is one I am meant to return to Phantom Lord with, one who by chance just so happens to be a dragon slayer, but it is not you. Gajiel watched as the blade of a katana began to slip out from the purple robe's sleeve. It was a weapon that Gajiel would not readily fear, but with his powers bound as they were, he could not simply defend himself or eat the weapon for his own benefit. The cloaked man took a step towards Gajiel, his blade's tip skidding across the floor. I was instructed to take care of you, a prisoner of the enemy. And that is a duty I shall fulfill, Gajiel Red Fox. Gajiel watched on as the hooded individual, the one who had deemed himself the Dragon Slayer's executioner, raised his blade high. The man's sleeve rolled down then, giving Gajiel a better look at the weapon that would end his life. It was a nondescript sword, save for the strange hilt. The errant light of the fairy tale basement reflected off the pale glass that adorned the blade's guard. Look at me, Gajiel whispered. checking out a kick-ass metal sword at the end. Guess I was just hoping for a last meal. Then, quite suddenly, did the hooded man gasp in pain. His sword arm lowered, his free arm clutching at his chest. All the while did faint traces of electricity whirl around his body. The man whirled around then, allowing Gajeel to see past him. It was Levy. The fairy tale mage was back on her feet, the word electricity fading from sight. She was quick to begin writing it again, all the while speaking. Is this how Phantom Lord does things? Killing their guildmates. The intruder from Phantom Lord began to hold his katana forward, peering out at Levy from beneath his hood. Step away, wizard. This does not concern you. Levy felt her heartbeat begin to slow, fear spreading throughout her soul. This man clearly meant business. If he was willing to kill one of his own, then surely he would not refrain of administering such a fate to her as well. That fact alone was something that gave Levy reason to turn, to run away, to get help. However, she knew if she did that then Gajeel might not survive the following minute. Urza Scarlet would not run, but Levy could only take small comfort in that. To her Urza was a shining example of fairy tale's best. However, despite their brief talks in the past, she was also someone who towered above Levy. She was larger than life, an inspiration out of reach. Yet there was another, one who Levy had interacted with, the two of them nurturing a friendship that Levy hoped was beneficial to them both. Bambietta would not run and neither would she. It concerns me a lot actually, Levy responded as she looked at the cloaked assassin before her. She took a deep breath, attempting to calm her nerves, and prepared herself to fight. Gajeel's under fairy tale's care, so I won't let you hurt him. Chapter 22, Did I Do Something Wrong? The Guild Hall of Fairy Tale had been home to many brawls in its existence. The first such occurrence had been between two of its founding members, Prechtgebolg and Euridriar. It had not been a battle born out of maliciousness on either side. No, the two had simply made the dire mistake of celebrating a successful mission by drinking perhaps too much alcohol. An argument had spawned as a result, one that centered on who had been the more important factor in their mission's success, and the battle had begun. It had been left an undecided matter, the distraught first guild master of Fairy Tale, Mavis Vermilion, managing to put an end to the fight by shaming the two wizards with words alone. The fight had ended, yes, but it simply been a sign of things to come. For decades had the Fairy Tale Guild Hall been quiet after that night, the likes of its second and third guild masters being able to keep its members in line. Precht, despite his intoxicated state that day, had managed to take Mavis' words to heart. When his time as the second guild master had come to a self-imposed end, he had made certain that his successor, the formerly unruly Makarofdriar, had taken then to heart as well. However, none of the three guild masters had ever expected the next generation of fairy tale wizards to be the most rambunctious lot of individuals the world had ever seen. Makarof's words, passed down from Mavis and Precht, had fallen on deaf ears time and time again. The likes of Natsu Dragneel, Grey Fullbuster, and Elfman Strauss fought amongst themselves time and time again, their actions a black hole that dragged in the majority of the guild as well. Still, much like the battle between Precht and Yuri from decades earlier, they were not mean-spirited, they were not driven by a malicious nature. Fairy Tale's Guild Hall had not seen a battle like that in its existence. Until now. Levy McGarden found herself alone in a battle not with a fellow fairy tale wizard, but with a member of Phantom Lord. This man, cloaked in the violet color of his guild, was not merely looking for entertainment. He was not looking to simply find pleasure in battle. No, he had come here to kill one of his own, the captured and recovering Iron Dragon Slayer of Phantom Lord, Gajeel Red Fox. You're going to stop me? The man asked as he kept his strange katana by his side, his eyes peering out from underneath the shadows of his hood. What a foolish little woman you are. You should have just stayed down and let me kill this failed wizard. I have no quarrel with you, yet. Levy did not let the man's words get to her. She was going to stop him one way or another. However, she was also not so foolish as to try and fight him head-on. She had managed to take his attention away from the helpless Gajeel, but she knew that was the most she could hope for. Now she had to get others down here. Urza, Kana, or Lil Tato, surely any of those three alone could handle this man. Levy began to open her mouth then, preparing to scream at the top of her lungs. Then she suddenly felt a black-gloved hand clasp around her face, her jaw held tightly shut. The cloaked man had cleared the space between them in the blink of an eye, leaving the solid script mage in shock. "Clever girl," the man said. "You do know better than to fight me along. But don't think I'm foolish enough to let you summon reinforcements. I'll just know." The cloaked man had seen it out of the corner of his eyes, Levy's hand tracing a series of letters in the air. It had not taken the man long to realize that she had been writing the word sound. Was her magic capable of producing a noise loud enough to alert the wizards upstairs? The man would not take that chance. He threw Levy aside and swung his katana around, the blade cutting through the ethereal nature of the word. The magic that held the letters together dissipated altogether in response, leaving Levy's tactic undone. "You are a clever one indeed," the man said as he looked back at Levy. "I know of you, yes. You are not one of fairy tales' strongest, but you do possess a keen mind and a versatile magic. Perhaps it would be best for Phantom Lord if I put an end to you now. Just in case." The man took a step towards Levy then, giving her heart reason to beat faster. He truly meant to kill her, just as he had meant to kill Gajeel only moments before. However, despite that fear attempting to claim her heart and soul, Levy knew she had to do something, anything, to survive. She had been battered and broken once already by a member of Phantom Lord. She refused to let it happen again, at least not without a fight. She wrote quickly then, 4 letters forming in the air before her. They quickly came ablaze with power, the word known as fire shooting towards her adversary. The man in the cloak was caught by surprise, if only for a moment. His body vanished from sight, his body appearing a few feet to the left, as well as closer to Levy. Her attack struck the far wall then, dissipating as it struck the stone that made up the basement wall. That, the man said as he continued to walk forward, was futile. "Did you really think I could not evade such an obvious attack? Did you dash?" The cloaked man suddenly dropped to the ground, the solid metal of the word steel crashing down upon him. Levy began to stand then, casting her fearful gaze at the downed man. "How dare you?" the man hissed as he began to push his hands against the floor, the magic word slipping off his back. "How dare you strike me?" Levy prepared herself to write another word, to drop another metallic word upon her enemy, but the man was quick on his feet. "You are quite fortunate that I cannot use my full strength," the cloaked individual said, his tone low. "An exertion of my power would no doubt attract the attention of the Quincy upstairs. But such leniency has let you hurt me. And that is unforgivable." The cloaked man lunged for Levy without hesitation, his blade poised to remove her head from her shoulders. The solid script mage's eyes went wide in terror, her hand waving out and quickly giving life to another word before her. "What?" The cloaked man was caught unawares, his katana stopping as it struck a large word that had appeared between himself and the wizard. "So by writing the word guard you can create a protective barrier? Interesting and impressive. But all you're doing is giving me further incentive to kill a potential threat." Levy leapt back, her barrier fading as she did so. She swung her hand out again as the cloaked man approached. Another word formed, this time in the flooring itself. The wizard hoped for her enemy to fall into the word hole itself, yet he simply walked over it, as if working his way across thin air. "Enough games," the man said with some degree of impatience. He raised a hand then, pointing his index and middle fingers towards Levy. "Bakudo number 61, Ryukuro." Before Levy did 6 bars of golden light materialize, each of them slamming into her midsection. She gasped in response, the woman finding her body suddenly unable to move. She began to panic then, realizing that her fate was sealed thanks to this spell that was unknown to her. "There," the cloaked man said as he looked at the frozen wizard. "You can't move your hands, so no more spells. And if you can't move your lips, then no calling for help. And how fortunate for me that such a meager spell is unlikely to have caused enough of a surge of spiritual pressure to have gotten the attention of the Quincy upstairs. Now then." The cloaked man moved closer and draped his katana across Levy's shoulder, the blade making contact with the side of her neck. The wizard could not move, but she could still feel. Sweat began to form on her face, Levy beginning to truly fear for her life. She had been scared before, when Gajeel had assault shadow gear without revealing his intentions or how far he would go, but this was different. This member of Phantom Lord had made it very clear how far he would go. "The hell you doing, man?" Levy could hear it, the sound of Gajeel's voice. Frozen as she was, she could still see the Dragon Slayer over the shoulder of the cloaked man. That very man turned his gaze away from Levy, his own gaze settling upon Gajeel. "Yeah, you heard me," the Dragon Slayer continued to say. "I thought you came here to kill me, so why are you wasting your time with the little lady?" The blade of the cloaked man's strange katana did not budge, continuing instead to press against Levy's neck. "Why do you care? Didn't you attack members of this guild yourself?" "Yeah, attack," Gajeel retorted. "But I don't recall trying to kill any. Hell, I don't recall killing one of my own something I ever considered either." "And yet you have attacked your own in anger," the cloaked man continued. "So tell me, is there any real difference between our actions?" "I'm scum, no doubt," Gajeel shot back, "but you take it to a whole new level, pal." "Wait." The cloaked man looked from Gajeel to Levy and back again. Well. Don't deny it, Dragon Slayer. I can sense your soul's turmoil. You feel guilty, even if just a little. Shut your trap." Gajeel shouted. "I'm dash." Gajeel suddenly found the cloaked member of Phantom Lord before him, the blade pressed against his neck. The man had moved so fast that the Dragon Slayer could scarcely recall even see him take a single step. "Don't think I'm a cruel man," the cloaked individual whispered. "I'll kill you first and spare you the sight of watching this fairy tale wizard die." The cloaked man began to pull his arm back, fully intent on decapitating Gajeel then and there. It was the quickest way to end this farce, to conclude the life of a comrade who had found himself at the mercy of the enemy. Yet, as the man tried to bring his sword back down, he found it would not move. He turned his gaze in response then, catching sight of a woman dressed in white, her eyes blazing with a barely restrained fury. "Hey, Bambietta Basterbine," said as she held tightly to the man's katana with a hand infused with the power of blood vene, "what ya doing?" The cloaked man began to move, intent on retaliating, but the Quincy before him was one step ahead of him. Bambietta let go of his sword and turned around, the palm of her hand smashing into the man's face, gripping tightly. Switching to blood artery, Bambietta threw the man forward, letting him sail past the still frozen Levy. He collided with the wall furthest from Gajeel, a low cry escaping from him as the stone wall behind him cracked from the impact. "You know, I've been having a rough day or two lately," Bambietta said as she moved towards the downed Phantom Lord member. "First I find my fave hangout wrecked, then I find my bestie all beat up and left for dead, then I get the chance to beat up the dick splash responsible just in time for have a moment of moral madness, then my attempt at a love life goes balls to the walls screwy. It's been crazy, you know? So here I am coming back to my home away from home to have a little rest and relaxation with people I kind of like, only to hear my bestie is stepping it up and confronting the aforementioned dick splash who hurt her. So I come down to make sure everything is all honky-dory, and what do I find? 3 things pressing my berserk button." Bambietta stopped by Levy, her eyes glancing at the 6 bars of light holding her in place. "First I find someone having tried hurting my buddy here," Bambietta continued as she stared at the man in the cloak as he tried to get up on his feet. "And you were trying to kill one of your own? You're going for double or nothing, huh? But best of all, going by this spell and that derpy sword you're wielding, I'm guessing you're the type of guy I really can't stand." Bambietta dashed before the man as he began to get up on one knee, using his katana to brace himself. Hiran Kyaku took her directly before him, the Quincy glaring at him. "Do you know what happens to a soul reaper who hurts my friend and tries to kill someone he should be working with?" Bambietta asked. "He gets his shit wrecked." Bambietta brought her knee up quickly, smashing it into the hood before her. A spurt of blood flew out from the violet garment, the Quincy hearing her enemy cry out in pain as his head was pushed back, bouncing off the stone wall with a satisfying sound. Lucy Hartfilia was amongst friends on the upper level of the fairy tale hall, the lot of them conversing. She however was staying quiet, her thoughts focuses instead on Bambietta. They had returned together yet when Bambietta had heard that Levy had gone downstairs to confront Gajeel, the Quincy had gone to check up on her. Moving closer to Urza and the others, wanting to speak with them, Lucy knew she had no need to be nervous. Levy was one of the most level-headed people she knew, and Bambietta, while rough around the edges, was kinder than even she knew. To that end, Lucy gave voice to her confidence with a whisper. "I'm sure everything's just fine down there." Bambietta was lost in her anger, a habit that she was beginning to wonder if she would ever shy away from. Anger led to violence, and that, in turn, led to bloodshed. However, at this very moment, Bambietta knew that it was a necessary evil. There was a wolf in fairy tales midst, and she had to deal with it accordingly. The fact that the wolf in question had not only hurt a friend of hers but had also attempted to slay one of Phantom Lord's own, those were bad enough. The fact that his abilities and hidden spiritual pressure indicated that the man in the cloak was a Soul Reaper was just icing on the hate-filled cake that Bambietta was gorging herself on. That was why she took particular satisfaction as she threw the cloaked man forward, the sickening sound of his face impact against the wall music to her ears. As the man fell back, the sight of some blood on the wall was a visual stimulus that the woman who had once been known as Stern Ritter E would not soon forget. Levy, meanwhile, watched on from across the basement. The 6 bars of light holding her in place were beginning to weaken, as if the beating the cloaked man from Phantom Lord was receiving was also affecting his spell. Soon enough did the bars shatter as Bambietta dodged a sword slash and drove her knuckles into the man's stomach, doubling him over. Levy fell to the floor then, her body free at last. "Huh," she heard Gajeel say from over her shoulder. "Never thought I'd be rooting for that crazy lady in white." It was the truth, the Dragon Slayer realizing that this day was full of surprises. His own guild had attempted to kill him, and apparently that had triggered something deep within the woman who had defeated him. Gajeel knew painfully well how vicious Bambietta could be, and that was something he was quite fine seeing his potential killer be forced to endure. Bambietta, meanwhile, had something she wanted answered. She was seeing many a deceased individual in this new world she called home, and the Quincy was left to wonder how a Soul Reaper was added into that equation. They were all spirit beings in the first place, but perhaps they required death of their presence in the other world's afterlife as well. Then there was the hollow she had encountered in the town of Clover. It was all rather confusing to Bambietta, the Quincy not one for thoughts exploring the intricacies of an afterlife she was not sure if the rest of the world itself had properly planned out. All she did want to know was what Soul Reaper she was beating on. One of her own victims in the battle with the Soul Society? One another Stern Ritter had killed, or perhaps a Soul Reaper that would have no relation to either herself or the Vandenrijk? Whatever the case was, Bambietta wanted answers. "Come on," the Quincy began to say as she reached for the man's hood, "don't be shy. I want to see the face I'm going to beat into a pulp." The Quincy moved fast, pulling the hood away and allowing a purple mane of hair to come into view. "Wow, nice color," Bambietta said. "Very striking. Probably would look good on me. But I don't remember any Soul Reapers with dash." The man turned to stare Bambietta in the face. The Quincy saw it then, a scar adorning the man's right eye, a black mask covering his face from the bridge of his nose down. "Who the hell are you?" Bambietta asked, the Quincy unsure of just who she was staring in the face. "Some no-name loser from Squad 2. "Of course you don't know me," the masked man said as he looked up at Bambietta. "I worked within the shadows of the Soul Society and dash." Bambietta cut the man off, striking him in the face. "Oh, big hairy deal. The Vandenrijk was literally doing that shit before you were probably even an unhappy accident your parents couldn't undo. How dare you?" The man shouted. "I don't know what this Vandenrijk you refer to is, but Hansa Nukui of the Kazumioji clan will not be insulted by the likes of you." Bambietta simply blinked. Kazumioji clan? The hell is that? The Quincy suddenly stepped to her side, Hansa's blade suddenly plunging forward, the ninja having aimed for her midsection. "And what's up with that sword?" Bambietta asked as she grabbed Hansa by his hair and slammed his back into the wall. "Seriously, I don't know what I'm feeling now that I'm paying serious attention, but that sure as shit isn't a Zanpakuto." Bambietta could tell there was something decidedly different about the strange sword. It was not in harmony with Hansa, not in the least. No, it seemed void of any spiritual strength save for a small portion that seemed to be calling out to Hansa's own soul, as if it was desiring him to empower it. It was the furthest thing from a Zanpakuto. It was also a clear indication that man was decidedly weak or simply holding back his strength. Judging by the Keto spell the man had employed against Levi, Bambietta had to assume it was the latter. "This is pathetic," the Quincy said, beginning to turn Hansa's attempt at a proclamation against him. "I want to see everything you have to offer, jackass. Bambietta Basterbine of the Fairy Tale Guild will not be insulted by the likes of you, okay?" Hansa knew what he was capable of, yet he was not entirely sure what this woman could do. He could sense her power, the strength similar to one of the allies that the substitute Soul Reaper known as Ichigo Kurosaki had worked alongside. He could tell now, that this was a Quincy. "As much as I'd enjoy putting you in your place, woman," Hansa said as she pulled himself back up to his feet, "I can't give this my all. Not with how much attention it would attract. So for now I shall take my leave. Until we meet again, Quincy." Then Hansa was gone, the masked man having used what Bambietta could only imagine was the flash step to try and escape. "Oh ho ho, no you don't." Bambietta was about to reach out with her senses, to try and lock on to Hansa's minimal output of spiritual pressure and give chase with Hyrenkyaku, yet that was when she stopped. What was she going to do when she caught up with him? Kill him? That was a consideration for Bambietta's darker nature, but it would not do for Fairy Tale's sake. Then there was the other matter to attend to, the one that had provoked Bambietta's battle with Hansa. Levi. Bambietta turned then, her eyes focusing on the solid script mage. She seemed relatively fine and unhurt, a stark contrast to the injuries she had sustained earlier at the hands of the very man that was restrained behind her. She was fine, Bambietta having arrived in time, yet there was an impulse that the Quincy could not keep at bay. Bambietta used Hyrenkyaku not to pursue Hansa, but to move close to Levi and hold her close. "What were you thinking, Levi?" The blue-haired woman was caught off guard by Bambietta's sudden embrace and choice of words. "Bambi, what's the matter?" The Quincy pulled away from Levi, looking her in the eyes with both judgment and concern, her voice raising. "What the hell were you thinking, Levi? That guy was way too much for you to handle. He could have. Bambi, I had to do something," Levi whispered, the mage trying to find the right words. Her voice grew calmer suddenly, her expression harder. Gajiel's own guild, his own ally, was going to stick a knife in his back. Bambietta blinked for a moment, a memory from weeks earlier coming back to her. Her own voice, shaking and whispering. 123 The guild I worked for, I made friends there. I thought we were going to be there for each other until the very end. But when I needed them the most, I needed their help and all they did was twist the knife in my back. 123. Bambietta turned her face away, staring at the restrained Gajiel for a moment. She had defeated him and his two comrades back at Phantom Lord's Guild Hall had come to his aid. Now his own guild had sent someone to kill him and Levi had protected him. Bambietta herself had done the same inadvertently. The Quincy scowled for a moment, her voice a low whisper as she shut her eyes, unwilling to look at the Iron Dragon Slayer. "You lucky, fucking bastard." Levi could hear her friend curse, the woman realizing that she might have overstepped her bounds just now. She had remembered well what Bambietta had said the day they had first met and had used it to defend her actions now. "Bambi, I dash." Bambietta looked at Levi then, her eyes wavering for a moment. "You would have protected me?" Levi was simply stunned. "Bambi. You idiot." Bambietta's hand clenched down upon Levi's shoulders tightly. "You could have died. Giselle and that man could have killed you. But I had to do it," Levi protested. "You would have done it, right?" "Yes, but..." Bambietta's voice lowered. "The whole point of fighting is that you don't want to die. That you'll be killed if you lose. If you throw your life away in battle, where's the point in winning?" Bambietta pulled Levi in close, resting her chin atop her shoulder as her arms wrapped around her torso. "Levi, I would have fought because I'd be confident that I'd win even if I couldn't," the Quincy whispered. "I'm an idiot like that. But you're supposed to be smarter than that. So please, for my sake, don't be stupid like me." There was a silence then, the Quincy and Wizard staying close. Gajiel Red Fox simply watched on with no hidden amount of confusion, the Dragon Slayer begrudgingly grateful that these two members of Fairy Tail had saved him. "Well, ain't this just great," Gajeel muttered under his breath. "Two's company, three's just plain awkward." Hansa had escaped Bambietta Basterbine, the ninja having cloaked his presence once more. His spiritual pressure was barely exerting itself, which was precisely why he had not left the guild hall that belonged to Fairy Tail. No, he could not. Not just yet. Not when he had a mission to perform. Taking care of the Gajeel Red Fox had ended in failure, but there was another matter he could still attend to. Wendy Marvel. The Sky Dragon Slayer that Jose had instructed him to apprehend. She was within the guild, directly in Hansa's line of sight. However, despite his confidence, Hansa was nothing if not cautious. He could see clearly the bevy of wizards around Wendy, one in particular bothering him. The woman in armor, the one who had earned the title Titania, Queen of the Fairies. Yes, Hansa knew that attempting such a maneuver in front of Urza Scarlet could very well become the most foolish action taken in his existence. She alone would be more than a threat, but there were also the others around. Growing the slightest bit frustrated, Hansa ran a hand through his violet hair. He could not go home empty-handed, a failure. Not after all he had done to earn respect within his new organization. Not since he had earned Jose Porla's confidence. Then he saw it. Wendy was walking aside from her fellow guildmates. She was stepping outside, perhaps to get some fresh air. The only company with her was the strangely dressed cat that walked upright. Taking care of the loose end that was the Iron Dragon Slayer was out of the question, as was the capture of Lucy Heartfilia, but kidnapping the Sky Dragon Slayer? Hansa knew he could take care of that now that she was alone. A cruel smile forming beneath his mask, the shinobi who had once belonged to the Kazumioji clan vanished from sight once more, his flash step talking outside and closer to Wendy and Carla both. As Bambietta and Levy walked back to the main floor of the guild hall, the Quincy was trying her best to hide her frustrations. From destroying the guild hall to taking down Makarov, from hurting Levy to trying to kill one of their own, Phantom Lord was tearing at the seams of Bambietta's psyche. The first two were simply assaults on her pride, but the latter two were unearthing buried insecurities and rage. "Urza," Bambietta said as her right foot moved away from the stairway and joined the left atop the main floor, "a member of Phantom Lord was here just now." Bambietta had said it as calmly as she possibly could, yet there was still thinly veiled amount of anger evident in her voice. Levy could hear it well, leaving her to wonder if Urza would catch on as well. "What?" The S-class mage turned to face Bambietta, the wizard's right hand tensing as it closed into a fist. "Where is this intruder now?" "Gone," Levy answered, trying her best to speak up. "He came here to kill Gajeel. I tried to stop him, but dash. I went downstairs just in time to see Levy driving him away," Bambietta interrupted, placing a firm hand down upon Levy's shoulder. "It was pretty cool, not going to lie." Levy was unsure of what to say. Only moments earlier the Quincy had been berating her for challenging a foe that would have killed her, now she was allowing Levy to take all the credit for saving Gajeel's life. "I'm glad to hear you are both all right then," Urza replied. "And Gajeel?" "He's fine," Bambietta replied, a slight bit of hesitation in her voice. "Lucky him." Levy could feel it then, Bambietta's hand tightening a bit, causing a minuscule amount of discomfort before it pulled away. The solid script mage glanced to her side and could see a look of sullen look overtake Bambietta's face for a moment. "This doesn't seem right," Urza mused, the armored mage bringing a hand up to her chin as she began to pace. "Phantom Lord's actions may be bold and foolish, but they are not a dark guild. What madness has overtaken Jose Porla to cause him to send someone to kill one of his own? Surely his guild has not become so corrupt as to allow him reason to attempt to kill one of their comrades." "Phantom Lord is full of shit individuals," Bambietta said, her voice lowering. "Takes one to know one." Levy could see it again, a look embodying self-depreciation upon Bambietta's face. The mage remembered well how Bambietta had said her own friends had turned against her once before, yet the way she had spoken just now implied so much more. Levy felt her skin crawl a bit in response, the woman unable to understand what Bambietta was feeling. Lil Tato, however, could. She watched from afar, noting the change in Bambietta's mannerisms. It was a telling sight to the Quincy who knew Bambietta and her past better than anyone else in this guild that had become their shared home. "Stupid me," Bambietta suddenly said, the Quincy lightly slapping her forehead with the palm of her right hand. "I'm sorry you had to hear that, Wendy. Sometimes Bambi says some bad words that you should never, ever repeat." "I appreciate your concern for the innocence of the young," Urza said, the wizard curious herself what was eating away at Bambietta, but Wendy decided she needed to take a walk. "Smart kid." Bambietta stepped away from Levy then, the Quincy heading to the doorway. "I think I need some air to clear my head too." Lil Otto was about to take a step forward, to speak her mind and ask to join Bambietta, yet she could see Lucy and Levy doing the same. "Hey, Bambi," the celestial spirit wizard began to say, "do you want some company?" Bambietta glanced over her shoulder as she stood at the doorway, shaking her head a little. "I just need some time by myself. I'm sorry." The Quincy pushed the door open enough to step out into the town of Magnolia, Bambietta's eyes struggling to stay open as she tried to adjust to the rush of sunlight. Yet then, as her eyes fluttered for a moment, she caught sight of something that allowed her rage to overwhelm her moment of self-reflection. It was Hansa Nukui, the masked member of Phantom Lord standing alone in the city streets, his violet cloak billowing the wind as his back was turned to Bambietta. Yet there was something else that caught Bambietta's attention, a white cat all dressed up and scampering about the ninja. Bambietta felt it then, her blood running cold. No. The thought quickly passed through Bambietta's mind, a thought she did not dare believe was the truth. Her temper flaring again, she began to move forward, the Quincy ready to rush forward and close the gap between herself and the member of Phantom Lord. Then did Hansa suddenly lash out with his right foot, kicking Carla the cat away from him. He turned during the motion then, allowing Bambietta's worst fears to be realized. Cradled within Hansa's arms was Wendy. She was unmoving, her left arm draped across her chest, her right arm dangling down and hanging limp. Bambietta's teeth grit then, the Quincy summoning her power and bringing her luminous bow into existence. "You bastard. So that's what you are," Hansa said as his eyes focused on Bambietta's weapon. "I'm glad you are here, Quincy of Fairy Tale. Burn this image of your failure into your memory." Bambietta raised her bow and prepared an arrow, only for the Quincy to see Hansa and Wendy's bodies begin to shift. The shinobi and his captive began to split apart their images multiplying until at least 2 other copies stood beside Hansa, each of them carrying a Wendy of their own. Bambietta recognized it well, the intelligence that had been gathered by the Van den Rijk over centuries privy to her. This was a technique that belonged to those who were a part of stealth force of the Soul Society, and while Hansa's employment of it was nowhere close to what Bambietta had seen Captain Swyfon of the 13 guard squads employ, it was still a troublesome technique. She had seen him employ it with her eyes, his flash step having created perfect duplicates that even her spiritual senses could not discern from one to another. Still, she let fly her arrow, the weapon covering the distance and striking the middle Hansa in the head. There was no scream nor blood, just the sight of the man flickering as he and the Wendy in his arms faded from sight. "A nice try," both the remaining copies of Hansa said, but futile. The 2 remaining ninja took off then, one head to the left and the other to the right. Bambietta snarled as she watched both take off with Wendy, the Quincy realizing that she had to gamble with the Sky Dragon Slayer's freedom now. "Damn it!" Bambietta lunged for the Hansa heading to the right, her Hirin Kyaku taking her close. She primed her arrow once again, moving forward through the sky with leaps and bounds as she tried to lock on to Hansa's own high-speed and erratic movements. Finally she felt she had the proper aim and Bambietta let loose another arrow. Hansa looked over his shoulder and shouted towards Bambietta. "You took our Dragon Slayer and now we have one of yours. It's only fair, Quincy." The arrow struck then, Hansa's image fading out of existence, Wendy doing the same. Gritting her teeth, Bambietta did not stop her movement. She forced her body to turn abruptly, the Quincy never letting her stride break. She simply redirected it and ran through the air in the other direction. Yet it did not matter. She could not see the true Hansa. He was gone, his spiritual pressure hidden. There was no trace of Wendy's presence either, the young dragon slayer unconscious. Bambietta's body began to shake, her bow dissipating as her hands closed into fists. Her teeth grit together once more, the edges of them scraping against the right side of her mouth so hard that blood was drawn. "I ask if you might bring Wendy and Carla to your guild." Bambietta could hear it in her mind, the request that the Ribal had asked of her and Lilt Otto when they had gone to Kate's shelter. "You stupid old man," Bambietta whispered as the invisible force beneath her feet kept her high above the buildings of Magnolia. "I told you I wasn't a hero." The Quincy began to look down at the town then, her expression growing cold. Phantom Lord, it always came back to Phantom Lord. The guild had assaulted her pride, attacked her friend, left her remembering Giselle, now they had stolen from her the young wizard that had been left in her care. All Bambietta could see then was Hansa's masked and scarred face before her, the Quincy growing enraged as she began to scream. "I'll kill him." The Quincy began to move forward then, her right leg stepping forward and preparing to initiate the use of Hirenkyaku. She was going back to Oaktown, she was going to take back Wendy and she was going to make Hansa, Korea, Jose, and all the rest of Phantom Lord pay. Then Bambietta stopped. She remembered what Urza had said to her of Jose's power. She remembered what she had said to Levi after the battle with Hansa. "I can't win this all alone." Bambietta began to lower herself to the ground then, her gaze turning back to the Fairy Tale Guild Hall. The Phantom Lord Guild Hall stationed in Oaktown was under repair, the members present working to fix the damage Fairy Tale had caused when they had arrived not a few hours earlier. It was going simple enough, the doorway taking little effort to fix, but it was not a task that had been left to the lower-ranked members of the guild. No, Totomaru of the Element 4 had taken it upon himself to repair the damage. It was not a task that had been assigned to him, no, but he had wanted to see it through for his own reasons. This guild was his home after all, and he wanted to make sure it was taken care of. However, deep down, there was a part of him that questioned if Phantom Lord had brought this upon itself, if it deserved more from Fairy Tale. They had drawn blood first after all, a topic that had concerned Totomaru greatly. Once he would have probably been fine with the matters at hand, but he had worked with Fairy Tale back in Clover and had seen what they were made of. Worst of all, however, was the way his guild master was acting. Jose Porla was himself, yes, but his flagrant cruelty for a rival guild was unnerving Totomaru all the same. Jose Porla had always held great pride in his guild, yes, but his twisted actions as of late were not the actions of the man that Totomaru had sworn his allegiance to so many years before. No, it was clear that Jose was beginning to fall into the abyss. Yet Totomaru had to wonder if he himself was simply misinterpreting the goings-on of his guild master. Even if he was not, what was there that he could do? He was one who bore the proud emblem of Phantom Lord and he was unsure of whether he could ever forsake it. "Do you require assistance?" Totomaru was startled by the unexpected voice, the wizard's concentration slipping enough so that his aim was off. The hammer in his right hand came down not upon the nail he was working with but instead his thumb. The fire mage gasped in pain and pulled his thumb away, the flesh red and tender and pain overtook it. "Damn it," Totomaru asked, his expression souring as he looked at his hand. "I've gone and made someone depressed again, haven't I?" Totomaru turned to see that the one who had spoken to him was Juvia Loxer, his comrade within the Element 4. Of the group Totomaru was closest to, even if the woman could be quite prone to bouts of sorrow. Totomaru could see that this was one of those very situations, Juvia the type who was quite sensitive to others' feeling. She had felt she had upset someone, made them sad, and she in turn was becoming withdrawn and upset with herself in response. "No, not at all," Totomaru said, trying to ignore his pain. "Honest, Juvia. It's not you. I've just got a lot on my mind is all." Juvia tilted her head a bit, trying to get a read on Totomaru. "Do you want to talk about it?" Totomaru laughed. It was not a malicious laugh, no. It was just one born out of an old memory. He could recall it well, Juvia's first day within Phantom Lord. She had looked absolutely miserable, but so had everyone else. Her despair had somehow managed to defy all reality and allow it to reign near constantly outside the guild hall. All those within Phantom Lord had simply complained to the guild master, but Totomaru had been different. He had approached the Juvia as she had been sulking in a corner and had asked her one very simple thing. "Come on, you're among friends. Be sad, be happy, be whatever. Something's bothering you, so do you want to talk about it?" Yeah, Todomaru replied at last, the man looking at Jovia. I don't know what's wrong with Master Jose is all. This isn't the Phantom Lord I joined. That we joined. Surely the master knows what's best for the guild, Jovia replied. I mean dash. If you had asked me that a couple of weeks ago, I would have agreed, Todomaru interjected. But, what he has us doing? Attacking another guild blatantly, destroying their home, attacking their members, leaving them broken as a warning. We can't get any lower than this, can we? Jovia did not know what to say, the water mage unable to recall a time she had seen Todomaru so distraught. Of all the members of the Element 4, he was always the most exuberant. Yet here he was, doubting his own guild. It was so unlike him, and yet Jovia could see why he was concerned. The Jose Porla who had instructed Gajeel to attack Fairy Tail and set in motion the chain of events that had occurred in recent memory was a far cry from the man who had given her a home after so many years of solitude and loneliness. Something had changed with Jose, with all of Phantom Lord, and Jovia could see why it bothered Todomaru so very much. Then did one of the more recent changes to Phantom Lord arrive, the latest in a long line of mysterious members making his presence known. Through the damaged door did a man clad in violet robes appear, his hood obscuring his visage. It was nothing new to Jovia or Todomaru, the trio of new recruits coming and going as they pleased, as if they were above those who outranked them and possessed seniority, but there was something different than before. Something that took hold of both Todomaru and Jovia's attention. Cradled in the man's arms was an unconscious young girl, one that Todomaru was quick to recognize from the mission he had been a part of only a few weeks earlier. Wendy. Todomaru watched as the cloaked man moved past him without a word, the fire wizard's eyes staring intently at the Sky Dragon Slayer. She was breathing still, yet she was clearly not well. Growing frustrated, Todomaru reached out and clasped his hand down upon the cloaked man's forearm. What the hell do you think you're doing? Jovia was quite shocked by her teammate's actions, the water mage calling out to him. Todomaru. The cloaked man, Hanzanukui, halted his advance yet did not turn his gaze upon Todomaru. I could ask you the same thing, Todomaru of the conflagration. Fairy Tail has stolen from us our dragon slayer. Is it not fair that I return the favor? But Todomaru could see it then, the emblem of Fairy Tail adorning Wendy's shoulder, an asymmetrical emblem opposing the Kate Shelter one that was on the other side. Still, it did not matter if she was a part of the guild that Phantom Lord had declared its enemy. She's just a kid. Is that supposed to be a point? Hansa asked. She is a wizard, a dragon slayer who would aid our enemy. You take solace in that I only kidnapped her upon Master Jose's orders. Others in my past have requested much more, extreme measures of finality when it comes to children that impede their plans. Todomaru's eyes began to widen. Was this member of Phantom Lord daring to imply what he thought he was? His expression hardened then, his grip tightening. There's no way that Master Jose would instruct you to kidnap a kid. That's enough, Todomaru. The fire wizard could hear it, a voice quite familiar to him. It was one he had spent the better part of his life obeying. Turning his gaze, he could see his guild master standing in the main hall. Master Jose. Let go of your fellow Phantom Lord member, Jose said sternly. You know full well that I am not like that imbecile Makarov. I will have no fighting amongst my guild. Todomaru did as Jose instructed, his hand letting go of Hansa. Still, he could not help but protest. But master. This dragon slayer, she's just dash. A child, yes, Jose said as he walked towards Hansa and stared down at the still form of Wendy Marvel. But a threat nonetheless. I will not allow Makarov to have another dragon slayer in his midst. Especially not one that specializes in healing magics. Todomaru held his tongue as best he could, yet he still spoke up to some degree. What do you intend to do with her? Well, Fairy Tail did take our dragon slayer, so it's only fair we make this one our own, Jose answered, the man never looking towards the member of the Element 4. Instead he peered beneath Hansa's hood. On that matter, I can see that you were unable to take care of Gajeel. Hansa was unsure of just how his new master could tell, but he turned his head down in shame nonetheless. I am sorry, Master Jose. The captured Iron Dragon Slayer does draw breath still. Juvia and Totomaru was aghast at what he had just heard, the fire wizard unable to contain himself. You tried to kill Dash. Jose cut Totomaru off then, the guild master's right hand suddenly lunging forward and grabbing Hansa around the throat. You tried to kill one of Phantom Lord's best wizards? One of my best wizards. Master. Jose. Hansa felt the breath begin to leave him, the man struggling to hold on to Wendy as he felt his neck begin to compress on himself. He could feel it, a strange power dwelling within his new master. Jose's magic was spiking, a terrible and dark power revealing itself within him. However, that was not all. What Hansa could feel he could see, Jose's eyes losing all color. All that peeked beneath his wizened flesh then were twin black orbs, as if a void of dark magic had settled within them. Master Jose, you instructed me to. Jose's grip tightened, his lips curling back in a sneer. What kind of fool do you take me for, Hansa Nukui? I instructed to capture Lucy Hartfilia or Wendy Marvel. I instructed you to take care of Gajeel Red Fox. I dash. Jose's grip suddenly went slack then, his eyes returning to their true illumination. He pulled his hand away from Hansa's throat, leaving the man be. Well now. It was all Jose could say at first, an uneasy air falling upon both himself and all those around him. He began to chuckle then, further increasing that concern among those who worked under him. I suppose I may have failed as your guild master, Hansa Nukui. Jose could remember well the first day he had met Hansa, the man who considered himself a ninja having appeared at random outside Phantom Lord's guild hall. He had been distraught at the time, in a complete panic. Jose had responded to the occurrence at his doorstep only for Hansa to attack him in a panic. It had not taken the guild master long to restrain the strange newcomer however, his power overshadowed magic absolute. In the end he had learned of Hansa's upbringing, his life as an assassin, and Jose had allowed him into Phantom Lord with some reservations. It had been months since then and Jose had grown accustomed to Hansa and others like him being Phantom Lord's secret weapons of a sort. So long had it been, so much had Hansa's presence become second nature, that Jose had all but forgotten his past. I suppose I should have taken in account what you were trained to do, Jose continued to say, his voice becoming truly calm once again. It was my mistake for not being more specific with you, Hansa. Totomaru and Juvia simply watched and listened in shock. This was the guild master that Totomaru had come to know and respect in years past, not the man who threatened other guilds and attempted to strangle one of his own. The brief moment of nostalgia should have been calming in its own right, yes, but it was not. Despite Jose's momentary lapse into his past self, Totomaru could only concentrate on what the guild master had said about this Hansa Nukui. What sort of past and upbringing had this member of Phantom Lord been subjected to if his first inclination had to be to kill a captured ally? Now then, Jose said as he looked back to the still form of Wendy, I suppose we should provide some accommodations for our little Sky Dragon Slayer. Jason. Totomaru could see a member of Phantom Lord fast approaching, one in particular he did not like. Jason Joker was not strongest member of the guild, not by a long shot, but he was one of the most loyal, acting as if Jose was a father figure to him. There was little Totomaru appreciated about the slender young man however. His sewing magic was an unpleasant sight to behold, particular when Jason used it to bind two enemies with a thread and needle piercing through their flesh, but the way he found personal enjoyment in sewing through his own flesh while hanging out in the guild hall was also a grotesque concern for the Element 4 member. Jason had only been within the guild for 6 months now and, after seeing his particular brand of magic when they had taken a job request together, Totomaru had spoken to Jose about his concerns. The young man was bright and energetic, but there was a darkness within him that concerned Totomaru greatly. Jason had grown to truly enjoy inflicting pain and suffering, going above and beyond to enjoy hurting others. Yet Jose had let it slide and that moment had become the first time Totomaru had grown concerned for his guild's well-being. What's up, Master Jose? Jason asked as he stood beside the guild master, a beaming smile on his face. I want you to take this darling little dragon slayer up to top floor, Jose said as he stepped aside and allowed Jason clear view of the unconscious Wendy within Hansa's arms. This guild hall was once a castle after all. Surely we should put the old prison cells it has to good use. Totomaru took a step forward, clearly shocked. Master Jose, you must be joking. We can't be treating a kid like this. Jose simply turned his gaze over his shoulder, glaring at Totomaru with cold eyes. I will have my orders argued with. Especially when they are not even meant for you, Totomaru. Totomaru swallowed any concerns he had, a nervous sweat forming on his brow. All right. But Master Jose, please allow me to bring Wendy to her cell. Geez, why you got to be such a worrywart, Jason said as he walked past Totomaru and shrugged. It isn't like I'm going to hurt the little kid while I'm carrying her upstairs. Not too much anyways. Totomaru's hand suddenly reached out, grabbing Jason around the forearm. He held the young wizard in place, his eyes blazing with anger. Ah, come on, Jason protested as he winked at Totomaru. I was just kidding, you big baby. What did I say about fighting with fellow guildmates? Jose asked Totomaru with no hidden trace of his commanding tone. Let him go. Now. Totomaru took a deep breath and did as he was instructed. He took a step back towards Juvia, yet his eyes never stopped staring. It was as if he was trying to burn twin sets of holes through Jason. The sewing mage took notice of it and simply stuck his tongue out at Totomaru before whispering under his breath. Oh, looks like somebody's in trouble with the master. Soul of the Land had a mission to carry out, one handed down to him from his fellow Element 4 member, Arya. It was an order that had come directly from Phantom Lord's Guild Master himself. He was supposed to capture Lucy Heartfilia of Fairy Tale and bring her back. It was a simple matter, yes, but the green-haired man could not find the strength, courage of conviction to go through with it. Standing outside the Fairy Tale Guild Hall, the wiry older man was peering through a window, his target in sight. She was herself easy pickings, but it was those around her that concerned Soul the most. Despite any bravado he may well have possessed, he knew he was no match for the likes of Urza Scarlet. Adding the other wizard in the guild into the mix, he knew his chances of success were nearly non-existent. How am I to capture the Sibyl now, I wonder? Soul knew he could not return to Arya and Jose without some evidence that he had tried to capture Lucy. I am but a gentleman. I cannot resort to such crass methods, especially if they will end with me hurt. Despite his claims to the contrary, Soul was no gentleman. He was not beyond manipulation and cruelty, two factors that were going to play in his favor now. He had seen Hansa take off with Wendy Marvel only moments before and that had given him an idea. A devilish grin spreading across his face, Soul pulled from his coat pocket a slip of paper and a pen and began to write. Stupid fucking ninja. I'm going to kick his ass from here to the Soul Society when I get my hands on that jackass. I just. The voice stopped then, replaced by a scream of utter rage and anguish. Soul visibly cringed, the man not only hearing the scream but very well feeling it. He looked over his shoulder and could see someone rounding a nearby corner. It was the Fairy Tale member he had seen giving chase to Hansa and the capture Wendy. Panicking, Soul quickly finished his note, folded it up and tossed it in front of the entranceway to Fairy Tale's guild hall. He quickly employed his earth magic then, his body becoming one with the stone walkway that made up the roadway. He fell into the stonework itself, his shifted form beating a hasty retreat despite having obscured itself from all sight. Bambietta, meanwhile, was too lost in her rage to notice the spike in magical powers around her as Soul slipped by through the ground. Her body was shaking, her teeth grit and her hands closed inwards. It was taking all of her restraint to keep herself from shouting any more obscenities. She knew deep down that Fairy Tale would no doubt receive complaints from the neighborhood after her antics just now, but she also knew that it was the last thing the guild had to worry about. Bambietta moved towards the guild's door, the Quincy preparing herself for the task of asking Urza for help. It was something she was not entirely used to, but she also knew that she simply could not fight all of Phantom Lord on her own. Not with the likes of Jinkarilla around. Not with what Urza had said of Jose's power as a wizard saint. That left Bambietta slightly concerned. Urza had said that without Makarov they had no chance against the other guild master. It was no different than the Vandenreich then. They had attacked the Soul Society knowing that none of them had a chance of defeating head Captain Yamamoto. That had been a task deemed capable by only Wywak himself. However, that had not stopped a few stern Ritter from trying to do the impossible. Bambietta had not been one of those stern Ritter. She knew her chances and there was little way she would ever seek out a battle she knew she could not win. Yet here Bambietta found herself ignoring all that, the Quincy intent on rallying Fairy Tale to fight an unwinnable battle. All for Wendy. What the hell has happened to me? Bambietta was not entirely sure, yet she was ready to press on, to find Urza and try and set things straight or die trying. Yet before she could finish opening the doorway, Bambietta could see something on the ground by her feet. It was a paper, folded up and left leaning against the door. Confused, Bambietta reached down to pick it up, then unfolded the paper to find a message written across it. Salut, Fairy Tale Wizards. We have your Mademoiselle Dragon Slayer. If you wish to have her back in one piece, we of Phantom Lord offer in exchange Lucy Heartfilia and all her lovely money for your precious Wendy Marvel Phantom Lord. Bambietta's face began to twitch then, her teeth once more becoming grit together. The letter held between her hands, the Quincy could not help but crumple it into a ball. She tried to calm herself then, opening the door to the guild hall at last. Urza Scarlet. Bambietta shouted as she moved towards the armored mage, her temper beginning to fight past her attempts to restrain. Wendy was just taken by one of those hooded creeps from Phantom Lord. The same bastard who tried to kill Gajeel. All those within the guild hall were quick to react, yet Urza was the first to speak. Phantom Lord continues to hound us and dash. I know. Bambietta shouted. We're going to sit here and do nothing, right? Jose's too much for us to handle without Makarov? Fine. I'm going alone then. So either help me or get out of the way. Urza moved towards Bambietta then, their eyes locking. Bambietta Basterbine, you will not dash. Yeah, Bambietta interrupted as she began to circle around Urza. I knew this is how it was going to be. I just wanted to give you the heads up. So like I said, get out of my dash. You will not be going alone. It was Urza's turn to interrupt then. Phantom Lord had done enough to warrant our attention once. Makarov would not allow them to kidnap one of our own and neither will I. Bambietta's lips curled upwards a bit, the Quincy satisfied with what she was hearing. However, Urza continued. We will do this right. We've already let our emotions cloud our judgment and walked directly into a trap once before. We need to be cool-headed this time. Forget that. Bambietta and Urza both turned their attentions, catching sight of Natsu Dragneel about to move towards the doorway. However, much to his and their shared surprise, the Fire Dragon Slayer was going nowhere. Blood artery empowering her, Lil Tato held her ground quite casually as she held onto Natsu's right wrist with one hand. She looked at Bambietta and Urza, a dull expression on her face. Don't worry, I've got the enemy of all common sense. He isn't going anywhere. And I bet you just don't want to let go, Bambietta whispered, her attention span slipping for a second. She turned back to Urza, the Quincy more inclined to agree with Natsu than her. Wendy can't wait that long. I know it's hard to accept with all that has gone on, Urza replied, but I know in my heart that Phantom Lord would not dare to hurt a child. At most I can imagine that Jose simply wanted to deprive Fairy Tale of a dragon slayer. So when do we move? Bambietta asked, the Quincy trying to keep her emotions in check. Levy, Myra, and I will plan out a strategy, Urza said as she stepped away. I promise you, Bambietta, we will bring this conflict to an end soon. Bambietta watched as Urza moved towards the other two, Bambietta catching a look of concern from Levy that was directed at her. Bambietta tried her best to forge a smile, no matter how fake it was. First Phantom Lord had attacked her, then they had kidnapped Wendy, then there was the letter regarding Lucy. It was as if this guild was targeting everyone Bambietta had found herself truly caring about in this guild. The ransom letter. Bambietta whispered once more, her thoughts returning to it. She knew she should have shown it to Urza, yet the Quincy was unsure if that was truly the best course of action. Fairy Tale could save Wendy without sacrificing anyone else, Bambietta had to believe that. Yet there was a part of her that wondered what Urza or anyone else would do if they knew of the option that Phantom Lord had given them. Makarov and the others, they spoke of family so very much, but it was an impossibility that they would still believe that when push came to shove. They would no doubt sacrifice Lucy if the need arose. The Van Den Rijk would have. The Soul Society would have. Bambietta's right hand fidgeted in her coat pocket, the crumpled letter within it still. She could not share this information with Urza or the others. It could not factor into their plans to save Wendy. However, there was one person Bambietta felt she needed to speak to about it. Sighing, the Quincy turned and walked towards that individual. "Lucy, can we talk? Alone." "Bambi? What's the ma dash?" Lucy never got the remainder of her question out, Bambietta gripping tightly upon her wrist and taking her out of the guild hall with Hirenkyaku. The two arrived out on the streets of Magnolia again, dust and dirt kicking up as their feet skid to a halt. Despite the suddenness of the moment, Lucy tried to finish her question. However, much to her surprise, Bambietta's hands gently clasped down upon her upper arms. "Lucy," Bambietta whispered. "What the hell would Phantom Lord want with you?" "What?" Lucy was caught off guard by the question, the mage quickly noting the slight hint of panic in her friend's voice. "Bambi, what's got you so spooked?" Pulling herself away from Lucy, Bambietta pulled from her coat pocket a crumpled up note. She opened it fully then and showed it to Lucy. "A ransom note," Bambietta began to explain. "They want you in exchange for Wendy. You and your lovely money." Lucy's eyes began to widen, the celestial spirit wizard clearly becoming even more distraught than Bambietta. Bambi, I." Lucy's hands began to tighten, the mage finding some resolve tucked away in the inner recesses of her heart and soul. "If that's what it takes, then fine. They can have me." "Hell no." Bambietta suddenly leapt upon Lucy then, the Quincy wrapping her arms around Lucy. One hand pressed against the small of the wizard's back, the other gently caressing her blonde hair. "Fairy tale's going to get Wendy back our way. We're going to get Wendy back. So I damn well don't want to hear anything about you giving yourself over to those creeps." "But she's just a kid," Lucy replied. "She can't be there because of me." "Lucy, just dash." "I can handle myself, Bambi," Lucy interjected as she pulled herself away from Bambietta's embrace a bit and looked the Quincy in the eyes. "I'm a big girl." "In all the right places," Bambietta muttered under her breath. Lucy simply blinked. "Huh? Nothing." Bambietta shook her head, trying to keep her mind focused on the matter at hand. She whispered at first, still shaking her head. "Think clean thoughts, Quincy. This ain't the time." Her voice raising to its normal volume, Bambietta looked to her friend again. "Forget the ransom, Lucy. I'm not going to lose you just to get Wendy back. And I'm not going to leave Wendy there either. That ninja creep is going to pay dearly, all right. But, that ransom." Bambietta lowered her head a bit, unable to look Lucy in the eyes. The Quincy had been truthful with those she had grown to know in this new world, but only to an extent. The darker parts of herself and her past she had kept tucked away. So how then could she demand Lucy be entirely truthful with her? "Lucy." Bambietta paused for a moment. "You don't have to tell me anything, but I need to at least ask. Your family, it's special, isn't it? Rich and powerful and Phantom Lord dash." Bambietta turned her head to the side, looking down at the floor. She could no longer look Lucy in the eyes, not with the secrets she held close to her own heart. "Forget it," the Quincy whispered. "I said it, right? You don't have to answer and I don't have the right to pry." "I'll shut up, Lu dash." "The Hartfilia family is one of the richest in all of Fiore," Lucy interrupted, her tone growing solemn and quiet. "It's as simple as that. I just didn't want to tell anyone in Fairy Tale because I knew you'd all look at me differently. And I just wanted to be accepted for who I am, not who I was." Bambietta's shoulder raised for a moment, a chuckle struggling to slip past her lips. She knew that feeling far too well, even if she knew her past was much more frightful to the average person and worthy of scorn than any skeleton Lucy could have in her closet. "Wait," Bambietta said, the manner in which Lucy had spoken finally dawning on her. She repeated her friend's words then. "Who I was?" "My father is rich," Lucy said, the mage clasping her right hand upon her left arm as she became withdrawn. "But you and I struggle to make ends meet. And that's because I ran away from home." Bambietta heard every word, saw every bit of Lucy's body language. She had cringed when she had spoken of her father, she had made no note of her mother. Yet there was also the past. Bambietta could distinctly recall how Lucy had reacted when she had spoken of her own mother's departure from life. The signs were there, very nearly a roadmap to the uncomfortable aspect of her past that Lucy did not want to speak of. "Say what you want," Lucy said as she turned her back on Bambietta, the wizard now clasping both hands against the opposing arms as she lowered her head and closed her eyes. "I'm just a selfish brat who ran away from a life of luxury." Bambietta's right hand began to raise, the Quincy reaching towards her friend's shoulder. Yet as her fingers hovered over Lucy's skin, Bambietta stopped. She knew what she should do. Bambietta pulled herself close to Lucy then, her arms wrapping around her friend's torso. It was bold and it was foolish, especially in public, but Bambietta knew it was the only proper course of action. Lucy was hurting, even if she was trying not to show it, and Bambietta knew what the mage had done for her not an hour earlier under similar circumstances. The Quincy had taken a page from Lucy's own book despite the different location they were in now, damn any onlooker's opinions. "You lost your mother," Bambietta whispered, "and your father wasn't the ideal parent, right?" "I get it, Lucy. I do." Lucy let her guard down a bit, the celestial spirit mage accepting Bambietta's embrace. She let her head tilt to the side a bit, resting it against Bambietta's own. "He just tried to control me too much and I couldn't take it. So I did exactly that. I ran away from my problems." "Bambi, did you do the same?" Bambietta remembered well, her last encounter with her father. Before she had left behind her home for the Vandenrijk. "Yes, and I ran into new problems. But it led me to fairy tale in the end. And look what I've done," Lucy whispered, her voice threatening to break. "Phantom Lord wants me. They want my family's money even if I don't have it to offer. I've brought nothing but trouble to fairy tale. To Wendy. That's why I have to let them take me for her." "Stop that," Bambietta whispered in return. "I already told you that we're getting her back our own way. No sacrifices, you hear me? That's why this little ransom note is staying between you and me, got it? Because after we get Wendy back, it won't mean a thing." Lucy was reluctant to agree immediately to what Bambietta had proposed for the letter. "But Wendy dash. You've got a big heart, Lucy," Bambietta interjected. "So yeah, you are a big girl in all the right places. And that's why I. Bambietta pulled away from Lucy then, the Quincy suddenly finding herself caught unawares by her own thoughts and feelings. Lucy was a kind person, yes, but that was precisely why Bambietta knew there could be no future for them. Lucy had laid bare a part of her past and the Quincy had seen a common bond. Yet there was one difference, something Bambietta kept hidden. Lucy lived in the light while was lost in the shadow. "Let's." Bambietta tensed up for a moment, the Quincy once more crumpling up the ransom note that Phantom Lord had provided. She began to move past Lucy as the wizard looked toward her with some uncertainty in her eyes. "Let's get back to the guild hall, Lucy. Hopefully Urza has a plan to rescue Wendy by now." Jason Joker was for all intents and purposes along on the top floor of the Phantom Lord Guild Hall. Wendy Marvel was unconscious within the lone holding cell, yes, but in her present state the young man could not consider her company in the slightest. So he sat on the stone floor, staring through the bars he had locked Wendy within. Jose had only instructed Jason to bring her to the cell, but Jason had decided of his own will to keep an eye on her. It was no simple case of making certain she was all right despite her imprisonment, to be a comforting face whenever she awoke. No, there were darker impulses at work. Impulses that Jason was trying to ignore. However, it was a losing battle. He had not left after all. So Jason continuing to sit, his knees pulled up towards his face, his arms wrapped around his legs. His eyes peered out from over the tops of his knees, never blinking as he looked at Wendy. He had done such terrible things in his past, from killing to maiming. Others' pain was his pleasure, a twisted fact that he had been unable to ignore ever since he had escaped from those who had deemed themselves worthy of controlling his future. He had gotten his freedom in a physical sense, yes, but the scars of his past still continued to dictate his future. He had thought that perhaps Phantom Lord would offer him structure and relief, being a legitimate guild, but the questionable desires were still playing across his thoughts. Wendy was untouched before him, yet all Jason could visualize was the Sky Dragon Slayer bleeding, her flesh torn open and stitched together again. It was a work of art. A masterpiece. Jason's lips curled back, his teeth baring themselves. He could not hold his impulses back. Why should he have? They had been slipping outwards further and further in recent times, and Jose Porla had not punished him. This was just another transgression, no different than stitching together enemies on the battlefield. Slowly did Jason rise to his feet, the young man pulling open his white coat with his left hand, reaching into it with his right. He pulled from it one of the many scalpels tucked away within the lining and moved towards the cell. Using the key still held tightly in his left hand, he undid the lock and moved towards Wendy. Jason dropped down to one knee then, his eyes never moving away from the unconscious young girl. He reached down with his left hand, faintly tracing the edge across Wendy's face. He moved gently and slow, unwilling to draw blood just yet. That would come in time. Skin untouched by the ravages of time, Jason whispered to himself. Pristine as newly fallen snow. Scarlet stains will look so beautiful. Perhaps a gleaming smile will accent your visage. One that can never go away. Jason slipped his left hand into his coat pocket, dropping it in and grabbing something else. His hand retracted back into the open air, a spool of sewing string within his palm. I could make it quite permanent after all, Jason said as he slipped the scalpel between Wendy's lips and began to trace the outline of her mouth. Surely even Master Jose would not object if I made his prisoner so happy. Jason began to raise his hand then, the light issuing forth through the open windows of the Guildhall's tower gleaming off the blade of the scalpel. One quick downward stroke towards the left. That was all it would take to cut open the corner of Wendy's mouth, to extend her smile. Another motion, moving backwards, would do the same to other side. Perfect symmetry, Jason whispered. Then we'll see what lovely patterns I can make upon your legs, feet and stomach. Jason prepared himself to bring swift satisfaction to his mind. He was ready to see blood spray out from Wendy's face, to bring beauty to her resting expression. However, much to his utter confusion, Jason saw blood that was unexpected. It was falling down past his eyes, drops of it splattering across the stone floor of the prison cell. Then, alongside the crimson droplets did he see his scalpel fall as well. What is this, pain? Jason lowered his hand, the man becoming aware of the agony spreading across it as it remained out of sight. He saw it then, a luminous arrow piercing flesh and bone, the point of the weapon sticking out from his palm. It feels good. How cute, a voice called out from behind. I'm not a masochist at heart, so I can't relate. As the arrow impelling his hand vanished from sight, Jason could feel the hairs on the back of his neck begin to stand on end. The air around him was crackling, as if there was a similar power behind him. He reached into his coat with his good hand, retrieving another scalpel so as to be ready to defend himself. Then, as he turned, he took sight of a lithe individual with jet black hair standing at the entry of the jail cell, a small and strange bow within her hands, another glowing arrow forming within it. I'm not much of a sadist either. Promise. The newcomer in white continued to speak with a cheerful exuberance, closing one eye as she took aim at Jason with her bow. But I can't let you go and hurt little adorable little dragon slayer. Bambi would be so sad if you hurt her, and I just can't have that. You're quite the looker, lady, Jason said as he looked over the individual before him, ignoring all that she had to say. All that interested him was the physical reality and what he could do to it. Finding it hard to resist, Jason brought his injured hand up and began to run his tongue over the blood seeping away. First you, then the Dragon Slayer. So many masterpieces. Ew. The individual in white's face scrunched up, revulsion and disgust evident in her voice. That's gross, man. And stop smiling. This is so unfair. The person I wanted smiling in death cried, and the one I want sad is grinning like an idiot. Jason lunged for the lithe young woman, lashing out with his scalpel. His aim was true and the blade nicked the woman's face, cutting into her cheek. The member of Phantom Lord felt a moment of elation at the wound he had caused, yet it did not last long. His smile dropped suddenly, Jason beginning to understand something. That was too easy. Now look what you did, the woman said as she let her bow and arrow vanish in a flash of light. She reached out and ran a gloved thumb against her wounded cheek, allowing the blood to dribble upon it. She smiled in response. You went and drew blood. Meaning? Wendy Marvel could hear it faintly, a voice calling out to her. The world around her was dark, the Sky Dragon Slayer trying to concentrate on that voice. The last thing she could recall was the sight of a masked man landing before her, chanting some kind of spell. Then it had gone black. That darkness was still around her, but it was slowly beginning to fall away. Wakey, wakey, sleepyhead. Huh. Wendy's eyes began to flutter open, the Dragon Slayer taking a moment to adjust to the onrush of light. She was greeted then by the sight of an unfamiliar individual, one who was looking down at her with eyes wide. Where am I? Who are you? You're in Phantom Lord's dumpy little jail cell, the woman, her expression beaming, said as she pulled away from Wendy and allowed her to sit up. And me? Why, I'm your hero. See? The woman brought her hand forward, showing Wendy the key held between her index finger and thumb, all the while tilting her head towards the open door. Well, thank you. Wendy smiled as she looked at the woman before her. She took notice of the white uniform then, the Dragon Slayer's curiosity becoming piqued. Say, you wouldn't happen to be a friend of Bambietta Basterbine and Lil Tata Lampard? The woman's eyes truly lit up then, a broad smile forming on her face. Bambi and Lil? Oh, we go way back. I'm a Quincy too, you know. And I mean me and Bambi are tight. Besties even. Wendy felt safe then, a sense of trust in this unnamed woman forming thanks to their mutual bond with another. That's a relief. I'm Wendy Marvel by the WA-. Oh, I know who you are, the woman interrupted as she stood up, helping Wendy do the same. Bambi seems to like you and I couldn't let my bestest buddy lose someone she's so fond of after all. So here I am. Wendy began to step out of the jail cell then, looking around nervously. There didn't appear to be anyone, but there was still the corner leading to the bottom floor. Someone could be coming up at any moment. Concerned, Wendy began to move towards that corner to make certain the coast was clear. Whoa, whoa, whoa. The unnamed Quincy said as she suddenly appeared in front of Wendy. No need to look over there, kid. But that's the only way out of here, Wendy replied. I know that everyone's probably downstairs, but how else can we escape? The Quincy simply smiled and scooped up Wendy into her arms. She began to move towards one of the opened windows built into the stone walls, her pace never slowing. Then, much to Wendy's despair, her supposed savior suddenly leaped forward and out the window, taking her with her. The Sky Dragon Slayer began to scream as her twin pigtails were pushed up by the rush of air, closing her eyes so that she would not see the ground coming ever closer. We're going to die. Don't worry, the Quincy said, trying to be as positive and reassuring and positive as possible. I've got you. Wendy was not so easily relieved. You've got me? Who's got you? Then, without any warning, the rapid descent to death came to a slow stop, Wendy's blue tails of hair settling down upon her shoulders once more. She opened her eyes, looking around to find an answer to what had happened. It was then that she took notice of the bony wings that spread out from the Quincy's back. See? The woman in white said, closing her eyes and grinning. Everything's just super. The Quincy descended down to the ground then, her feet touching down. She put Wendy down gently then, leaving the Sky Dragon Slayer to watch as the strange wings slowly dissipated, as if they had never been there at all. Thank you again, Wendy said, returning the never-fading smile her savior possessed. I guess we'll be going to Fairy Tale now. You will, yeah, the Quincy replied, her grin suddenly dropping. Bambi will be happy to see you, but I don't think she'll be all hugs and kisses with me. But you're her friend, Wendy retorted. Right. Her best one ever, the Quincy replied. But it's complicated. Messy, silly stuff, you know? But you can do me a little favor. Anything, Wendy replied honestly. It was the least she could offer the person who had saved her after all. The Quincy perked up again and moved closer to Wendy, leaning over until her chin was hovering over the Dragon Slayer's shoulder. The Quincy whispered then before pulling back to her full height. Now you go on and scoot, Wendy, the Quincy said as she turned the Sky Dragon Slayer around and patted her on the back. Okay. Wendy did just as she was told, the Dragon Slayer walking away from the castle that was Phantom Lord's Guild Hall. She headed towards Oaktown, slightly worried about how she would get from one town to the next on her own. Still, she knew she had little to worry about. The hardest part was behind her now, all thanks to the Quincy. Looking her shoulder, Wendy waved back to the woman. Thanks again. The Quincy waved in return, stopping only when Wendy fell out of sight, the Dragon Slayer having walked down a hill. The woman stopped then, yet her smile never dropped. No, it simply intensified. She whirled around then, bringing her hands together and resting the side of her face against them. I can see the newspaper headlines now, the Quincy all but giggled. Giselle Guel, friend to all children. That has a nice ring to it. The woman who was known as Stern Ritter's in another word tried to calm herself, knowing that she could not nearly be so loud. Getting the attention of an entire guild and the wizard saint that ruled over it would be disastrous to her health after all. However, there was one last matter to attend to. One that would require the risk of a little yelling. Hey! Giselle shouted up towards the guild hall's prison tower, cupping her hands around her mouth as she did so. You can come out from that corner and get down here now. There was no response at first, at least not a verbal one. Giselle simply watched as a figure began to crawl up towards the window then leapt. It was much the same as what she had just done. The only difference is that this individual did not sprout a pair of wings. No, this individual simply landed before Giselle, his body cracking and breaking as it unceremoniously struck the ground before her. Wow, Giselle said before she began to clap. I give that landing a 7 out of 10. Hard hitting, but you really need to work in some flips and stuff. I know. You could try spinning. I hear that's a good trick. Jason Joker began to rise up to face Giselle. The wizard was much different than before, his pale skin now a vivid shade of dark red. It was a clear sign of the Quincy's corrupted blood that had now taken control of him. Heart, mind, and soul, it all belonged to Giselle. I am so sorry, Jason answered. I will do better next time, I promise. Don't worry about it, Giselle said as she turned her back on Jason and began to walk away from Phantom Lord's Guild Hall. She motioned for him to follow. I was just teasing you, you super freak you. Now come on, I need to go give a report to September? January. Giselle stopped for a moment, the Quincy scratching at her chin and tapping her foot against the ground. Think, Gigi, think. Did Giselle's eyes suddenly widen with realization, as if a light bulb had light up within her mind. Yeah, there we go. I need to go report to August. I can't keep the old guy waiting after all. Chapter 23, Family. She's gone. Totomaru and Juvia both ascended to the top floor of the guild hall, intent on checking up on the captive Wendy Marvel. Much to their surprise, however, they had found her gone, the cell door open. Reacting on instinct, Totomaru had done what he had always done in an emergency, he had reported back to his guild master. It was an honest desire, one born from worry. The Sky Dragon Slayer had been left in the care of Jason Joker, a new member that Totomaru found himself wary around. He was not to be trusted. Now that he and Wendy were both missing, the fire mage was incredibly concerned. He had hoped that Jose Porla would share his concern, but the look that was crossing the older man's face stunned both himself and Juvia. So I offer her honest hospitality despite our guilds being at war, Jose said, his teeth gritting together, his hands clenching at the armrests of his chair. I do all of this for our guest and she runs away. Master Jose, Totomaru interjected. I don't think that's what we need to concern ourselves with. Jason may have betrayed us, Juvia interrupted, her own concern for the young girl nearly as strong as Totomaru's own. She however knew that she had to play to Jose's altered state of emotions. We cannot let him do as he pleases. Not if he's run off with someone we had in our care. Totomaru looked at his fellow Element 4 member, relief evident on his face. He had seen it just a second before, the rage that Jose had been exhibiting beginning to fade. She had gotten through to him. You may well speak the truth, Juvia, Jose said as he allowed the side of his face to fall within the palm of his right hand, the elbow resting on the chair. I want you two to handle this situation. Totomaru bowed slightly. It will be as you wish, Master Jose. We will find Jason and Wendy and bring them both back here. No, Jose said, his voice suddenly so cold that it shattered any relief that Totomaru had felt. We are dealing with either a traitor or an escapee. That's much more concerning than a member of Phantom Lord being defeated by a lowly fairy tale wizard. Whichever the case may be, either Jason the traitor or Wendy the escapee, you will find one or the both of them, and kill them. Totomaru and Juvia's eyes both went wide, the twin elemental wizards looking at their guild master in horror. Master Jose, Juvia whispered. You can't mean that. Master, you can't be serious. Totomaru shouted. Are we not one of Fiori's greatest guilds? Would you have us throw away our status by dash? Enough. Jose suddenly stood to his full height then, glaring down at Totomaru and Juvia both. I will not have my orders defied, not even by my favored S-class wizards. I understand Hansen now, so if you will not do this, then I will assign this task to him. Totomaru was about to speak out again, to step towards his guild master as he did so, but Juvia's arm suddenly moved before him and blocked his path. Totomaru and I will resolve this matter, the water mage replied calmly, Master Jose. Wendy Marvel was free from the clutches of Phantom Lord thanks to the woman in white, but she was not out of the proverbial fire just yet. She was eternally grateful to the friend of Bambietta's for rescuing her, but the Sky Dragon Slayer was now wishing that the woman had stuck by her side on the journey from Oaktown to Fairy Tales Guild Hall. For Wendy Marvel was lost. The young girl had never been alone, let alone left to her own devices. Yet now there was no Bambietta by her side. No Grandini the Sky Dragon. No Carla. No member of Kate's shelter. Not even the young boy who had taken to that guild so many years ago. No, Wendy Marvel was alone now, left to fend for herself. She had no idea of the direction she was headed, the only sign of human life having been Oaktown itself. She had been hesitant to ask for help there, knowing that she had to put as much distance between herself and Phantom Lord as possible. Yet now, as she found herself lost in the woods and subject to hearing the sounds of animals she did not want to cross paths with, Wendy was questioning if she had made the right decision. Despite that, however, she continued to press forward. She nervously walked through the unknown woods, her hands pressed together, her fingers playing against one and another as she continued her trek. Master Ribal, I want to go back to Kate's shelter. Wendy's voice was low and unrelentingly quiet, the Sky Dragon Slayer beginning to realize the world of trouble she had gotten into by joining Fairy Tale. However, such doubts quickly faded. The thought of being kidnapped by Phantom Lord was quickly replaced by mental images of those she had come to know within Fiori's most notorious guild. Lucy, Levi, Natsu, Urza, Lil Tato and Bambi, I'm sorry. Wendy began to sniffle then, the mage transitioning into a state of simply crying. The good outweighed the bad and the Sky Dragon Slayer was beginning to feel nothing but guilt for the judgmental thoughts she had just experienced. I do love being in Fairy Tale and I just want to go back there. Wendy tried to reel herself in, to control her sobbing, but her emotions had alerted something to her presence. The Sky Dragon Slayer felt her skin crawl as she saw the bushes around her begin to move and part, something walking out from the forest. Hey, stay back, Wendy whimpered as she took a step back. I'm warning you, really. I am a Sky Dragon Slayer. Lucy Heartfilia was all but on pins and needles, the celestial spirit mage concerned for the future. If what was written on the note from Phantom Lord that Bambietta had shown her was true, then this entire situation was her fault. Whether she had intended it or not, her actions had led to this war between guilds. Lucy had wanted to take responsibility, but Bambietta had spoken against it. Yet, as much as her friend would disagree, Lucy still knew she felt nothing but sorrow for what she had caused to Fairy Tale, to Levi and to Wendy. Lucy knew what Urza had said, that they would save Wendy once a sound plan was in place, and that had placated Bambietta at the time. Now however, Lucy could only watch as the Quincy was pacing back and forth across the guild hall's floor. Lucy could see it clearly, that Bambietta was incredibly agitated yet trying desperately to keep it restrained and bottled up. It was a noble attempt, yes, but Lucy knew her roommate well enough. Bambietta had to unleash herself in some form before she would inevitably explode. That was something Lucy did not want to see. Not out of fear or any such reason, but simply because she did not like seeing her friend in pain. However, deep down did the wizard begin to wonder if there was more to it than that. Lucy began to walk towards Bambietta then, questioning her own desires all the while. She liked Bambietta, she truly did, but Lucy was beginning to wonder just how much. They got along, yes, but there was something of herself that the Quincy was keeping locked away. It was something Lucy wanted to know of, to understand, but she also knew she had to wait until Bambietta was willing to broach that unknown frontier herself. For now all Lucy could do was speak with her, to calm her nerves. To that end, she moved towards Bambietta, preparing to speak. Yet that too would have to wait, as another's voice called out and cancelled out Lucy's own. "Members of Fairy Tale," Urza Scarlet suddenly said as she, Levy and Lilt Otto exited the guild master's room. "One of our own was been kidnapped 2 hours ago. Wendy Marvel was entrusted to our care by Kate Shelter and now she has been taken by Phantom Lord. I know some of you are probably asking why we have not gone to rescue her yet, but I assure you that I will not allow this transgression to stand. However, I would be remiss to allow us to fall to that guild's tricks once more. To that end, Levy, Lilt Otto, and I have been speaking amongst ourselves. I believe we have a proper strategy to deal with whatever we will face in Oak Town." Bambietta instantly gravitated towards the trio, not even realizing that Lucy had been so close to reaching out towards her, the Quincy hungry for battle. No, she had to correct herself, that was not all. She had to save Wendy. That was the only thing she knew she had to keep in mind. The committing of violence was simply a bonus. A welcome bonus, especially if she found herself face to face with Hansa. "Now then," Urza said, "the plan is dash." The armored mage's battle strategy was quickly cut short by the sound of the guild hall's doors opening. All took notice of it, particularly Bambietta as she was on edge from anxiousness. If it was an enemy, another attack from Phantom Lord, she was ready to meet it head-on. Yet her desire for violence quickly faded as she saw Wendy Marvel come into sight. The young girl was standing in the doorway then, a look of relief on her face. Relief at being back among the guild that had taken her in for a time. Bambietta was quick to move, Hiran Kyaku taking her right to Wendy. The Quincy quickly went down to one knee, her arms wrapping around the Sky Dragon Slayer so tightly that her eyes began to open wide in surprise. "Wendy. You're okay." Bambietta laughed a little as she held the young girl who had been left in her care tightly. "You have no idea how worried I was. How worried we all were. I dash." Bambietta saw it then, Todomaru of the conflagration and a woman she did not recognize by his side. It did not take long for the Quincy to consider this newcomer another member of Phantom Lord. She pulled Wendy back then with one quick step back into the guild hall. Then she used Hiran Kyaku to lunge forward once more, her eyes narrowing as she looked at the two wizards from Phantom Lord. "I don't know what this is about," Bambietta hissed, "but I'm ready to fight if you dash." "Bambi." The Quincy stopped speaking her threat then, feeling two little hands take hold of her own. She looked down her right side and could see that Wendy had been quick to return, her eyes pleading as she looked up at Bambietta. "Don't be mad at them. Mr. Todomaru and Miss Juvia. They brought me back here." Bambietta began to calm down in response then, yet she kept a wary eye upon Todomaru and Juvia. I should say thank you." Todomaru returned Bambietta's gaze, the wizard knowing that as a member of Phantom Lord he probably deserved it, but that did not make him like it any less. "That would be the nice thing to do, yeah dash." "What Todomaru means to say," Juvia suddenly interrupted as she moved before the man, "is you're welcome." The blue-haired woman looked at Wendy, tried her best to smile, something that seemed almost foreign to her, for the rest of Juvia's face looked as downtrodden and melancholic despite her lips curling up. "Now Wendy, why don't you go and say hello to all of your guildmates? I'm sure this charming lady wasn't the only one worried about you." "Okay." Wendy was unsure of why she was being asked to leave, the young girl quickly realizing that it was more than likely about adult stuff. She walked away then, moving towards Lucy and Levy. Yet as she did so, Urza walked past her. "Your guild kidnapped Wendy," the armored mage said, "and now you bring her back. I appreciate the sentiment, but I share Bambietta's concerns. Of course you would, Totomaru whispered. What a freaking mess this all is. We had to help her, Juvia said. She escaped from our guild hall and Master Jose instructed us. Bambietta was growing impatient. What? Totomaru placed a comforting hand upon Juvia's shoulder as he prepared himself to finish what she could not. He demanded that Juvia and I find Wendy, and kill her. Bambietta suddenly felt her soul come alive, a quiet fury igniting within her. She tried so very hard to keep it controlled, yet her attempts could only go so far. Her teeth began to grit together harshly behind her closed lips, her fingers curling into the palms of her shaking hands. Something is very wrong with Master Jose, Totomaru said. The person who took me into Phantom Lord, he was a better man than this. I don't know what to do anymore. I can't fight him, but I can't support this insanity. That's why. This has gone too far, Juvia said matter-of-factly. That is why Totomaru and I made certain to contact the Magic Council once we arrived here in Magnolia with Wendy. Master Jose has gone too far. The already dour woman lowered her head then, her lips trembling slightly. Our guild has gone too far. Well, Bambietta said with some degree of nervousness in her voice, the Quincy unsure of how to deal with the potential for this rather somber woman breaking down in front of her. That was awfully smart of you too. We probably should have done that ourselves now that I think about it. Bambietta noticed it then, the town of Magnolia suddenly becoming enveloped in a torrential downpour. She watched on as the darkened skies unleashed an onslaught of rain that continued to splatter against the homes and stonework of the roadways. Okay, seriously, Bambietta mumbled. This is hardly the time for the dark and stormy night motif. Wendy's back and the Magic Council is going to save the day. This is so unfitting. It's just. Juvia began to sniff back, as if trying to rein herself in. My home is. It's all right, Juvia, Totomaru said as he moved towards her. I'm sure when everything's settled down that Master Jose will come to his senses. Sure, it'll be that simple, Lil Tato muttered from not far away. Whenever a leader starts to worry his subordinates and make them fear for their safety, things always turn out okay. Bambietta looked to her friend then, noting how depressed Lil Tato was becoming. It was clear as day what Lil Tato was recalling, Bambietta remembering well what she had told her about in relation to the Ashwelin. Bambietta knew she had to cheer Lil Tato up, but she could also see the general moody nature that was Juvia. Bambietta's internal thoughts stopped then, the Quincy realizing that she had actually worried about cheering up a total stranger. That was not right as far as she was concerned, and yet she knew she owed Juvia and Totomaru both for bringing back Wendy. Hey, Wendy suddenly said. Has anyone seen Carla? Bambietta's eyes began to widen then, the Quincy realizing that she had all but forgotten the uptight cat. Bambi, Lil Tato said as she suddenly moved closer to her friend, the cute little kitty wasn't kidnapped by Phantom Lord too. Oh, crap. Bambietta could picture it well before her mind's eye. Hansa striking Carla away before he had taken off with Wendy and provoked Bambietta into chasing him. Guess I forgot to follow up on that. Wendy continued to look around frantically, all the while Lil Tato was glaring at Bambietta. Bambi, what happened to Dash? The question that Lil Tato was about to ask was cut short then, the doorway of the guild hall slowly creeping open. Carla began to scamper into the building then, the cat rubbing her head with one paw, her entire body soaked to the bone. Carla! Wendy cried out as she moved towards her closest friend, scooping the cat into her arms. Are you okay? Good heavens, first I was left to fend for myself after crashing into a house, the cat whimpered, and when I finally came to, the sky opened up and rained on me. Bambietta and Juvia both glanced down to the floor and spoke in unison. Sorry. I'm just glad you are all right, Wendy, Carla continued to say. I suppose I can accept being ignored if it meant someone was rescuing you. Yeah, let's go with that, Bambietta whispered, her face flush with a degree of embarrassment. My heart was in the right place I guess. Carla glanced at Bambietta, staring from perch within Wendy's arms. I suppose that will do. Closing her eyes for a moment, Carla simply began to purr as Wendy held her tightly. Again, I would like to thank you for bringing Wendy back to us, Urza said as she looked upon both Totomaru and Juvia. Though I can only assume that your guild may attack us again before the Magic Council can intervene. I will not ask you to fight against your own, but I hope that you two will also stay away from aiding Phantom Lord as well. It's true that neither one of us will fight for Phantom Lord, Totomaru began to reply, not now. And while I would never fight any of my own family, I do wish to speak with Master Jose. Perhaps Juvia and I can reach him, to bring him back to his senses. And if negotiations fail, Bambietta whispered as she looked out at the magical downpour of negativity that was continuing to rain upon Magnolia, I'm sure Juvia here could drown Jose in her sorrows. Jose Porla was not one for the taste of alcohol. No, not at all. He recalled well the last time he had consumed too much of it, both himself and Makarov Dreer losing themselves to foolishness at a guild master's meeting. However, Jose's nerves were shot now, his mind frayed and irritated beyond measure. Despite all his successes of late, he was vexed. Fairy Tail's home was destroyed, their master beaten. They had been forced to retreat from a battle they had instigated. Yet despite it all, things were not as they should have been. His Dragon Slayer had been defeated and taken away, and now his attempt at taking a Dragon Slayer from Fairy Tail had been thwarted. She was heading back to the guild, Jason Joker nowhere to be found. Worse of all, however, was that Lucy Hartfilia was not in his grasp. So, despite his distaste for alcohol, Jose was letting a glass of fine champagne make contact with his lips as he sat upon his throne. He needed this if only to keep his calm, to allow him the moment of respite so that he would not lash out against any within his guild. Yet his peace was disturbed when Hansen Nukui appeared before him, having seemingly walked out of the shadows. The man knelt down then, keeping his face angled towards the stone floor. Master Jose, Hansa said softly, I bring troubling news. Jose stopped what he was doing then and there, the glass of champagne barely an inch from his lips. He looked at Hansa then, trying hard to contain himself. Speak. You instructed me to bring the Sky Dragon Slayer to our guild hall, Hansa began to say. And I failed to take in account the truth behind your orders for Gajeel Red Fox. So, I took this task to heart. I knew you allowed both Totomaru the Conflagration and Juvia of the Deep to find the escaped child themselves, but I took it upon myself to find her as well. As the one you trusted to bring her here, I felt it was my responsibility to find her myself. While Jose was displeased to find out a member of his guild had acted on their own prerogative, he could not fault Hansa's reasons. Very well. So why then have you come here on your own? Totomaru and Juvia found the Sky Dragon Slayer, Hansa said with some degree of hesitancy, and they brought her to Fairy Tail. Jose was quiet for a moment then, his arm slowly moving down to rest on his side of his chair. Then did he speak, his voice possessing a calmness that concerned Hansa. So then, they have betrayed me? Hansa raised his head then, looking at the man he now served. It was a sight that unnerved him. Jose's eyes had darkened, a strange power flowing forth from them, a stark contrast to his white teeth, the two rows of them locked together in a hellish grin as his lips curled back. My Iron Dragon Slayer has been taken from me, Jose hissed through his gritted teeth, and now two of my finest wizards have abandoned me for Fairy Tail. Jose's right hand instinctively tightened, shattered the glass within it. The shards exploded outwards, slicing through both flesh and air, blood mixing with the alcohol as Jose began to stand to his full height. This will not stand. The guild master cried out. Hansa, inform the others. We are going to Magnolia at once. Hansa nodded in return, the shinobi feeling his skin crawl in response to the strange power radiating from his guild master. Then he was gone, once more slipping back into the shadows. Jose stood alone then, his cruel smile remaining. Fairy Tail will fall this day. Those who have betrayed me will suffer. And the Hartfilia family fortune will at last belong to me. If there was one thing in the world that Urza Scarlet was not particularly fond of, it was waiting while unable to determine the proper course of action. Up until now had the conflict with Phantom Lord been a simple matter to react to. They were attacked and they fought back. A guildmate was kidnapped and they had been prepared to retrieve her. Now however, she was caught in a web of inaction. No doubt would the Magic Council take care of this matter in due time, so Fairy Tail would stay its hand. Yet Urza could not help but feel the slightest bit anxious as she paced across the creaking floorboards of the guild hall. Fairy Tail had been reactive time and again as they faced Phantom Lord's plans, and it had cost them dearly. Urza had to wonder if a proactive stance was necessary. No, she knew that was a foolish thought after what had happened. Makarov's emotions, his rage, had been reactive, yes, but his attack on Phantom Lord's guild hall in response had been a matter of stepping forward. Urza knew she respected Makarov greatly, yet at the same time she could clearly see the folly of his actions that day. She would simply have to trust the Magic Council. No matter how difficult it was, no matter how much the likes of Seagrain concerned her, she would have to put her faith in the organization. This was not about her. This was about the good of her guild. Her family. Trying to shake herself free of her thoughts, Urza tried to focus on something, anything else. She knew she could have gone home to rest for a time or to pay a visit to her favorite bakery in town. Anything would have been better than to let herself dwell on the crisis that had consumed Fairy Tail. Yet she knew she could do no such thing. As much as she was willing to trust Totomaru and Juvia, she was not inclined to simply leave them alone and around her guildmates. Then there was the matter of Gajeel still being on the premises. "Hey, Urza." The armored mage heard it then, someone speaking to her. She turned and found herself face to face with. "You all right?" "For now things are fine," Urza said. "I hope. But I'm surprised you're still here." Urza knew it well, that the situation had been rough on all at Fairy Tail. However, she also knew that one of the newest members, Bambietta Basterbine, had been taking things roughly. Urza was happy to see that the Quincy had kept her cool despite those she had grown close to being hurt and kidnapped, but she had also understood when Bambietta had asked if she could step away from the guild for a time. Lucy, Levy, and Wendy had gone with her then, but there had been one other Urza had expected to leave with the Quincy. Lil Otto raised an eyebrow in response to Urza's statement, the Quincy unsure of what to make of it. "Why's that?" "I would have thought you'd go with Bambietta," Urza continued. "I meant nothing more." "She's Lucy, Levy, and Wendy," Lil Otto replied, lowering her head a bit in response. "She's happy enough as is. And I'm happy enough being here too." Now it was Urza's turn to cock an eyebrow in regards to what she had just heard. "Oh." Lil Otto's feet began to shuffle, the Quincy turning to look away from Urza for the moment, allowing herself to instead gaze upon her fellow guild members. For the first time since the Phantom Lord situation had begun, they all looked truly happy. No doubt it was due to Totomaru and Juvia's statement that the Magic Council was getting involved, but whatever the case was, they were all content. Laughing amongst themselves or simply smiling, it was a welcome sight. "Urza," Lil Otto began to say at last, "I've never seen Bambietta so happy as she's been here, but I'll be honest, I've never been this happy either." Urza could hear it well enough, a pervading sense of joy in Lil Otto's tone of voice, one that was proof of her feelings. Yet there was something else, a sorrow buried beneath the inflection of her voice. As if that was not concern enough, Urza could see that Lil Otto's head was tilting down further, the Quincy looking towards the floor as her right arm began to move upwards, Lil Otto's hand clutching at the opposing arm. "Lil Otto Lampard," Urza said as she moved closer to the Quincy and placed a comforting hand upon her shoulder, "I'm glad you and Bambietta are content here, but surely despite whatever problems there were, the guild you were once a part of brought you some joy." "Yes, but..." Lil Otto was struggling to find the words. "It led to hurt. Hurt that this place had to fix." Urza understood what she meant, having recalled particularly the conversations she had had with both Lil Otto and Bambietta in recent times. Still, she did not want to imagine this young woman had experienced no joy without reservations in her past. "But before that, you must have dash." "What?" Lil Otto's voice suddenly sparked, a veiled irritation evident within her sudden shift in tone. "I must have had a happy family? I wish, but unlike Fairy Tail, I wasn't wanted. Even the Vandenrijk wanted me." Urza's eyes began to waver a bit, the mage growing mad at herself. She had tried to console this Quincy, but all she had done was cause more pain. "Lil Otto, I'm sorry. They could never provide for me or my sister," Lil Otto continued. "Too much debt and never a decent meal on the table. And then, they wanted to sell me to clear some of that debt. My sister, she went in place. But it didn't matter. In the end my parents simply sold me into slavery when the debt became too high again. Urza was glad then that Lil Tato was facing away from her, the wizard struggling to contain her rage at what she was hearing. Her body was shaking ever so slightly, her teeth gritting behind closed lips. But you know what? Lil Tato asked, a faint smile playing across her face. I was happy. My parents didn't want me, so why should I care if I couldn't see them anymore? And I'd get to see my sister again. Lil Tato's smile faded then, her eyes closing as she gripped at opposing arms with both her hands. But then the slave traders told me that my sister had been worked to exhaustion. Starving and weak, she had died the week before I had been taken in. Lil Tato began to tremble then, the Quincy unable to contain herself any longer. Memories she had kept hidden for far too long were taking a toll on her, leaving tears to stream down her face. Taking notice of exactly that, Urza circled around the Quincy. She wrapped her arms around Lil Tato and pulled her in gently, holding her steady. Urza, Lil Tato whispered. It's all right, Urza replied softly. Let it all out. Lil Tato's lips trembled for a moment, the Quincy trying so very hard to compose herself. All I wanted was my big sister back, but I knew that couldn't happen. If that was the case, I just wanted to die. Like her. So I stopped eating. If the work wouldn't kill me, then I just wanted to starve to death. And then. Such a frail child. And yet I sense such power in you. Come with me and I promise that you will strike against this cruel world and beyond. And you will never go hungry again. For food or for family. Sweet lies, Lil Tato whispered, but here in fairy tale it's the truth. That's why I won't let anyone hurt this guild. Not Phantom Lord or anyone else. I appreciate the sentiment, Urza said. But I assure you, everything's going to be fine. Lil Tato closed her eyes for a moment, the Quincy losing herself in both the present moment as well as the past. She held tightly to Urza then, surrendering to the gentle embrace. Lil Tato spoke then, barely a whisper that she hoped the wizard would not hear. That's what my big sister said too. Bambietta Basterbine knew better than to relax. Despite the relief that the thought of the Magic Council intervening in the Phantom Lord situation, she had little desire to trust in higher powers. Rarely had it gone in her favor and she also had reservations one particular member of the overseers of the magic world. Sea Grain. The man simply concerned Bambietta, the Quincy having seen how Urza reacted to his presence back in Era. Still, for now, she was trying her best to be content. Wendy Marvel was back in Magnolia and both Lucy and Levy were safe. That had to be enough for Bambietta for the time being. However, the Quincy had not felt it was enough for Wendy. Which was precisely why Bambietta had taken her to Willie Wilder's pure imagination. After all, Levy had all but assured her was the best ice cream stands in all of Magnolia. Judging by the content expression on Wendy's face as she continued to gobble up the Neapolitan ice cream, Bambietta had to guess that her friend was right. Thank you, Bambi, Wendy said with a smile as she finished off the last spoonful that the bowl before her could provide. But I'm sorry for making you war dash. Bambietta was quick to cut off Wendy, placing an index finger upon her lips. What did I say about apologizing so often? Besides, I'm allowed to worry when the big bad guild with the evil-sounding name kidnaps you. The jerks. Okay, Wendy said with some degree of hesitancy. About that, I should tell you dash. Hey. Bambietta shouted as she once more cut off Wendy. The Quincy was standing up quite suddenly and making her way to the counter and the man behind it. Big Willie style. My little buddy here could do with another round of ice cream on me. And no, I'm fine, Wendy interjected. If I have any more ice cream, I'm going to bust out everywhere. The Sky Dragon Slayer's eyes darted from Bambietta to Lucy and then back to the Quincy again before she mumbled under her breath. Everywhere but my bust. Both the Quincy and the Celestial Spirit Mage did not catch a word out of Wendy, but Levy, sitting right beside her and not across the table, did. She planted a hand atop the Sky Dragon Slayer's shoulder. There. You get used to it. Here we go, Bambietta said as she came back to the table and placed the bowl of Neapolitan ice cream before Wendy. Dig in. Well, okay. Wendy did just that, her sweet tooth playing against any worries she had in regards to weight for the time being. She did not want to reject Bambietta's attempts at welcoming her back to Magnolia after all. Still, Wendy knew she would have to tell her about her savior, the woman who had called herself Giselle. Yet she just could not resist the ice cream. Surely she could tell Bambietta about her friend later. Bambietta, meanwhile, was simply trying to enjoy the moment for what it was. Things were all right despite some of the reservations she felt about the Magic Council resolving this matter. However, despite it all, the stress of recent times was eating at Bambietta. It was one reason she was a bit disappointed that there would not be another fight with Phantom Lord. Surely some violence would allow her the chance to work out her frustrations and calm down. It always had worked in the past. The battle with Gajeel had helped, yes, but Bambietta felt she needed more. She also knew there was one other solution she could take to calm her nerves, to make her focused and able to discard her frustrations. It was so simple, a method she had employed time and time again. All it would take would be the life of a random stranger. Bambietta simply blinked in response to the thought that had drifted within the depths of her mind. Such a desire had not come to her in a long time now, the Quincy having known better. No, it was not that. At first it had simply been a matter of her strength not being at a level where she could set the rules for herself. Now however, there was something else. Bambietta watched as Lucy and Levy laughed, Wendy having gotten some ice cream on her nose. At first the Dragon Slayer was embarrassed, but she too began to laugh as she wiped it away with a napkin. Bambietta chuckled as well, the Quincy knowing full well what she would sacrifice if she dared to succumb to her worst nature. If she wanted to keep what she had, then she would have to deny who she truly was. For every day, every hour, every minute, and every second of her life. She could not bear the risk of her friends disowning her if they understood the wolf they had let into their midst. So Bambietta tucked away that bloodthirsty impulse, knowing it had no place in the here and now. She would simply have to find a new recourse to curb her dark heart, to put it to good use. Once things had truly settled down, she would simply have to find a job request that would let her cut loose. Perhaps the volcano demon mission she had been eyeing time and time again. Now then, the Quincy said as she looked towards Wendy and adorned her face with the brightest smile possible, who's up for thirds? Emberella Rodo P was alone in the darkness, her chosen apartment within the city of Magnolia a quaint one. There was little amongst the odd assortment of furniture that had been left by a previous tenant. All that truly belonged to the woman was several sets of clothes and one simple and worn photograph framed in a chipped and aged frame. It was not the most elaborate of picture frames, not in the least, but it was the thoughts and memories that it symbolized that truly counted. That precisely was why Emberella was staring at it while she sat on the edge of her bed. For the first time in several days she could simply be herself, the disguise that Altair had granted her having slipped away as the need for deception was gone for a time. It was a relief to Emberella, yet at the same time she had to wonder if it even truly mattered. Her eyes unmoving, she simply stared at the picture, remembering happier times. However, she also had to wonder why did it even matter to her? Those good times were gone, nothing more than a fleeting memory. Closing her eyes for a moment, Emberella stood from her bed and began to rifle a hand through the pocket on the left side of her pants. From it she withdrew a small shard of lacrima and placed it on the dresser. A spark of magic issued forth from the woman's fingertips, all but igniting the power with the lacrima. Then did a light issue forth from the lacrima, one that began to take shape and color. "You're late," Altair said as she came into view, her eyes glaring towards Emberella. "Did I not tell you I expected a report at 11 o'clock sharp each and every day?" Now, Altair," Seagrain said as a projection of him appeared by beside the woman, resting a hand atop her shoulder, "not everyone can be quite as punctual with time as you. I'm sure we allot our dear spy a 5-minute delay with all that has been going on." "My thanks, Master Seagrain," Emberella replied with a slight nod towards the hologram. "As for my report, I do believe this battle between Fairy Tail and Phantom Lord may be coming to an abrupt end. 2 members of the opposing guild have apparently had enough and gotten word to the Magic Council of what's been going on." "That's a shame," Seagrain said with a slight shrug, "but I suppose it can't be helped." And after all the trouble I went towards trying to keep the council occupied elsewhere while Jose Porla acted the part of a medfool. I suppose then both he and I have been denied the fairy tale wizards we want in our possession most. And I had so hoped he would be able to deliver her to me when the dust settled. Surely you know what is going on at Phantom Lord as well, Emberella replied. You could force Jose to continue to squander his guild in this insane gambit of his. I'm afraid that is not an option, Altair suddenly interjected. I've lost contact with Jason, so Phantom Lord is out of our hands now. I never did like that creep. It was true enough. Emberella had only met Jason Joker once before while in the employ of Seagrain, and he had proved himself a man whose cruelty surely eclipsed her own. Still, he had proven himself a helpful ally. While she had slipped into the ranks of Fairy Tale, he too had managed to become a part of Phantom Lord. The only difference was the matter of their objectives. While Emberella was simply to observe, waiting for her own moment to strike at the Quincy who had taken her guild from her, Jason had a decidedly different mission. I suppose he cannot help you keep a hold on the darkness in Jose Porla. No, Seagrain said with a slight sigh. His belief in his own power and the darkness festering within his heart had made him a decidedly worthy puppet for our cause. Even a wizard saint can be restrained if he possesses the proper weaknesses, but I suppose we'll have to do without Jason utilizing Altair's spell to keep him under control. This does cause a problem though, Altair said. Two in fact. Even if the spell is no longer in effect, if Jason has abandoned his post, Jose's madness will linger still. And worst of all, the Magic Council, Emberella whispered, her eyes widening a bit. Yes, this is a concern, Seagrain said rather quietly. If the Magic Council were to apprehend Jose Porla and learn of what I have been up to, that would prove problematic. Emberella considered for a moment what she could do, yet she was not foolhardy enough to offer her services towards the goal of killing Jose Porla to silence him. He was a wizard saint though. Such a bother, Seagrain suddenly said. I suppose I will have to resolve this matter personally. Emberella's eyes truly widened in response to that bold statement. Master Seagrain, are you serious? You yourself are a wizard saint. Such a confrontation could be disastrous for us all. I don't imagine it can be helped, Seagrain replied. Though I suppose we still have a little time before such a matter becomes necessary. Emberella was about to speak once more, the wizard stopping only when she began to feel a tremor run across her body, her apartment shaking violently. What the hell is going on? Bambietta was grinning ear to ear, the Quincy ready and raring to fight. Her attempts at relaxing like a reasonable, civilized person had gone well enough, yet now she was beginning to see that peace was never an option. Tremors had begun to spread across all of Magnolia, and in turn Bambietta had sped out of the ice cream shop with Hirenkyaku. Now she was running through the streets of Magnolia, heading towards the outskirts of the town, her spiritual senses guiding her towards the sources of magical power nearby. Please be some giant monsters. Please be some giant monsters. Mama could use a perchance to be adorably violent. Yet as Bambietta cleared the edge of Magnolia, she stopped dead in her tracks. There was something large approaching, yes, but it was not a monster in any way, shape, or form. The Quincy blinked for a moment, her mouth hanging open in awe. Then did she scream. What the fuck is that supposed to be? Bambietta's delusions began to shatter, the mental images of her fighting and standing victoriously over the likes of giant gorillas, fire-breathing tortoises, birds bigger than any mere battleship, and radioactive dinosaurs shattering like glass. Her expectations were destroyed, her thoughts confused. Bambietta shook her head for a moment, the Quincy rubbing her eyes. Surely she was seeing things. Surely she was not seeing something so ridiculous. Yet, as Bambietta regained her focus and looked forward, she could see that what was before her was no careless product of a wild imagination. There was a castle walking towards Magnolia on mechanical legs. Again, Bambietta began to shout, "What the ever-loving fuck?" "It's Phantom Lord's Guild Hall," Urza Scarlet said as she suddenly appeared by Bambietta's side, the mage's arms crossed, her expression stern and taciturn. Bambietta rubbed several fingers against the space between her eyes. "You say that with such a straight face that I just have to accept that this is normal, right? I assure you, Bambietta, that our guild hall is far from normal. The Quincy turned to catch sight of all of Fairy Tale fast approaching, the lot of them exiting Magnolia and standing before the strange new foe that was coming closer. Yet it was Todomaru and Juvia both who were stepping the closest, the fire mage speaking up. Master Jose has always been a little eccentric, Todomaru said as he moved towards Bambietta and Urza both, the lot of them staring up at the approaching castle. Well, so's Urza, Bambietta replied. Beneath that serious demeanor lies the mind of a goofball. Fairy tale is what it is. If Urza heard what Bambietta said, let alone take any offense to it, she did not outwardly show it. She simply looked up at the Phantom Lord Guildhall, her eyes never wavering. I wish to apology in advance, Todomaru and Juvia of Phantom Lord, but I believe your contacting the Magic Council might have been too late. The Phantom Lord Guildhall came to a sudden stop then, the front wall beginning to slide open. As it did so, a nervous sweat began to form on both Todomaru and Juvia's faces. Master Jose, Juvia whispered. He wouldn't dare. A massive cannon began to slide out from the mobile guild hall, a pale violet glow beginning to surround it. Those of Fairy Tale could feel a vibration in the air, a low hum beginning to echo across the land. That, fool. Urza's eyes widened in shock. Phantom Lord possesses a Jupiter cannon. A what now? Bambietta did not know what the term or title Jupiter had to do with things on this world, but the Quincy knew full well that a cannon was not a good thing. Still, she was curious despite the situation they were in. Come on, anyone want to clue in the Quincy? Seriously, I'll make it worth someone's while. It's a devastating weapon, Lil Tato said as she appeared beside Bambietta's side. One capable of wiping out an entire army and the area around them. I just never expected a legal guild would have one. Bambietta looked down at Lil Tato and instantly felt her body seize up. Where once there would be an impassive expression devoid of any concern, Bambietta could see on Lil Tato's face a proclaimed amount of concern. Lil. The blonde Quincy began to speak then, her voice wavering a slight bit. Bambi, we have to dash. Master Jose. Todomaru suddenly ran forward, his voice cracking as he cried out in desperation. Master Jose. Please. You can't have fallen so far. What happened to the man who took me? The man who gave me a home and a purpose. Answer me. High atop the Phantom Lord Guildhall, Jose Porlaw stared down at those he considered his enemies. His skin was tingling, the hairs on the back of his neck standing on end thanks to the magic in the air sparking as it reacted to the Jupiter cannon. Todomaru. Jose stared down at both Todomaru and Juvia, his eyes focusing on the fire mage in particularly. He could not hear his voice, not in the least, but he could just barely see the frantic body language, the panicked expression on his face. Jose's hardened expression began to fade for a moment, the corners of his lips falling. Yet it did not last long. Soon his eyes came ablaze with a glowing darkness, his teeth baring as a cruel grin spread across his face. The guild master threw his arms out to the sides then, his voice bellowing towards those behind him who were manning the Jupiter cannon. Fire! Scorch the earth and let neither fairy nor traitor survive. For Lil Tato Lampard, time had slowed to a crawl. Her sense of perception off, it was as if she was lost in a tunnel, her eyes and ears fixated on so little and yet at the same time so much more than she could take. Todomaru screaming to the man he most admired, his pleas falling on deaf ears as a violent light began to fire forth from the Jupiter cannon that was under Jose Porlaw's command. There was no doubt panicking and terrified noise around Lil Tato, but all she could hear was the fearful reactions of both Todomaru and Juvia. The shock and rage of those who had been thrown aside by their own master. What were we to you? Lil Tato's heart stopped for a moment, the Quincy's teeth gritting together. Past memories of being thrown aside by the man she had revered as a god and savior gnawed at her mind. The present began to fade and all that Lil Tato could experience was the past. Emotions began to cloud her mind, her judgment, rationality, and intellect falling by the wayside. Jose Porlaw, you would dare to turn your power against your comrades? Do you have no honor? Those words tore at Lil Tato's mind, forcing her to snap back to reality. Time was no longer slowed, her perceptions focused once more. She could see it, Urza Scarlet moving before her guild, her body becoming encircled by magic. Her armor and clothing vanished, being replaced by a much more majestic and bulky suit of armor. Azure and silver plating covered her body now, massive shields extending from her gauntlets. "Urza! You can't do this!" Levi shouted from the crowd of onlooking fairy tale wizards. "Your adamantine armor can't withstand a Jupiter blast. I'd gladly sacrifice my life if it meant my comrades would survive." Urza shouted and swung her arms forward, the shields coming together. A spark of energy formed them, giving rise to a massive emerald magic circle before Urza. It crackled with power, as if it was the personification of Urza's will and determination. "Jose Porla! I will not allow you to hurt all I hold dear." Lil Tato watched then as the Jupiter cannon fired forth, the tremendous force echoing across the land, leaving all who could hear it to feel their eardrums threaten to burst. Urza stood her ground however, her face one of unyielding will. Then did the beam strike her shield, the collision of magic causing a shockwave. Yet still Urza stood defiantly, her face showing an ungodly strain as she held her ground. She was pouring all of her magic power and resolve into the magic circle she had created, determined to hold the line. Her feet dug into the ground then, struggling to find purchase. "Urza!" It was Natsu. Lil Tato could hear him scream from afar, the dragon slayer as worried as Levi had been. As worried as Lil Tato herself was. She was sacrificing her life, wasn't she? Lil Tato felt her skin grow cold, her thoughts dimming. "I stood over one dying friend already," Lil Tato whispered. "And I had to watch as all my comrades died around me. And Lil Tato's hands closed into shaking fists, the Quincy snapping her head forward so that she could see the struggle between Urza and the Jupiter cannon. "I won't let it happen again." "Bring her arms forward," Lil Tato extended her left arm outwards as her right hand clasped down upon it. Her fingers spread outwards then as magic power drew into her body, becoming one with her own spiritual presence. "Heavenly bonds fused with thy skin. Light that pierces through the darkened clouds. I sacrifice my desires to thee and ask that you shield the souls of the scorned. Become one with my heart, one with my mind and hold back hell itself. God's chaos child." Lil Tato screamed them as her spiritual strength blazed around her, only to fade away as fast as it had formed. Yet it had not been in vain. The spell had been cast, the toll on her soul unbearable. Yet still it had been successful. Upon Lil Tato's command a pale blue light shone between Urza and her shield, a massive cross of power forming, one that came close to dwarfing the adamantine armor's magic circle. It was precisely in nick of time. The emerald magic circle was cracking, splintering, and soon did it shattered. The violet power of the Jupiter cannon pierced through, stopped only by the barrier that the Quincy had made. "What's this?" Jose Porla watched on from high above, his curiosity piqued. Deranged as he had become, he was still a strategist at heart. He never would have allowed harm to come to Lucy Hartfilia, not when his objective had been so close. So he had gambled and won. Urza Scarlet had acted just as he had hoped she would, trying to sacrifice herself for the good of her guild. Her death was all that concerned Jose now. She was the single greatest threat to his guild on the battlefield and she needed to be eliminated so that there was nothing that Wendy Marvel could heal. Then Fairy Tale itself would have been demoralized. They would have been easy pickings for Phantom Lord to conquer as they stood in shock of their savior being reduced to so much ash. It had been going so very well, Jose having derived great pleasure when the vaunted adamantine barrier had fallen. Yet now another of Makarov's accursed children had intervened, another spell attempting to hold back the line. It vexed Jose greatly, his temper flaring. "You damned fools," he hissed. "I won't allow you to besmirch my guild any more than you have already. Phantom Lord is the greatest guild Fiore has ever seen and we will only ascend to greater heights once our business here is concluded. So fall and let me reach towards the future." There was many things Bambietta had seen in her life, some she wished she could forget. However, witnessing Lil Tato fall into both determination and unflinching rage was something she had not come across until now. Lil. The young Quincy's body was trembling, sweat pouring off her face as she grit her teeth so tightly that Bambietta had to wonder if they were chipping or on the verge of breaking. Yet Lil Tato did not budge, did not falter. Her spiritual powers flowed out further, the Quincy trying to draw on whatever magic around that she could. She was putting absolutely everything into the barrier she had created. It was one of Waiwaka's favorite techniques, Bambietta could see that much. A spell fit for an elder Quincy, one that the Emperor had been able to cast without a single word of an incantation. What Bambietta was seeing now was no doubt a product of Lil Tato's research into the tome that Robert Accutrone had sent them in recent memory. Lil Tato had always been an ardent student despite her outward lazy personality, but Bambietta could see now that her friend was pushing herself far too hard. "That's enough, Lil!" Bambietta screamed. "Your body can't handle this. Your soul dash. It doesn't matter." Lil Tato screamed back, her voice becoming hoarse, blood forming in her throat. "I promised that I would protect you from now on, Bambietta. You and..." Lil Tato's mind became embroiled in the past, both of long ago and recent times. She could see Natsu looking at her with a warm and comforting smile. "Revolted? Why would I be? I wish I could do what you do. Hey, it's magic. Can you teach me? Can you?" Then it was gone, replaced instead by Bambietta as she looked happier than Lil Tato could scarcely remember. "You and me? We're going to take destiny by the balls. We're going to be the center of attraction." Lil Tato's lips curled back in a faint smile despite the stress that was threatening to break down her body and soul. This was a family like none she had ever seen. These were people that were worth fighting for. Them and... I appreciate the sentiment. But I assure you, everything's going to be fine. Lil Tato saw it, the stern yet oddly comforting expression that Urza Scarlet seemed to carry far too often. "It will be. I swear it." Lil Tato screamed out, her body on the verge of collapse. She could see it then, cracks beginning to form in the cross of light she had formed, errant sparks of the Jupiter cannon's magic seeping through. It only strengthened her resolve, Lil Tato pouring as much spiritual power into backing her shield as she could. "I won't let you hurt any of them, Jose Porla. No matter the cost, I will save them from you, you self-serving son of a bitch." Lil Tato suddenly found herself pitching forward then, blood spewing up from her mouth. Her knees buckled and she collapsed. In turn did her barrier, the Jupiter cannon at last tearing it asunder. No. Lil Tato was left to watch helplessly as the violet storm of magic energy slammed into Urza then and there. "Urza!" The mage cried out in pain in response, the energy dissipating around her as her armor cracked and shattered like so much paper. Her body was thrown back, hitting the ground and rolling until it at last came to a stop. "No, I..." Lil Tato's body was at its limit and she fell to the ground, her arm reaching out to the downed wizard she had tried so hard to save. "Urza, I failed you. You, Bambi and even my big sister, I..." Lil Tato could see that she and Urza had managed to protect the rest of Fairy Tail, Totomaru, and Javia. Yet it had cost them dearly. Lil Tato's body was racked with pain, her soul feeling like it was set aflame and spent all at the same time. Her own agony meant little to her though. She could see Urza, lying on the ground, unmoving. It was enough to leave her feeling truly dead inside. "Bambi, I..." Lil Tato felt it then, tears beginning to well up in her eyes. "I couldn't save Dash." Bambietta knelt down beside her friend, trying to help her up. "You did your best, Lil. That's all that Dash." Bambietta stopped them, her spiritual senses alerting her to a faint trace of life that was growing stronger. The Quincy smiled then and she began to speak in a far more uplifting tone to Lil Tato. "Turn that big old frown upside down, Lil," Bambietta whispered gently. Bambietta moved aside and stopped blocking Lil Tato's view then, allowing the fallen Quincy to see that Urza was worse for wear but was beginning to rise up to her feet. "Urza, I..." Lil Tato did just as Bambietta said, a faint smile spreading across her face. "Thank you, for living." "Now then," Bambietta said as she began to pat Lil Tato on the top of her head, "that was all well, good and cool, but I'd like it if you kept your cool the next time you try and act like a big damn hero, you got me? I'm the resident overly emotional Quincy around here." "Sure," Lil Tato replied, "whatever you say. You can be the emotional train wreck all you want." Bambietta puffed out her chest and smiled broadly as she closed her eyes. That's just what I wanted to he dash. The Quincy's eyes suddenly opened up when it had dawned on her precisely what Lil Tato had said. Hey. Urza, meanwhile, began to move towards the two Quincy. Her body was battered and bloodied, yes, but she knew the damage could have been much more extensive. Still, despite her movement, her fellow guild mates showed concern. Urza, are you sure you should be moving? Levy asked as she walked towards her. Please, just sit down, Wendy also said as she approached. I can heal you no problem and then everything will be good, right? In a minute, Urza said as she closer to the Quincy members of Fairy Tale and looked at Lil Tato. Thank you, Lil Tato Lampard. Lil Tato smiled a bit then despite her exhaustion, simply happy to see that Urza seemed to be in good spirits despite all that had happened. I'm just glad everyone's okay. Indeed. Urza reached out and placed a hand atop Lil Tato's shoulder. I reacted on instinct to protect my guild, feeling the weight of the world on my shoulders. I appreciate your willingness to share that burden. Wendy moved in close then and raised her hands, beginning to use her magic to heal Urza. Lil Tato noticed it quickly, happy to know that the woman's injuries could be healed so that she could return to whatever battles awaited. However, Lil Tato knew that she would have to wait a time. Her spiritual power was spent for the moment and there was no kind of healing that Wendy could perform to correct that. Lil Tato would simply have to recharge on her own, drawing on the surrounding environments. Yet it did not matter. She was just content to know that everyone was alright. How touching. A voice bellowed out towards those of Fairy Tale, leaving Urza and all the others to look at the mobile Phantom Lord Guild Hall. It did not take Urza long at all to recognize the voice. Jose. You sentimental fools really would walk barefoot through hell to protect each other. The guild master shouted once more, his voice echoing forth from the guild hall's outer speakers. It makes me sick. You and your entire guild. However, I am willing to spare you all any further pain. Urza furrowed her brow as she listened intently to the madman's proclamation. What are you getting at, Jose Porla? Bambietta felt her body go numb then, the Quincy realizing in the back of her mind what the guild master was going to do. What am I getting at? Jose called out from his castle. It's quite simple, Urza Scarlet. You cannot stand against Phantom Lord. Not while we possess a Jupiter cannon and the finest wizards known in all Fiori. But I will allow Fairy Tale to walk away in peace. You simply need to leave Lucy Heartfilia behind. Bambietta watched then as all those who called themselves Fairy Tale wizards began to turn their gaze upon Lucy, the lot of them clearly caught off guard by Jose's statement. Even the likes of Urza, Natsu, and Gray, if only for a moment. Yet the armored mage turned her gaze back towards the Phantom Lord Guild Hall, never moving an inch. And why is she so important to you? The mage asked simply enough. Don't you dare sound so judgmental, Urza Scarlet. Jose's voice suddenly blasted from the speakers upon his castle, his tone belligerent and enraged. I'm but a simple guild master taking it upon himself to complete a job request Phantom Lord received. I simply want to reunite a father with his estranged daughter. A job request. Urza stared up at the Phantom Lord Guild Hall, all the while trying to contain her rage. You've done all of this for a reward? You've begun a war between guilds for a job request. Bambietta knew there was much more to it than that. The Quincy recalled well what the ransom note from Phantom Lord had said. There was no way the guild simply wanted a reward, not the way the message had been phrased. They wanted Lucy Heartfilia's lovey-dovey money, after all. It could not simply be for a fraction of it, not to stoop to levels such as this. That, however, was the least of Bambietta's concerns. Her mind was beginning to race now, the Quincy realizing what was going to happen. Fairy Tale had lost much in this war now. The guild hall had been destroyed, Shadow Gear hurt, Makarov disposed of, Wendy kidnapped, and now that they were all faced with the prospect of facing down an entire guild and a Jupiter cannon. Surely they would cut their losses and make Lucy a sacrificial lamb. It only made sense to hand her over to save themselves from further conflict and pain. The Van Denrijk would have done so if push had come to shove, Bambietta knew that much. Giselle and the others had left her behind to fend for herself and reaped the benefits of her defeat. Yet that was not all. Lil Tato had made it very clear that Wywak had done the same to them all, having attempted to exchange their very lives to empower his elite forces. It was going to happen again then, a comrade being thrown to the wolves for the sake of the whole. Bambietta would not let that happen. To hell with Fairy Tail then. She would escape with Lucy. Hiran Kyaka would serve her well. She could get Lucy out of the battlefield and then return for the likes of Levi and Wendy. Surely Lilt Otto would make her own escape then, following suit when she saw what Bambietta was up to. So Bambietta's body began to brace itself for high-speed movement, the Quincy's eyes settling on the clearly distraught Lucy. Her right foot began to step off from the ground, Bambietta ready to move. We'd never betray her like that. Bambietta froze then, the Quincy turning her head slowly away from Lucy. Her visage instead fell upon Urza. Despite her slowly healing injuries, the wizard was shouting in defiance towards Jose. She's a member of Fairy Tail. Urza continued to yell, and we will not throw away one of your own. You'll have to kill us first. Lucy began to sob then, the celestial spirit mage unsure of the support that Urza had levied in her favor. This guild was willing to lay down its very existence for her, a relative newcomer. It was too much for her to take. It was no different from Bambietta then, the Quincy caught off guard by Urza's words. For the moment had Bambietta's resolve to see the worst in people been shattered, her desire to whisk Lucy and the others away left to the side. However, it came back soon enough. It was impossible, simply impossible, for a group of such diverse people to be so good and so pure. Urza was speaking for herself and no one else. That was all. That was all it could ever be. Gray suddenly stepped forward, casting aside his coat as if to accentuate his words. There's no guild in Earthland that would hand over one of their own to a monster like you. You think we'd just give up one of our friends because you threaten our guild? Levi was next by his side, the solid script wizard trying to put on a brave face. Either result would leave Fairy Tail less than it should be, so we'll stand and fight. As if joining in Urza, Gray and Levi's stance, those who bore the mark of Fairy Tail spoke in one voice then, a collective unison of defiance that rang out across the land. Levi, Elfman, Myra Jane, Macau, and so many others raised their fists high, shouting in support of one of their own. Even Wendy, timid as she would be, tried her best. You hear that, right? Wendy said as she looked toward the Phantom Lord Guild Hall, all the while continuing to heal Urza. She tried to harden her expression, to speak with confidence, but it only went so far. Lucy's staying put, okay. Lucy broke down then, tears streaming from her eyes as she covered her mouth with her right hand, trying desperately to keep herself calm. In response did Bambietta see the Fairy Tail Guild emblem on her skin, the Quincy pausing for a moment. They're too pure and too kind, Bambietta whispered underneath her breath, her voice drowned out by the unyielding and collective roar that continued to rail against Jose Porla. It's just, not. Bambietta lowered her head for a moment, her mind simply trying to process what was going on. Yet that proved problematic as she heard another voice, Jose responding in kind to those who had rebuked his offer. You miserable fools! The guild master proclaimed, his voice teetering on the verge of uncertain madness. I'll give you one last chance to answer my demand properly. Fairy Tail continued its defiance though, leaving Bambietta to hear Natsu make certain that his voice was heard just as all the others had been. Keep dreaming, pal. The Fire Dragon Slayer shouted to the heavens themselves. Ask all you want, but we ain't gonna give you any other answer. We're going to take every one of you jerks down and that's that. Bambietta chuckled slightly, the Quincy's eyes peeking out from underneath the visor of her hat. She could see it clearly now, so very clearly. Yet while her eyesight was focused on the here and now, her thoughts dwelt elsewhere. Tell me, this Fairy Tail, can I expect to be betrayed like that again? That is not the type of guild that First Master Mavis sought to create so many decades ago. And it is not the kind of family I wish to take care of. Family. Yes. You are now part of my Fairy Tail family, if you wish to be. At first Bambietta had not believed a word of it, not even at her lowest point of existence. Yet now she could finally understand. What Makarov had said was not simply well-spoken lies or the words of a man who foolishly believed in a kindness that the world did not truly possess. No, he had spoken the truth. Fairy Tail, it was. This guild is. The corners of Bambietta's lips began to curl back up into a smile with a degree of trembling hesitancy, the edges of her eyes watering in a way she had never expected. This guild is my family. In that moment did Bambietta feel something almost alien to her. She had been happy many times in her past, for both the right and wrong reasons, but this was different. This was a bliss, a joy, a jubilation that she had not experienced since she had been but a child. Fairy tale. Jose's voice remained calm over his speakers, yet Bambietta and all those of the guild she had joined could hear that his tone was on the edge. Is that your final answer? Bambietta, lost in the moment, quickly raised her right hand, covered in the Sonray glove as it was, and pointed its index finger towards Phantom Lord's Guild Hall. You hard of hearing or something? You didn't get all those words that were coming out of Natsu's mouth? Well then, listen up. Bambietta raised her left arm up then and took the glove off it. She kept the back of her hand facing towards the Phantom Lord Castle. As the white glove continued to slip off, the pale blue guild emblem that adorned Bambietta's skin revealed itself. As it did so, Bambietta's mind once more flashed back to her first day in this strange new world. How about right here? You wish to cover the emblem? No, not at all. I just think it'd be cool if, I were to say something like, the gloves are coming off, and then reveal that I'm in fairy tale. That ought to scare away most troublemakers I end up dealing with. While Bambietta could understand now that Makarov had spoken nothing but the truth, she had given him nothing but lies at that very moment. She had wanted to hide the emblem of a guild that she had seen as nothing more than a means to an end. Yet now things were different. The likes of Lucy, Levy, and Wendy meant something to her. The likes of Urza, Natsu, and Gray as well. The guild as a whole. So now, when truth had been revealed for what it was, so too did the lies become truth as well. Bambietta held her hand before her face, allowing Jose Porla and the world to see that she was a member of this family. We're fairy tale, Bambietta exclaimed, and you can't have any of us. There was a silence then, one that Bambietta digested before she continued to indulge herself. If Jose was not going to respond, then she was more than willing to continue to give him a piece of her mind. She considered perhaps that she should have quit while she was ahead, but that was never her style. Man, look at you. The Quincy cried out as she slipped her glove back on and resumed pointing at the Phantom Lord Castle. You come down here to Magnolia packing a big old attitude, acting all mean and nasty, then you go throwing out ridiculous demands while pointing that big, bad Jupiter cannon at us? Talk about arrogant. Or maybe you're just self-conscious. Yeah, that might be it. I think somebody is overcompensating. Bambietta shrugged. Man, and here I thought that after everything you've done to us that you had to be 100% a dick, but I guess you can't really get it up, huh? How dare you? Jose's silence suddenly came to a close, his voice all but cracking. If this is how you want it, then so be it. I'll give you a second dose of the Jupiter cannon. 15 minutes. That's all it will take to recharge. You all have 15 minutes to consider the foolishness you've committed by insulting one of the 10 wizard saints. Okay, Bambietta said as her bluster faded a bit, maybe insulting the guy with the Jupiter cannon wasn't my best idea ever. I really need to learn to quit while I'm ahead. I wouldn't beat yourself up over it too much, Todomaru said as he began to approach the Quincy. Even when he was more stable, he always did want to test out the Jupiter cannon after spending so much jewel on obtaining it. It would have come to this eventually. You seem to be taking this calmly, Bambietta said as she noted how neither Todomaru or Juvia seemed all that perturbed. You know, for a guy who was just attacked by his own boss. What's the worry? Todomaru asked. We've got 15 minutes to get up there and shut down the Jupiter cannon's core. And besides, between Urza and that little friend of yours, I'm sure it can be deflected again no problem. That's rather unlikely, Urza called from afar. I spent a significant amount of magic power on fueling my adamantine armor. And I can't requip it again until I've had it repaired. I can heal Urza's wounds, Wendy offered up, but I can't replenish Urza or Lil Tato's magic. Or her armor. I'm so useless. Nonsense, Urza said as she placed a comforting arm atop Wendy's shoulder. If not for you, there's no telling when I could fight next. Okay, Todomaru said, panicking slightly now. So we've got 15 minutes to save the day. We just need to get through my own guild, too. Totomaru's eyes began to widen, giving Bambietta reason to look over her shoulder. Sure as day, she could see a legion of strange violet forms of magic coming towards her, measuring in the hundreds. They appeared to be humanoid, red eyes burning in the shadows of their bodies, but they were completely composed of nothing but energy. Juvia simply stared in astonishment. Jose's shade magic. Wait, what? Bambietta blinked, unlike the water mage. That's a form of magic? From one guy. He is a wizard saint after all, Urza said as she looked at the oncoming horde. He could face an entire guild with a caster spell such as this. I swear, if this stupid guild master has one more trick up his sleeves, I'm going to be so freaking pissed. Bambietta looked back to Totomaru. So, Fire Dude, you know a lot about that cannon. Where the heck is the core? At the far end of the Jupiter cannon's barrel, Totomaru replied. So we'd need to get in there and destroy it if we want to stop it. Urza narrowed her eyes. So we simply need to fight through this horde of shades and then the remaining guild members to get there. The core was always meant to be my post if push ever came to shove, Totomaru said with some degree of sorrow. I wonder who Jose has replaced me with now. We will have our home back, Juvia said as comforting as possible. As soon as we make Master Jose see the light. Oh, I'll show him the light all right. Totomaru's right hand came alive with flame and he quickly threw his arm out. The fiery blast shot forth, piercing through a wave of shades as they approached. Bambietta had to admit that she was rather fond of the spirit Totomaru possessed despite his circumstances. However, she knew it was no match for her own, not now. She was on an emotional high, a euphoria that she could not quite explain. As Fairy Tail began to engage the shades in battles both near and far, the Quincy simply looked up at the Jupiter cannon, a smile spreading across her face. Oh no, Lil Tato said as she approached, all the while trying to recover her strength to better fend off the shades. I know that look. You're about to do something stupid and reckless. No, Bambietta said with an unwavering confidence. I'm just going to go shot out the Jupiter cannon's core. Then Bambietta was off, the Quincy leaping into the air and jumping from spiritual platform to spiritual platform with Hirenkyaku. Like I said, Lil Tato whispered under her breath, something stupid and reckless. But it's so totally you, so it's cool. Lil Tato wanted to give chase, to keep a close eye on her friend, but her powers were still in a state of relatively dormancy thanks to the shield she had erected. She was drawing on the powers around her to recharge, but she needed more if she was to use Hirenkyaku or her Volstern to fly. Sighing, she prepared herself as she saw a shade approaching. The more precise techniques of the Quincy were problematic for the moment, but the gluttony? That was like breathing. Lil Tato's mouth grew out and extending, quickly gobbling up the ethereal monster. Not bad, Lil Tato muttered. But not very filling. Bambietta leapt through the air, moving from location to location. Her sword in hand, she continued to cut through the nearly endless swarm of shades that threatened to overtake her, the Quincy gritting as some managed to cut through her blood venae and draw minuscule amounts of blood. Yet still she kept her eye on the Jupiter cannon, trying to ascertain how to best take it out. The Jinto capsules were the first thing that came to mind, yet Bambietta had to wonder if lining the cannon with them in a bid to blow it up would have the proper benefits. Surely the Jupiter's magic beam would not work properly, but this was a form of magic and technology she was not even remotely familiar with. There was no telling if it would still fire even without the barrel to guide it. So no, Bambietta knew what she had to do. She needed to go right through the barrel and take out the core the old-fashioned way. However, much to her annoyance, the shades were making that more difficult than it needed to be. Hey, keep your shadowy mitts to yourself. Bambietta shouted as she switched to her bow and tried to get some distance between herself and the ever-increasing horde. Sheesh, it's like somebody's got it out for me. Jose Porla sneered as he watched the lacrima orbs before him. He could see very well the battlefield that he had created, his magical constructs bringing their full might against the accursed Fairy Tail. It was a splendid sight indeed, but one that was taxing to the guild master. Fighting an entire guild was a troublesome ordeal, particularly when he was trying his best to keep an eye on 4 particular wizards. First there was Lucy Heartfilia. He was intent on taking her back by force before the Jupiter cannon was primed to fire, but she was holding her own with her celestial spirits. Then there was the likes of Titania Urza, the salamander, Natsu Dragneel, and this upstart of a woman in white who had made a mockery of him just moments before. The trio of them had taken to the air, one with a winged armor, another being guided by the peculiar flying cat holding tight to him, and the last leaping through the air itself. There was no doubt in Jose's mind that the three of them were intent on attacking the Jupiter cannon itself, something that he would not allow. So he further turned his attention on them, unleashing more and more of the shades he had crafted upon them. It proved advantageous as Jose could see that those on the ground who could provide cover fire were doing just that, trying to support their comrades. So it went, Jose trying to bring down the guild he had grown to despise, those who stayed loyal to Phantom Lord close by his side. "Sir," Sojiro Kusaka said as he approached. "I know your power is great, but please allow us to assist you on the battlefield." "No," Jose said without even diverting his attentions. "I think you overestimate their chances. I will see the end of Makarov's children myself. Only 5 minutes remain." Kusaka shook his head. "That's still an eternity in battle." "You are all required in case we need our trump card," Jose retorted. "Though I suppose you could always return in case this plan fails." "So be it. Kusaka, Yin, and Yang, you have my blessing. Arya, Sol, Hansa, and Kariya shall remain in case any foolish wizards enter this castle." "It will be done, my master." Kusaka turned then, his tattered cloak whipping about as he affixed a white mask to his face. "Yin, Yang, let's go." "Not cool. Not cool." No, it quite certainly was not to Bambietta. For someone who had lived the majority of her long life within the shadows of the Vandenreich, one who had claimed them as her own to launch attacks on the realms of the dead, to be assaulted by beings made of the darkness was an affront she could not tolerate. The shades were relentless, the beings practically piling upon Bambietta as if to keep her at bay. Yet still she kept pressing forward, trying to get closer to the Jupiter cannon. Yet more and more continued to launch towards her, wrapping across her body. Bambietta's body began to be consumed in the shadows, her face falling into darkness as her outstretched arm became lost as well. Desperate, Bambietta began to fumble through the pockets of her coat, pulling from there a multitude of Jinto capsules. She grit her teeth then, allowing her spiritual energies to flow through her blood, putting as much power as she could into her blood vein. Then, while closing her eyes and gritting her teeth, she opened the capsules. The shades tore asunder in response, explosions of blue light coming together, forcing the rays of power to pierce them. In response did they disintegrate, giving Bambietta breathing space. She took advantage of it then, gasping for air as smoke came off her body. She was relatively unharmed, blood vein having held its ground, but her clothes were charred and torn, leaving her a mess. There was pain nonetheless, but it meant nothing to her, especially if Wendy could heal it later. The cannon. Bambietta knew time was running out, her senses coming alive as she felt the energies of the Jupiter cannon beginning to coalesce. She had to take it out and now. So Bambietta leapt upwards again, taking advantage of the momentary clear passage her brazen attack had created. She moved quickly, stopping in her invisible tracks quite suddenly. Damn it! As if appearing due to powers similar to Hirenkyaku, were three individuals Bambietta recognized. A Soul Reaper adorned in a tattered cloak and a stark white mask, twin Arankars by his side. The Quincy knew them by reputation if nothing else. "What the hell? You're that guy with the copycat Zanpakuto that tried to remake the Soul Society." Bambietta grew frustrated then. "Seriously, what the hell is going on here? First me, then, Lil, Kariya and now you three? Oh yeah, and I guess that Hansa guy probably died too. Sheesh, forget this stupid afterlife reunion nonsense. Get the hell out of my way." "We are as in the dark as you it seems," Kusaka replied. "A shame. I was hoping that someone from our world would know the truth. Regardless, I will not let you interfere with my new family." Bambietta brought her sword to bear and spoke with an earnest tone she was quite happy to employ. "Same to you." Kusaka, Yin, and Yang quickly lunged for Bambietta, the trio of opponents bringing their weapons forward. Bambietta's sword clashed with Kusaka's own, the Quincy trying to parry him. She simply wanted to move forward, to avoid this battle for now. The clock was ticking and she could see the Jupiter cannon beginning to light up. Growing frustrated, her elation finally beginning to crack under the pressure, Bambietta moved past Kyuzaka with Hirenkyaku, again evading the electrified whip of Yin, one last step letting her slip past a sword strike from Yang's fiery weapon. Bambietta appeared before the maw of the Jupiter cannon, looking down the darkened tunnel. She felt the power within, the core no doubt incredibly close to firing. Desperate as she was, Bambietta let her sword switch to her bow. There was no time to run down the tunnel, not even with Hirenkyaku. She raised her bow then and prepared herself for what she had to do. Bambietta knew she was leaving herself defenseless, a veritable death sentence with the Shades, Arrancar, and Soul Reaper about, but such a risk she was willing to take. The depravity of the heavens. Scattered souls of the dead. I call upon thy power and swear my loyalty to your unjust ruling. The word uttering in panic, her heart rate running out of control, Bambietta could feel pure power infuse itself within her bow as she held it before her and towards the Jupiter cannon's barrel. An arrow began to form, drawing from the magic around her, gaining strength from even the cannon's energies itself. What the hell is she doing? Yin cried out as she watched the power continue to flow into Bambietta's bow. She intends to fire upon the Jupiter cannon itself. Yang added. She's insane. Kyuzaka did not care in the least as he moved closer to his comrades. Surely this Quincy had no chance of destroying the core from such a distance no matter what power she was calling upon, but he was unwilling to test the limits of his assumption. Extending his right arm outwards, he pointed both his index and middle fingers towards Bambietta. One simple Kido spell, that was all it would take to bring her down if she was so unguarded. I have you now. Fire Dragon's Roar. What? The attention of both Kyuzaka and his Arrancar allies was diverted then, the lot of them turning to catch sight of a fiery mass of fire coming towards them. Yin was struck immediately, falling back until her body smashed into Kyuzaka and Yang both, sending the lot of them spinning through the air. Nice shooting, Natsu! Happy exclaimed from over the shoulder of his friend as he held him aloft. Man, I was hoping to take the lot of you out. The Fire Dragon Slayer exclaimed as he turned his attentions to Bambietta. You're all clear. Urza, still clad in her black wing armor, tore through an advancing cluster of shades, giving the Quincy a quick look as well. I'm counting on you, Bambietta Basturbine. Take it out and protect our guild. Annihilate those who stand in defiance of my desires. Bambietta continued to shout as she felt her jubilation rise once more thanks to Natsu and Urza both supporting her. She shut her left eye then, trying to get a bead on the Jupiter core at the end of the cannon. The darkness was proving impossible to pierce through with the naked eye, leaving her to grow frustrated for a moment. Scatter their existence into the ether. She could not hope to strike the core, not at this distance, not through this darkness. Yet everyone was counting on this one arrow to provide salvation. Bambietta's wavering ecstasy faltered again, the tension mounting in her neck, the weight and pressure of the world upon her shoulders. Yet despite it all, she remembered a day long ago, when she had first held a bow in her hands and wore a blindfold over her eyes. Then it drifted through her thoughts, the words of Robert Accutrone bringing a calming effect to Bambietta's soul. Your eyes will betray you, yes, but never your soul. Feel your target, Bambietta, and your aim shall be impeccable. Bambietta did just that, closing her right eye so that it matched the left. The darkness surrounded her then, but it mattered not. Despite it all, she could see nonetheless. Her soul was reaching outwards, moving past the symmetrical waves of power pulsing through the Jupiter cannon. At its center she could see it, a violet orb of storming magic, particles of power smashing against one and another. Then did Bambietta's heart skip a beat, the Quincy feeling a surge of energy beginning to pulse outwards. It was about to fire. This was it, the last chance. Screaming them, her serenity shattered, Bambietta finished her incantation. Become one with my power and obey my command. Sankt Bogan. Bambietta unleashed the arrow then, the glowing weapon of light flying through the darkness of the Jupiter cannon. The illumination it provided left Bambietta a clear view of the destruction that was about to unfold. Soon did the arrow and Jupiter core collide, the burst of magnified energy of both sides interacting as two volatile sources only could. Bambietta smiled as she watched the explosion unfold, the power of the blast rocking the Phantom Lord Guild Hall. The complex shook, the Jupiter cannon rocked by the blast at its end. The weapon began to fall forward, its connection to the Guild Hall undone. Bambietta and those of Fairy Tale simply watched as it descended to the ground, causing the land to shake as it hit. Damn it! Kyuzaka and his twin Aaron car sped back to the site of the battle, the trio staring down at the carnage that had been wrought. The masked Soul Reaper turned his gaze upon Natsu Dragneel then, his indignation at having been driven away at such a critical juncture tearing at his thoughts. Twice now you have vexed me, Dragon Slayer. The next we shall see our battle through to the end. Then he was gone, his speed taking him back to the Phantom Lord Guild Hall. Yin and Yang simply glared at Natsu before doing the same. Well, they seem kind of mean, Happy exclaimed as he watched the trio vanish from sight. Maybe, Natsu exclaimed, but that'll just give me more reason to get fired up next time we fight. Anyway, let's go high-five Bambi, okay? I think Urza might have beat you to the punch, Happy replied as he watched the armored mage approach the Quincy. Excellent work, Bambietta Basterbine, Urza said as her black wing armor brought her closer. She looked at the destroyed Jupiter cannon then. Normally I'm not one for Fairy Tale causing property damage, but I think I can make an exception this one time. Yeah, that's cool and all, Bambietta said as she breathed deeply, her face drenched in sweat. She looked at Urza then and gave her a thumbs up. Mission accomplished, R.I. Bambietta suddenly slumped forward them, her body running low on power. Even with the Sonray glove, she had expended more power than she had on that spell than ever before, leaving her weak in the knees. Urza was quick to catch her though, making sure to keep Bambietta held tightly. You did good, Bambietta Basterbine, Urza said simply. And our guild is safe. My family. It had been nothing but a whisper, the Quincy clearly too exhausted for the moment to speak loudly, yet Urza had heard it nonetheless. She smiled then, the mage happy to have heard Bambietta refer to the guild as she had just now. Tired as she was, Urza had to wonder if Bambietta had even known what she had said out loud, if her pride would have allowed her to under other circumstances. Regardless, it did not matter. Content, Urza began to descend back down to the ground. For the moment she could see that the shades were beginning to drift away from the battle, hovering instead over the guild. Perhaps Jose was simply planning a new approach to this battle, though Urza had to hope that the destruction of his Jupiter cannon had simply broken his concentration. Landing upon a grassy-covered knoll, Urza lay Bambietta down upon her back as gently as she could. Natsu and Happy were soon to land close by, yet it was the sight of others running over that took hold of Urza's attention. Lucy, Levy, Lil Toto, and Wendy were closing the distance, their expression betraying their worries. Bambi, are you okay? Wendy asked as she knelt down beside Bambietta, preparing to utilize her healing magic. A little drained is all, Bambietta replied. And a little dinged up, so, thanks in advance, Wendy. You're crazy, you know that. Lucy asked as she knelt beside Bambietta, looking down at her with tears moving down her tears. We could have avoided all of this if I had just let myself be taken by Phantom Lord. Nonsense, Urza replied. You're one of us, Lucy. What kind of guild would we be if we sacrificed one of our own? And Bambietta reached up with her left hand, gently touching Lucy's face to wipe away her tears. I wouldn't let anyone take you away for anything, Lucy. Not even my life. Still, Urza began to say as she looked up at the towering guild hall, we can't be confident in our victory. This isn't over yet, I'm sure of it. Bambietta knew that much was true. Jose and the others were no doubt planning their next move. Yet for the moment she was happy. Happier than she could recall being in so many decades. Her mind was simply trying to process all that had happened in the half hour, the bulk of it hard for her to imagine. This was her guild now, these were her friends now, but most importantly, this was her family. It had become the one thing she had lacked for so long, the one thing that had been stolen from her as a child. Leave it to you, Bambi, Lil Toto said as she stood by her friend's side, all the while looking at the destroyed Jupiter cannon. You don't even have your shrift and you still managed to blow that thing to Kingdom Come. Bambietta smirked a bit, then did her eyes begin to widen. Wait. Lil Toto turned around then, noting the sudden increase in the pitch of Bambietta's voice. "What's the matter? Wait, wait, wait." Bambietta's mind began to race, stray thoughts beginning to come together like so much puzzle pieces, a fond memory from long ago beginning to bring a light to her eyes. A bunch of self-important jerks threatening to destroy us all with a deadly laser. A clock clicking down to destruction. A masked man trying to stop me when I was racing that clock only for someone to blindside him. And me closing my eyes due to advice from a wise mentor so that I can take the shot that saved the day. Bambietta smiled. "This has been such a red-letter day," Bambietta said, her face beaming like never before. "I've been waiting for this heaven since '77. Lucy, Urza, Wendy, Levy, Natsu, and Happy were simply confused by Bambietta's thought process, the lot of them unsure of what precisely she was talking about. Lil Toto, on the other hand, knew exactly what she was referring to. "You are such a nerd, Bambi." Chapter 24, All's Fair in Love and War. Jose Porla could not recall a time when he had been more irate. He had tried to be reasonable, he had tried to allow Fairy Tail to simply walk away from this battle, yet they had turned him down. Worse, they had destroyed one of his prized possessions. "Oh," Jose said as he looked out from the tower of his guild hall and down at the smoldering remains that lay on the ground, "my Jupiter cannon." Already on the edge as he was, Jose's heart began to fall further into darkness. The Jupiter cannon had been a treasured asset to both himself and Phantom Lord, a novelty that they could hold high over the heads of every other legal guild in Fiore. Now it was nothing but garbage, an expensive wreck that Fairy Tail had laid at his feet. "This," Jose hissed, his teeth gritting together as his lips curled back, "changes nothing." Jose tried to take a deep breath but it availed him not. All that escaped him was a ragged gasp of air, his whole soul quaking with anger. "You damned pests!" he at last screamed. "You think you've won? The game's not over yet, Fairy Tail." Jose whirled around then, his eyes settling on those who called his guild their home. They remained quiet and stalwart, as if his rage was not something that surprised them in the least. Most of them remained unflinching save for Hansa, the shinobi dropping to one knee. Arya, meanwhile, simply bowed his head. Jose noted the actions, his anger subsiding slightly at the show of respect. Still, it did not quell his desire to wreak vengeance upon Fairy Tail. Prepare the abyss break. Bambietta Basterbine was feeling weak and tired, her spiritual powers spent for the time being. It would not last long, however, the Quincy drawing at the magical atmosphere around her, replenishing her strength. For now she simply kept her body propped up against a building of magnolias, her back against the bricks and wooden frame. Her legs were shaking still, her heart racing within her bosom, but it did not matter. For Bambietta was simply ecstatic. The reason was twofold, yet one dwarfed the other. The realization that she had for all intents and purposes reenacted one of her favorite movie scenes ever by sheer chance was simply delightful, yes, but it paled in comparison to what Bambietta had come to realize of Fairy Tail. Behind all the promises and had been a simple truth, the guild truly was a family. No matter how much Bambietta had doubted it, her feelings on such subjects had led her astray. Fairy Tail was not simply too good to be true. It simply was good. That was more than enough for the Quincy now. "Hey, Bambi." The Quincy snapped to attention then, her eyes peeking out from beneath both the bangs of her hair and the visor of her hat. She could see Wendy approaching her, the ever-present Carla by her side. "Hey, Wendy. What's up?" "And nothing," Wendy suddenly stuttered. "I just wanted to. Good heavens, child," Carla said as she gently pushed Wendy forward. "She won't bite. Now go on." "Not bite, huh?" Bambietta muttered under her breath. "A skin would so disagree." The Quincy began to speak at a normal octave then as she began to say something she actually wanted Wendy to hear. No need to say how awesome that was. I know that shot was 1 in a million, Wendy. But you were amazing," Wendy said as she twisted one foot in the ground, her hands held behind her back. Her face began to redden as she looked away from Bambietta nervously. "I wish I could be just like you. You're so confident and strong and big." Bambietta raised an eyebrow to that last part. "Huh? Oh." Wendy's face became redder still. "It's nothing." Bambietta was not sure entirely what the Sky Dragon Slayer was getting at, but for the moment she did not let it concern her. She knelt down beside Wendy and placed a comforting hand on her shoulder. "I know this has all been scary for you, Wendy. That jerk Jose and his big stupid Jupiter cannon especially. But I just want you to know that I won't let anyone, not a monster or even a wizard saint, hurt you." "I wasn't scared," Wendy said softly, a faint smile overcoming her mouth. "Because I knew you and Natsu and Urza would save us all." Bambietta gasped then as Wendy leaned forward and wrapped her arms around the Quincy's shoulder, holding her tightly. Unsure of what to do in response for only a moment, Bambietta returned the hug. "Of course," the Quincy whispered. "I'd never let anything hurt you." Wendy could hear Bambietta's voice trailing off, the Dragon Slayer becoming concerned. "Bambi." Wendy pulled away and could see a look of shock on Bambietta's face. Turning around, Wendy could also see the rest of Fairy Tail looking in the same direction, their heads craning upwards. Wendy did the same then, her own eyes widening in response. Phantom Lord's fortress of a guild hall was changing. Stone structures were moving about, shifting and altering in their structure as if the complex possessed a mind of its own. It was a slow process, one heralded by the massive creaking of wood and the turning of gears, all of which echoed across the land and Magnolia itself. Bambietta and all those of Fairy Tail simply watched on in awe as the fortress's side fell out to the side forming arms, a head enshrined in a helmet rising from the rooftop as if it were a tower. "Okay," Bambietta whispered, "so there's more than meets the eye with Phantom Lord's Guild Hall." Shock gave way to anger and Bambietta stood up and ran towards Totomaru, Hiran Kyoko kicking up dust as she appeared directly before him. Bambietta grabbed him by the front of his shirt with both hands and began to shake him. "What the hell, man? Your old guild was annoying already with that stupid Jupiter cannon on a mobile guild hall, but now they've gone from suck to blow." Bambietta gave Totomaru no chance to properly respond, her shaking of the wizard continuing. "A robot? A freaking robot? What is this? Oh no, I get it. You Phantom Lord jerks may be a bitching big guild, but your guild master ran you into debt buying all this ridiculous shit. That's why you need whatever reward the Heartfilia family will pay for this job request. That's why you morons have taken it this far." "This is madness," Totomaru responded, trying his best to keep his composure despite Bambietta's own rattled nerves and the madness of Jose resorting to what he had to bring out the super mage giant phantom. He only ever had it put to use when he had the element for practice. Oh no. Bambietta saw it then, a look of fear and rage upon Totomaru's face. Her patience at its limit, the Quincy shook Totomaru even harder. "Practice what? Come on." Totomaru continued to ignore the grief that Bambietta was putting him through, his eyes staring only at the super mage giant phantom. First the Jupiter cannon and now the abyss break. Bambietta paused for a moment, allowing Totomaru to stop his forced movement. "Abyss break? The hell's that? It can't be." Totomaru's expression was truly blank then, his thoughts lost to him. "Mazer Jose, have you truly gone so mad? Hey." Bambietta began to shake Totomaru once more. "You don't go and reference something called the abyss break and not explain it. It's got to be bad with a name like that, so spill it already." "The abyss break," Urza said under her break. "He truly would stoop to any level, wouldn't he? Again with the abyss break, and yet I'm still not getting an answer." A part of Bambietta wanted to go over to Urza and try and shake an answer out of her, but she knew that would be a bad idea. So instead she shook Totomaru some more. "What the heck is it?" "An ultimate spell that draws on all the powers of nature," Lil Tato said simply enough as she approached, her words finally getting Bambietta to let go of Totomaru. Either a wizard would have to be able to use all 4 elemental types, or 4 separate wizards would have to channel their magic through a single point. "Juvia and I," Totomaru began to whisper. "No, the element 4, we were to do just that through the super mage giant phantom. But how can it happen now without us?" Totomaru's eyes began to narrow. The mage quickly grabbed the lapels of Bambietta's coat and began to shake the Quincy without thinking. "That bastard replaced us!" Totomaru shouted. "I'll kill him. You know, I just want to make one thing clear, Totomaru," Bambietta began to say, trying her best to ignore the incessant shaking. I get where you're coming from, being stabbed in the back by someone you trust and all, and that's absolutely the only reason I'm letting you return the favor of rocking my world like a maniac. Totomaru began to calm down then, whether because he was truly feeling better or because of the thinly veiled threat hidden in Bambietta's words. He let go of her then and closed his eyes for a moment as he took a deep breath. I'm sorry. Bambietta felt her stomach churn a little bit, the shaking having not done it any favors. Still, she managed to talk. Good enough for me. I think. Like I said, I get what you're feeling. Heck, I'm sure my little buddy here does too. Isn't that right, Lil? Bambietta received no response, leaving the Quincy to repeat the name. Lil. Again there was nothing. Bambietta quickly turned her head and looked over her left shoulder. She could see Natsu standing right there, happy flying about, but there was no sign of Lil Tato anywhere. Bambietta's left eye twitched in response, the veins on her forehead beginning to press outwards from underneath her skin. Where'd she go? Where'd she go? Bambietta was upon Natsu then, the Quincy's fingers wrapped into his open vest as she shook the Dragon Slayer harder than she had Totomaru. Bambietta practically screamed as she did so, her temper flaring up to a degree that for the briefest of moments she was happy not to have the explode at her beck and call. We get into a bit of a scrap and she runs off leaving me high and dry again? Again? Oh my god, typical Lil. Typical Candy. Typical Meanie. Typical Bambietta paused a moment, only for her to scream even louder as she shook Natsu once more. I am going to dash. Whatever Bambietta had to say, whatever she would regret speaking in front of Fairy Tail after it had proven its value to her, was lost to time. Her words were cut short, the sound of Natsu throwing up echoing across the landscape. Oh hell no. Bambietta instantly let go of the Fire Dragon Slayer, his lunch freshly adorning her boots. He fell back and away from her, his eyes practically swirling. No, Igneel, I don't want to go on the Ferris wheel again, Natsu whined as his back hit the ground, his cheeks puffing out as if he was on verge of vomiting once more. Please don't make me. Bambietta stood with eyes wide open, the Quincy looking down at her ruined boots. That's just. Bambietta knew she simply wanted to scream, but she also knew what would happen. Lil Tato would berate her for causing this problem herself. Bambietta knew it was true, she had been shaking a man who suffered from motion sickness after all. Lil. Bambietta remembered then what had sparked this entire scenario, her friend having abandoned her on the field of battle again. She wanted to scream even more, to curse to the heavens. Bambietta began to open her mouth then, her rage beginning to take control of her. Yet then did Bambietta see Wendy, the young Sky Dragon Slayer looking visibly nervous. Bambietta's face twitched again, her anger boiling beneath the surface. Then did she force her expression to appear calm, Bambietta shrugging. Oh, fudge my life. My friend has gone and left me behind again and now my favorite pair of boots has been destroyed. Gosh darn it, I just need to roll with life's punches. What friend left you? Bambietta turned around and could see Lil Tato standing behind her, the young lady holding in her hands a small wooden case in one and a bag in the other. Lil. Bambietta began to smile a bit then, her heart rate slowing down. Wait a minute. Lil Tato looked at Bambietta, taking a step closer. You didn't think I ran off and left you and Fairy Tail holding the bag? Bambi, Lil Tato's voice lowered. Bambi, I said I'd keep you safe when I joy dash. Lil Tato gasped then, the Quincy never expecting Bambietta to close the distance between them and give her a hug. Not another word, Bambietta whispered. Just, bad memories, all right. Looking around, Bambietta could see that all eyes were on her and Lil Tato then. The Quincy quickly pulled away from her friend and stuck out her chest, trying to act as confident and boisterous as possible. So where'd you run off to, huh? Lil Tato stood up on her toes to look over Bambietta's shoulder, catching sight of the dazed Fire Dragon Slayer lying on the ground. What happened to Natsu? Just me being adorably hysterical, Bambietta said. Though my boots paid the price, not that you noticed, thank you very much. She's. Natsu managed to gasp out. She's wilder than any form of transportation. Wow, Lil Tato said as she lowered the back of her feet to the ground and looked up at Bambietta with a smirk. What? Right in front of everyone? Was he a skin for it, Bambi? Bambietta folded her arms across her chest and scowled. You're not funny, Lil. I wholeheartedly disagree, Lil Tato replied. Now as for where I ran off to. Lil Tato turned her attentions to Totomaru and Juvia, beckoning them to come forward. She knelt down then, opening up the wooden box she had collected. I need you both to tell me how this where you element 4 guys are supposed to be in that super mage giant phantom thing to charge the abyss break. Totomaru and Juvia did just that, walking towards Lil Tato. The fire mage stared down at the wooden box that the Quincy had opened, taking note of the porcelain objects that were within. Is that a chessboard? She tends to us that when planning things out, Bambietta offered. We're both quirky little Quincy, okay? What's up with the bag of? Juvia strained her eyes for a minute, looking right at what lay beside the chessboard. A bag of chips. I get hungry when I plan things out, okay? Lil Tato replied. Now again. This is ridiculous, Totomaru countered. The abyss break took us all 10 minutes to charge, 30 when we were still getting used to casting it in sync. We don't have time for dash. Give her answers, Urza said as she approached. For the sake of both our guilds and the town of Magnolia. Totomaru stared at the S-class wizard, mulling over his options. Fine. I was stationed at the center of the super mage giant phantom to do my part in casting the fire magic necessary for the abyss break. Arya was always on the top floor, while Juvia and Sol were stationed at the shoulders. All right, so. Lil Mouth extended out, took a potato chip and ate it. So all that remains of the element 4 is Arya and Sol. I suppose one of those Aaron car we just saw could cover for Totomaru. But water. Maybe Kuzaka is using his Zanpakuto's ice abilities to fill the void. If that's the case. Lil Tato began to arrange the chess pieces on the board, the Quincy arranging them as they should. So Jose's the king and I guess Kariya's the queen, being a wild card and all, Lil Tato continued, almost whispering to herself. I guess Arya and Sol are the knights, Hansa and Kuzaka the bishops and Yin and Yang the rooks. Then there's Jose's shades. I guess they're the pawns. So then. Seriously. Totomaru shouted, his temper flaring. We can't just plan out a strategy on a chessboard. Is this how you fairy tale wizards dash? Whatever he was about to say was cut off, Urza laying an armored hand on one of his shoulders. 30 minutes, yes? Give her time. This is absurd, Totomaru retorted. We don't have time for dash. Got it. Totomaru simply blinked, his rant having been interrupted by the voice of Lil Tato. He looked back down and could see the Quincy smirking as she herself stared down at the chessboard. Well, Totomaru began to say as he folded his arms across his chest, that's just stellar. Bambietta grinned a bit as well as she worked her past Totomaru, patting him on the shoulder as she did so. Don't let it get you down. This is just how Lil likes to plot ahead, that's all. She loves her chess. Lil Tato took another mouthful of potato chips, her jaw having once more extended out to the bag. As her mouth retracted back, she wiped her lips with the back of a gloved hand and began to speak. Lucy's the key to this whole situation and it's all over if Phantom Lord gets their hands on her. I suppose that makes her the king. Not cool, Bambietta muttered under her breath. It's my hands that should get on her. And vice versa. If Lil Tato heard what her compatriot had just said, she did her best to ignore it. Urza is obviously the queen, so that leaves myself and Natsu as the knights, Wendy and Elfman the bishops, and then Bambi and Gray as the rooks. Hey, Bambietta said as she crouched down beside Lil Tato, how come I'm not a knight like you? I mean come on, it's right in our title. Sternritter. 1. Lil Tato whispered back, we're not Sternritter anymore. And 2. I made Natsu a knight, so. Bambietta caught sight of Lil Tato's cheeks beginning to redden. You have an interesting way of flirting, Bambietta replied. I bet you want Natsu to realize that knights can only move in L-shaped patterns. Isn't that right, Lil? Lil Tato said absolutely nothing else in return, at least not to Bambietta. Now I hope nobody takes offense to this, but that makes everyone else in Fairy Tale technically the pawns on the board. Well now, a voice called out from above, I have to wonder what you all are plotting. Bambietta cast their gazes to the sky, following the sound of the voice, and were greeted with a most worrying sight. Jin Kariya was hovering above them, his long coat billowing about him as his hands remained firmly burrowed within the garment's side pockets. His red eyes glared down at Fairy Tale, his expression betraying none of his intent. Oh, look who it is, Bambietta said, trying to keep her composure. We got ourselves a queen visiting us. Isn't that nice? If the statement angered Kariya, he did not show it. The man simply shook his head for a moment and focused his eyes on Lil Tato. A chessboard? How quaint. Though I suppose Master Jose's orders are more straightforward than whatever plan you are concocting. Urza kept her eyes locked on Kariya, unwilling to give him even a chance to make a move without her being ready to counter it. And what plan is that? The abyss break is going to lay waste to this entire town you call home, Kariya replied, and while that wouldn't faze me in the slightest once upon a time, I do have to worry about my reputation in this world I'm in. With that in mind, I feel it's best I take Lucy Heartfilia off your hands and put an end to this unpleasant situation. That's right, you come down here acting all big and bad, Bambietta shot back, but get this through your head, flat top. Lucy's staying right by my side. Bambietta paused for a moment, her eyes widening a bit. Yeah, you heard me. Right by Fairy Tale's side. There was a chorus of yelling from those who made up Fairy Tale, their defiance leaving Kariya growing irate. You miserable, failing clods. I can't speak for Master Jose, but I truly did want to end this without any further bloodshed. However, is this is how you want it, then dash. Kariya's eyes suddenly widened then, a massive spear suddenly flying towards him. His sight looked over the edge of the blade then, catching sight of a determined Urza Scarlet standing in a golden armor, her right arm extended outwards. Such fools. Kariya removed both hands from his coat pockets, allowing the wind to circulate around them. He clasped the palms of his hands against the sides of the spear, fully intent on stopping it. What? Flames suddenly burst forth from the sides of the metal blade of the spear, an unnatural momentum suddenly coming into being. The Bounce suddenly felt his position in the sky threatened, his body flying back. Damn you, he shouted, Urza Scarlet. Urza watched as Kariya was pushed far and away, his body heading towards the castle. She allowed her magic to flow once more, her giant's armor switching out for the black wing armor. She looked towards those she called her guild and family, a solemn expression on her face. No doubt Arya is the one helping fuel the air magic for the abyss break, the S-class wizard said. I'm trusting you all to take care of the element 4. I'll keep this Kariya busy and buy you all some time. The wings of Urza's armor began to move then, allowing her to take flight. She summoned twin sets of ebony swords and flew to meet Kariya, the Bounce momentum coming to an end as the giant armor's spear began to power down. It faded from sight then, returning to Urza's armory. So you intend to defy me? Kariya asked as he flew towards Urza, the sky itself at his beck and call. So be it, Urza Scarlet. Bambietta watched from the ground below, the Quincy catching quick glimpses of the clash between Urza's swords and Kariya's wind blades. Bambietta was all but ready to leap into the sky herself, fully intent on joining the battle so as to sate her desires, but she stopped when she felt Lil Tato's hand clasping against her forearm. I know you want to fight, Bambi, Lil Tato began to say, but I need you to stay put right here. Come on, Bambietta pleaded. If I don't get to fight on the front lines, then I can't get to the other side of the board and become a queen too. Lil Tato blinked. Oh my god. Bambietta was confused. What? First you mention how knights move, then you bring that up. Lil Tato was simply astonished. You actually do know how chess works. Bambietta scowled in return. Hey, unlike Candy, I actually paid attention when you and Mini played board games. Don't go lumping me in with shock tarts for brains. I want you to stay close to Lucy, was all Lil Tato had to say. I want you to keep her safe in case anyone else from Phantom Lord comes out here to capture her. And I figure you'd be more than okay with that since you are the one who was going on about how no one else was going to be getting their hands on Dash. Bambietta quickly covered Lil Tato's mouth with one hand, gently patting her on the back, a nervous sweat on her brow. Yeah, great plan, Lil. I love this plan. I'm excited to be a part of it. Let's do it. Bambietta lowered her face down by Lil Tato's shoulder then and whispered. You totally heard that, huh? Lil Tato mumbled through Bambietta's hand. Never going to hear the end of it from you now, Bambietta said as she removed her hand from Lil Tato's face, all the while shaking her head in frustration. So it looks like our queen and Phantom Lord's queen are already engaged in battle, Lil Tato continued, trying her best to ignore Bambietta's sudden bout of laughter, and that's fine. So that just leaves the abyss break. Hopefully Wendy's own air magic could be a counter to Arya's, then dash. Wait a minute. Lil Tato felt herself cringe then, as if Bambietta's sudden voiced outburst had shifted the world around her. What? Look, I was totally down with naming the little dragon slayer a bishop because that's cool and all, Bambietta continued, the Quincy quite exasperated, but there's no way I'm having her go up against that crying game of a wizard by herself. I'm going with her at the very least. But, Lil Tato countered, you're guarding Lucy. That's why dash. Then she's not going. Bambietta shouted, cutting Lil Tato off. I dash. I want to help, Bambi. The Quincy paused then, feeling a tug on her cape. She looked over her shoulder to see Wendy by her side, the Sky Dragon Slayer's eyes all but pleading. I can do it if I need to, Wendy continued to say, her voice low. I mean, you all need my help, right? Bambietta sighed, pausing for a moment. Wendy, I dash. I'm going to be by her side, Lil Tato suddenly said. Bambi, I know I can take Arya but I'm going to need some backup that can counter his specialty. And dash. He took out Master Makarov, Bambietta countered. And dash. I said I'd protect you, Lil Tato interrupted. You and everything important to you, Bambi. I promise. Bambietta was quiet for a time, finally relenting with her next words. All right. She turned and knelt beside Wendy then, placing her hands on the Dragon Slayer's shoulders. I want you to listen to absolutely everything Lil asks of you, okay? She tells you to stay back, she tells you to run away, you do just that. Wendy simply nodded her head in acknowledgement much to Bambietta's relief. Lil Tato could see things were going to be all right, her thoughts returning to the plan at hand. Now then. Please tell me you want me to face off with that masked guy. Natsu's voice quickly caught Lil Tato off guard, the Quincy turning to see him all but raring to go into battle. He wants to settle a score and that's fine by me. He's got me all fired up. Kyuzaka. Lil Tato furrowed her brow. That's not a bad idea, but... The Quincy grew worried then. She could not fight by Natsu's side and she knew that Kyuzaka was a dangerous Soul Reaper, possessing a Zanpakuto worthy of a squad captain. Natsu, I know you aren't going to like this, but... I want you to fight the Soul Reaper side by side with Totomaru. What? It was not one voice but two that had spoken the objection, Totomaru having shouted alongside Natsu. They looked at each other then, clearly annoyed. I can handle myself just fine. Natsu shouted. Bambi totally wrecked a Reaper back during the whole lullaby thing and I know I could have done it too. Bambietta's ears perked. That guy was no Soul Reaper, let me tell you. Let him fight the newbie Phantom Lord guy himself. Totomaru yelled, his annoyance at the situation becoming too much for him to bear. I have better things to do. I'm going after Jose and going to talk some sense into him. Lil Tato could hear it all, the Dragon Slayer she wanted to protect boasting of his abilities, and Totomaru demanding he go face his own former leader himself. It was too much for the normally reserved Quincy to take. Damn you both. Bambietta could hear the sudden influx of emotion in Lil Tato's voice, the Quincy turning to look at her comrade. Lil. You are not going to be a one-man show, Natsu. Lil Tato shouted, her body shaking. Not when I say you're not. And Totomaru? You want to go charging off to face down the man who you think has betrayed your guild's ideals? You're going to end up on the floor in a pool of your own blood. Bambietta was dumbstruck, the Quincy unable to recall a time she had ever seen Lil Tato so angry. Bambietta knew that the Quincy was attached to Natsu, protective even, but her statement to Totomaru had been unexpected. Then Bambietta remembered what Lil Tato had said, of how she had died in their old world. Feeling her heart slowing, her skin growing cold, Bambietta reached out and gently placed a hand on Lil Tato's shoulder. "You're going to work together," Lil Tato whispered, her emotions beginning to fade into her normally calm demeanor, "and that's that." A silence hung over the assembled wizard and Quincy, one that was broken soon by Juvia. The water mage approached Lil Tato then, trying to get her attention. "If Totomaru is going to stop this, then I wish to help as well. My powers should be more than a match for Yang's fire magic." "Thank you," Lil Tato said as she looked up at Juvia. "But I know enough about her. No doubt Yin's going to be by her side as well. You can't fight them both alone. You need someone whose magic would complement your own." Lil Tato snapped to attention then, her gaze settling on a nearby fairy tale wizard. "Gray, your ice maker magic should work wonders with her water techniques, right?" "I suppose so," Gray replied, his fingers rattling against his crossed arms. "Long as we get this show on the road, I'll team up with anyone, unlike Natsu here. Not like you're asking me to get married or anything." "Then that just leaves Seoul," Lil Tato continued to say. "I know this is a lot to ask, Elfman, but I think we're going to need everyone else out here to evacuate the town in case things go south, so I can't offer you any backup until someone else finishes a fight. A real man doesn't need any assistance." Lil Tato simply blinked, watching as Elfman quickly ran towards the mechanical monstrosity that the Phantom Lord Guildhall had become, the wizard moving faster than Lil Tato had ever expected. "Well," Lil Tato said, trying to get past her initial shock, "I guess that's our cue to move." Bambietta watched then as Lil Tato and the others began to move away, heading towards the Phantom Lord Guildhall. It did not sit well with Bambietta to not be a part of the upcoming battles with the remaining Element 4 and the vaguely familiar denizens from the world she had once called home. She wanted to fight, oh yes she did, but she knew that there was something more important to do. Moving close to Lucy, Bambietta made sure to stand by her side, looking towards the Phantom Lord base, ready for anything. A part of her wanted for something to attack, a member of Phantom Lord of even a dark remnant of Jose's magic, but Bambietta quickly felt a twinge of guilt at such a desire. She had to protect Lucy, that was all that mattered. The desire for a good fight had no place in this situation, none at all. Yet then something took hold of Bambietta's attention, focusing it on Lucy entirely. The celestial wizard's body was shaking, her face wet from the eyes down. Bambietta moved closer still, slipping an arm across the woman's shoulders. "Lucy. This," Lucy whispered, "is all my fault, isn't it?" "Hey." Bambietta would have nothing of that, and she was quick to make the point clear. She circled around Lucy and gently raised the wizard's chin up with the index and middle fingers of her right hand, making certain that Lucy's eyes were looking into her own. "You do not own this problem, you got me? Just because other people are acting like monsters to get you, that doesn't make any of this your fault. It's on the shoulders of Jose and anyone following him through on this damn mad fool quest, okay? So don't go continuing to take all the blame." Lucy sniffed back a bit. "But Bambi dash." "No buts," the Quincy interrupted, putting both her hands firmly on Lucy's shoulders. "I don't want to hear any more self-doubt, okay? Fairy Tale is going to fight for, I'm going to fight for you. And if the monsters at the door want you, Fairy Tale's going to kick the door right down on them. And me? I'll gladly kick their teeth in for good measure. And you know why? Because Fairy Tale is a family, you got it. Once a team finishes their battle, they should come assist me." Elfman was simply incredulous over Lil Tato's strategy. Yes, he was not an S-class wizard like any of the Element 4 were purported to be, but he was an A-class wizard of the most well-known guild in Fiore. He could handle his own, he was sure of it. At least that was what Elfman continued to tell himself over and over again as he ran through the halls of Phantom Lord's mechanized guild hall. His objective was in sight, the doorway to no doubt the Earth Element charging station for the Abyss Break. "I can win this on my own," Elfman shouted as he slammed through the doors, swinging them open. "Yes. I can do this because I'm a real man." Elfman quickly found himself standing in the room, catching sight of a rather gaunt individual possessing green hair. Such an uncouth barbarian, interrupting a gentleman such as myself in the middle of a spell, Soul of the Earth said as he looked over his shoulder at Elfman, the fairy tale wizards reflecting in his monocle. I suppose I'll have to teach you some manners. You're totally doing it wrong, Yang. Yin was exasperated, watching as her Arrancar twin sister continued to fail at completing her portion of the abyss break. Yang, much to her credit, was trying very hard, but it proving incredibly difficult. Well, excuse me, Yin, Yang said, once more closing her eyes and focusing on her innate powers, flames bursting around her. This is my first time and I can assure you that combining the spiritual power of Hollow with the Soul Reaper and the magic of this world isn't exactly child's play. And, sighing, Yang raised her right knee up before tilting her upper body to the left, throwing her arms out to the side and extending out her index fingers. A blush formed on her cheeks. I feel like such an idiot doing this pose. It can't be that embarrassing, Yin said softly as she paced around her sister. I mean, only I'm here to see it and you know I won't tease you too much about it. Thanks a lot, Yang replied, rolling her eyes before concentrating on her powers again. She felt her spiritual strength flow through her body, reaching the tips of her index fingers. It began to flow outward again, the Arrancar feeling a spark in air. I think I got it. Yang's eyes suddenly opened wide, the Arrancar feeling an influx of power in the space around her. One so very familiar, the spiritual nature of Kusaka, but two others she did not recognize immediately. You really got it? Yin asked, tapping her left foot a bit as she folded her arms across her chest. Yeah, I think that must be those Soul and Arya creeps, Yang said as she slowly resumed a more normal form. Man, I'd hate to see them doing that pose. So the abyss breaks a go then, Yin said. Well, good. I'd hate for it to be our fault that it couldn't work out. My fault you mean, Yang replied, her head lowering. Yin looked to her sister, peeking out from beneath her dark blue bangs. Oh, don't be that way. I failed Master Kusaka once before, Yang continued to say. If I had been a better companion, we would have conquered the Soul Society. We wouldn't have met our ends. He wouldn't have died. But we're here now, Yin said as she held her sister close, trying to console her. Her forehead made contact with Yang's own, their hollow masks scraping against each other gently. It's our second chance. And I failed him as much as you did. So please, don't go shouldering this burden on your own again. You know I can't stand when people act all gloomy, you especially. So please, give me a smile. All right, Yang began to reply. I'll tr-. Yang never got to finish her sentence, the Arrancar feeling her sister pushing her away. She had no idea why at first, watching in a split second as Yin used Sonido to take a step back, but then she saw a blade of water fire through the space they had been occupying. Thanks, Yang said as she steadied herself and gave her sister a little grin. No doubt had Yin noticed the spark of magical power, something Yang had been incapable of separating from all of the elemental magic she had connected to through the abyss break. Her attention focused now however, she looked to the doorway. Damn, now there's someone who's gloomy. Yin could see it as well, Juvia Loxer standing at the doorway of the chamber. The water mage was clearly looking distraught, the accusation of her being a gloomy individual having clearly gotten to her quickly. It was not something Yin liked to see, even in regards to a comrade who had betrayed the guild they all called home. Oh, I don't know. I kind of like the rain she brings with her everywhere. You would, Yang spat back. Can't have a little rain without some lightning. Geez, why don't you just go and marry her? Man, you can be so cranky about the littlest thing, Yin replied. But I guess we would go well together, huh? Please, Juvia interjected, trying to put an end to this ridiculous conversation the Arrancar were having. I'm simply here to stop the abyss break. So for all our sakes, won't you stop powering it up? Orders are orders, Yang answered with a shrug, and if Master Kusaka is going to follow them, we will too. Now why don't you and Yin go off and play in the rain or something, okay? Yin glared at her sister. Yang. I'm not interested in romance, Juvia replied rather simply. I just dash. Juvia stopped for a second, another wizard walking by her. He was a fairy tale, Yin and Yang could tell that much. He was the ice wizard known as Grey Fullbuster, the dark, unkempt hair and his casual choice in clothes a dead giveaway. What was surprising to the Arrancar however was how Juvia was reacting. They could see it clear as day, a pink blush forming on her normally pale face. "Oh my god," Yang said in disbelief. "Looks like someone's got a little schoolgirl crush." Yin was quick to comment on it as well, a smirk playing on her face. "Like, is our favorite little rain lady falling in love? That's so sweet." "What now?" That was all Grey had to say on the matter, the wizard looking at the Arrancar twins in clear confusion. "Whatever. Listen, if you two aren't going to back down, then me and Juvia are just going to have to stop you the hard way." His body acting like it had a mind of its own, Grey's hand tore at the center of his shirt, ripping the buttons that held it shut. With one swift motion that defied both a sense of decency and physics, he threw the white garment away, standing before his would-be opponents naked from the waist up, the fairy tale emblem on his chest clear for all to see. "Is that a transformation?" Yin asked, rather perplexed. "I didn't anyone in fairy tale had clothing-related power UPS, or a lack thereof, in fairy tale besides Titania Urza. Maybe he was wearing weighted clothing," Yang added in, all the while running her eyes up and down Grey's torso. "You know, to keep his power and speed in check. An interesting strategy if true," Yin mused. "To make nudity a part of a fighter's strategy. Wait a minute." Grey could tell all eyes were on him, the ice mage quickly glancing down and taking note of his exposed upper body. "Oh, crap. Not again." Then again, Yang began to say. "Maybe he's just a forgetful idiot," Yin finished. "Oh, well," Yang continued. "He's got nice ABS. Stupid. Stupid. Stupid." Grey exclaimed as he retrieved his shirt and slipped his arms through the short sleeves. "Listen, Juvia, I'm sorry for making a fool out of myself just now. You and me both got more important things to worry about than dash. Grey, darling." Grey suddenly felt Juvia's body against his own, her arms wrapping around him. "Huh. Clearly you noticed my infatuation and were trying to raise my fighting spirits before battle." Juvia shouted as she hugged him tightly and rubbed her cheek against his chest. "Oh, that is so considerate of you." "Well, I know it did wonders to light a fire under me," Yang said quite suddenly, raising her hand as she did so. Like so. A crimson ball formed in the space near the palm of Yang's hand, the concentrated spiritual energy suddenly catching fire. "Move." Grey did as Yin had to her sister earlier, pushing Juvia away. He threw his hands to the ground and began to access his magic. "Ice make, shield." Ice sprung up almost instantly, spreading out in a diameter of several feet to protect both Grey and Juvia. It was just in time then as Yang finished charging her own attack. "Let's see how that silly wall of your handles a zero." A hellish sound echoed across the chamber as the orb of crimson flame extended forward, becoming a beam that crossed the chamber in nothing less than a second. It struck Grey's barrier sharply, leaving the ice wizard to panic. "No way!" he shouted, watching as his barrier began to crack and melt. "That's dash." Grey did not even get the chance to finish his sentence. The beam tore right through his barrier then and there. It collided with him and immediately after and, despite having lost power due to the thick ice, it still smashed into Grey with enough force to send him flying back. He cried out as his body struck the stone wall, the wizard feeling a rib crack under the pressure. "That's better," Yang said, a wide smile spreading across her face. "There you go, getting all hyped for pain," Yin said with a sigh. "You never change, Yang." "Oh, not that," Yang replied. "If I went all out with that zero, this stud muffin wouldn't be breathing. So I went easy on him, and I got what I wanted." Torn and burnt as it was, Grey's white shirt began to fall off his body as he dropped to the floor, the better part of his upper body's outfit reduced to so much ash. "There we go," Yang said, running a tongue across her upper lip. "I love me some manservice." "You," hurt Grey to see his body. Juvia took one step towards the Arrancar, her eyes practically going white. "You wanted to see his body? I have a love rival." "Is she getting mad?" Yin asked, the Arrancar unable to remember Jovia doing anything but sulk off in a corner. Yang, what did you do? A love rival, Jovia said, her steps become unstable, her pattern of walking not following a straight line. Her eyes remained lifeless, as if she was lost in a world that no one could truly understand. Then quite suddenly did she stop her advancement, her teeth coming together, her eyes narrowing. Steam suddenly began to burst out from the space around her, as if her very watery body was boiling. Yang must not be allowed to live. Gray could hear it, the rage in the voice of his would-be ally. The ice wizard shook his head and began to stand, trying to ignore the pain searing through his torso. This was crazy, to be fighting with people with such power while working alongside a woman who was leaving him worried about her shifts in personality. What the hell did that lilt auto girl get me into? Did she just threaten me? Yang asked rather incredulously. Well, you did make a move on her boyfriend, Yin answered matter-of-factly. I guess it's to be expected. Hey, Gray muttered as he began to make it back to his feet and move towards the conflict at hand. Don't I get a say in any of this? Whether Jovia even heard Gray's words the ice wizard was unsure of, his ally completely lost in her rage. Yin however had heard what he had said and she gave Gray a wink. Hush, fairy tale wizard. Jovia's apparently speaking for you. Okay, that's it. Gray was growing frustrated with the debacle he was in, bringing into existence a weapon forged from his maker magic. Ice Make, Cannon. Holding the weapon across the length of his left arm, Gray watched as an orb of ice fired forth from its barrel, flying towards Yin with enough velocity that he hoped she would not be able to dodge it in time. Then, without warning, a column of fire burst forth from the flooring in front of Yin, quickly incinerating the orb of ice. That's impossible! Gray shouted in return, watching as the fire died down, catching sight of a wicked grin on Yang's face. Not even Natsu's flames could melt my ice that fast. Poor little stripper, Yang laughed. You have no idea who you're dealing with, do you? Then maybe we should educate these fools. Yin quickly undid the hilt of her zanpakuto from the position it held in her braided hair. As she held it by her side, an arc of electric spread out from the bone-white weapon, forming a whip of sorts. Yang did the same, a sword of crimson fire jutting out from her zanpakuto. I'm ready, sister. Let's show them what an Arrancar can do. Now what? Gray watched as the twin sisters vanished from sight. There's no way. Gray saw it then, Yang appearing behind Jovia. The Arrancar attacked quickly, too fast for Gray to issue a warning, but he soon realized that he did not have any reason to worry. Yang fist passed through Jovia's body, soon joined by the Arrancar's entire body. Yang fell past her then, Jovia's form having taken a watery consistency for a moment. What the heck? Yang turned around in a fury. Seriously? My body is like water, Jovia replied simply. As long as I wish it, you will not touch me. And I won't let you touch my darling Gray either. Gray was about to say something, to speak up about his opinion on the matter, but he knew he had something else to worry about. He turned around, ready to attack the Arrancar that would appear behind him like Yang had with Jovia, but he saw no one there. Since when were you under the impression I'd appear behind you? Yin asked as she suddenly stood behind Gray, her sonido complete. That would have been so boring, don't you think? Gray screamed then, an electrified Zero slamming into his body. He pitched forward, his muscles twitching. Despite the pain he could hear Jovia call out his name, but that was not all. He shouted as well, tugging at his power. Ice Make, Hammer. Slamming his sparking right fist into his open left hand, Gray forged the hammer above and behind him, swinging the massive weapon down. Well, that's an interesting way to attack me from behind. Yin quickly stepped out of the way, sonido once more taking her out of sight. The hammer hit the floor hard, shattering into chunks of ice that began to quickly melt. Gray gasped for breath, trying to recover from the shock both his body and his system had received. He knew Yang would try that trick again, no doubt appearing in front of him. No, that was not it. She was smart, Gray had figured out that much. She would realize he would defend his front and so she would appear behind him this time. Then again, perhaps she would realize that he had caught on and would appear in front of him after all. Damn. Gray shook his head. He had to get a grip on her. If he froze her body, Yin would be unable to move at high speeds, let alone continue to fight. However, he simply did not know what angle she would attack from. The hell with it. Gray threw his right arm forward, his left behind him, and hoped for the best. He saw Yang suddenly appear in front of him, catching him completely off guard. However, he felt someone behind him as well. Couldn't hurt Jovia, so you both came at me together, huh? Fine by wait. Did I just dash? Gray could see that Yang's cheeks were blushing, leaving the ice wizard to glance down. Sure enough, he could see that his hand was pressed firmly atop her surprisingly robust chest. Oh my, Yang was saying. How forward of you. A sweat drop dripping down his face, Gray began to look over his shoulder. He could see the same result of his plan of attack there as well. Yin was blushing, her eyes wide with surprise, as Gray's hand firmly held one of her breasts. However, he could also see that she was angry. I insist, Yin began to say, her teeth gritting together, that you unhand me, good sir. Hey. This so wasn't intentional. Gray shouted as he quickly let go of both of the Aaron car. I totally didn't mean to dash. My darling Gray, Jovia whispered, covering her mouth with her right hand. He. Hey now, Gray pleaded. It was a total accident, okay? Don't either of you dare sully his majestic hands with your filthy bosoms. Jovia went into a rage again, swing out her right arm. Water slicer. Yin and Yang both quickly stepped away from Gray with Sonito, evading Jovia's attack altogether. Instead it harmlessly flew through the air. However, as it had been only mere inches away from Gray's face, he was hard-pressed to consider it harmless. Then did Gray hear the sound of Jovia screaming. He turned to the side and saw the most unsightly of visages. The Rain Woman was crying out, electricity arcing around her body. She was clawing at her throat with both hands, a cord of lightning wrapped around it. Behind Jovia stood Yin, a sadistic smile evident on the Aaron car's face. That's right, Yin hissed. Scream and beg. It's better than hearing you act all mopey. Jovia. Gray was about to run to her aid, to attack with his ice magic, when he paused. If Sonito had taken Yin behind Jovia, then Yang was no doubt about to do the same to him. Turn quickly, Gray could see it, the Aaron car appearing in the space behind him, Yang raising her flame sword high. Damn. My name. Jovia whimpered. He called my name and... What's that? Yin asked, moving her mouth towards one of Jovia's ears. I can't hear you. Jovia paid Yin no mind, her attention entirely on Gray. She could see he was in danger, Yang about to attack him with what could be a fatal blow. Such a visage made one thing plainly clear to Jovia. The pain her body was experiencing thanks to Yin would pale in comparison to losing this man she was growing so infatuated with. So she surrendered herself to Yin's lighting, extending her hands outwards instead. Water lock. An orb of blue water quickly surrounded Yang, ensnaring her and keeping her weapon locked in place above her head so that it could not strike Gray. The ice wizard could see steam issuing forth from the water, the sound of Yang's screams of pain only adding to the sight. The Aaron car's eyes were peering out from the boiling water, infused with fury. The Aaron car could generate fire, yes, but the heat of the steaming water was another matter altogether. Yet trapped as she was, Yang could do nothing. However, Gray's thoughts were elsewhere. Jovia. He turned fast, knowing that the Rain Wizard had protected him now, and he could see that she had done it at the expense of herself. She was still caught by Yin, the electricity arcing through her vulnerable body, and it left Gray infuriated. Yin was just as mad as him, the Aaron car shouting at the water wizard. How dare you attack my sister? I'll make you pay 1,000-fold, do you hear me? I'll pump so much voltage into that strange body of yours that you'll beg me for death. The hell you will? Gray shouted as he swung a fist into the opposing hand. Ice make, hammer. The hammer came down with brutal force, the ice cracking and shattering as it crashed upon Yin's head and shoulders. The Aaron car cried out in pain and dropped to the floor, her electrified whip slipping away from Jovia. The water mage stumbled away then, gasping as her body's convulsions began to slow. Gray, you. She looked at the fairy tale wizard, her eyes practically beaming despite the torment she had endured. Before Gray knew it, Juvia had him held in a tight embrace, the side of her face pressed firmly against his chest. "You saved me." Gray was stunned for the moment, the young man's hands hovering around Juvia's back. He rightly had no idea what to do, Gray unable to recall a time he had ever even met someone who hugged him, let alone the first time they had met him. "Well, you did save me first, so all's fair, right?" Gray suddenly panicked as he felt steaming water splashing against his back, a roar of outrage threatening to deafen him. He quickly held Juvia tightly, eliciting a squeal from her, and quickly leapt to the side. A burst of fire shot through the space they had once occupied, Yang standing on the floor, soaked from head to toe, and steam continued to rise from her body. Damn! Gray and Juvia kept their distance, the ice wizard and her standing side by side. Yang was glaring at them, and soon so was Yin, the electrified Aaron car back on her feet. Then, just like before, they were gone from sight. Gray knew he could not counter this technique like Natsu had against Bambietta back at Mount Heikobi. He was nowhere near as fast in close quarters combat as Natsu. However, there were other methods at his disposal. Gray dropped to one knee, slamming his hands to the ground. "Ice make, floor." A thick sheet of ice quickly spread out across the arena, covering a diameter of 15 feet around Gray and Juvia both. The fairy tale wizard was confident that this would work. He did not need to react to the Aaron car's sneak attack if he could counter it before it was completed after all. Whoa! Son of a dash! Soon enough Gray heard both Yin and Yang shouting, and he and Juvia both looked over their shoulders. The Aaron car were lying on the ice in complete disarray, their sonito having taken them directly onto the slippery surface. "This is absolutely ridiculous," Yang hissed as she lay on her back and looked up at the ceiling. "I'm really starting to lose my love for this guy. That hurt." Yin was practically upside down, her shoulders on the ice, her back leaning up against the wall. "That was unpleasant, hey?" Upside down as she was, Yin quickly reached her arms up and grabbed her blue skirt, the garment having hung down at the behest of gravity. She glared at Gray then, her cold, blue eyes a stark contrast to the rosy color on her cheeks. "You saw nothing?" "I'm pretty sure that's the case," Gray calmly replied, Juvia's right hand covering his eyes. "Seriously, I could have just looked away. I will not have you waste my dear Gray's eyes on your questionable choice in undergarments." Juvia shouted, her temper flaring once again. "You know what?" Yang let loose with a blast of fire, melting the ice around her as she stood up to her feet. "I think we've both had just about enough of you two," Yin added as she rolled onto her feet and stood as well. "Should we conclude this game, sister?" Yang asked, giving Yin a knowing wink. "Hell yes." It was unbecoming of the calmer of the two sisters, but Yin's annoyance was beginning to eat away at her. "Strike, Relampago!" Yang joined her sister then, a shout escaping from her as well. "Ignite, Fuego!" The twin Aaron car closed their eyes for a moment, blue and red spiritual power emanating from their bodies and flowing about them. They began to scream then, the force of their innate powers beginning to push Gray and Juvia away. "What the hell is this?" Gray shouted as he brought an arm up before his face, trying to shield himself from the nearly blinding light. This isn't magic." Gray felt himself continue to fall back, the solace of his shoes skidding across the floor as the oppressive force generated by Yin and Yang continued to press against him. No doubt it was the same for Juvia, but for the moment Gray had to correct himself. Of course this was not like any magic he had ever seen before. Nothing these Aaron car had done had felt like magic. Not the way the attacks had hit, nor the energy he had felt in the air. It was just the same as it was with Bambietta and Lil Tato, leaving Gray to wonder if there was any connection. Juvia, meanwhile, was simply concerned for Gray's well-being. She had not expected Yin and Yang to be as strong as they were, the wizard having suspected they were beneath the power of the element 4. Now, however, she was beginning to wonder what strength they possessed and, if they were as powerful as she feared, what kind of monsters the likes of Kariya, Kyuzaka, and Hanzo were. Then she and Gray suddenly felt the pressure against their bodies subside, the light fading. Their bodies both pitched forward, their attempts at resisting the auras coming back to haunt them. However, what was most concerning was what they were facing. Yin and Yang were still before them, yes, but the twin Aaron had changed in appearance drastically. The majority of their bodies had become encased in white armor, their faces covered by helmets that resembled misshapen skulls. Most telling of their inhuman status, however, was their arms. Both were wrapped in massive plates that very nearly dwarfed the rest of their bodies, the bone-like armor moving high above their shoulders. Then there was the most worrisome part. From the wrists of Yang's armor extended twin blades of fire, while from Yin's hung two whips of cord lightning. How absurd, echoed a distorted voice that echoed out from Yin's mask. To think we'd be reduced to using our resurrections against mere humans. Hey, I'm fine with it as long as we get to make a mess of them, Yang countered, her own voice similarly altered. Is this some kind of beast takeover? Juvia asked, moving closer to Gray. No way, Gray replied. Elfman's transformations are nothing like these two. Something just feels wrong about them. Juvia, to her credit, refused to be intimidated by the strange powers her enemies possessed. She swung out her arm, pouring as much of her magical power into it as she could. Water Slicer. The attack closed in on Yang, yet, much to Juvia's dismay, the water blade simply broke apart on the Aaron's armor plating, the liquid harmlessly splashing against Yang. What? The Aaron asked. That's it? Poor little wizard. Ice make, sword. Gray lunged at Yin, the frozen blade gripped tightly with both hands. The fairy tale mage lunged for the Aaron, intent on bringing her down. I don't care what kind of power you two are wielding. Your guild threatened my family and my home, and I'll dash. Gray's voice died down, his eyes widening as the sound of shattering ice filled his ears. The sword had broken apart into dozens of shards the moment it had made contact with Yin's armored shoulder. What? The Aaron asked. That's it? Poor little wizard. Ice make, sword. Gray lunged at Yin, the frozen blade gripped tightly with both hands. The fairy tale mage lunged for the Aaron, intent on bringing her down. I don't care what kind of power you two are wielding. Your guild threatened my family and my home, and I'll dash. Gray's voice died down, his eyes widening as the sound of shattering ice filled his ears. The sword had broken apart into dozens of shards the moment it had made contact with Yin's armored shoulder. And what? Yin simply asked. Come on. Don't be shy. Finish your silly little threat. Gray hesitated for a moment, his composure nearly as shattered as his blade. The power he and Juvia faced, it left his skin growing numb from the fear. That was disconcerting in of itself, Gray having found solace in the cold. He was quick to understand it then. This was not an unnatural reaction of his body to the freezing temperature he had commanded to create his weapons. No, this was fear. Gray had fought many a monster and fellow wizard, his life on the line. This, however, was different. The source of Yin and Yang's abilities, their transformations, was a different sort of beast altogether, reminding him instead of the creature from Clover Town, the one Bambietta had referred to as a hollow. This power was clawing at him, as if it desired not just his death but to take his soul, to devour it whole. His hesitation suddenly broke, the fear dissipated. It was not with conviction, however. No, it was replaced with pain. Searing pain, a white-hot agony spreading across Gray's torso. The wizard cried out then, his gaze falling. He could see it, Yang having moved close, one of her heat blades have punctured his torso above the waist. He who hesitates and all that, Yang rasped. Guess you couldn't stand the heat. Damn it, you and your puns are. Yin said, shaking her masked head as Yang retracted her sword from Gray. You know what? Forget it. We're winning. Damn. Gray grasped at his side with one hand, feeling no trace of blood. The intense heat of Yang's weapon had punctured him, yes, but it had also cauterized the wound. This can't be the end. Gray. Juvia ran forward then, intent on helping him. She was too slow, however, left to watch as the jaw of Yin's mask cracked open, a bolt of blue energy encircled by lightning bursting forth. It struck Gray with such force that the wizard was sent hurtling back, his cry of agony echoing in Juvia's ears. Oh, not bad, Yin said as she began to approach Gray. The Aaron's massive arms began to rotate, her electrified whips tearing against the floor over and over again, all but scorching it. But I kind of prefer a more direct approach. Yin swung both of her whips forward then, intent on lashing them against Gray and leaving him convulsing in agony. She was not granted her desire however, Juvia quickly stepping in the way. You'll make a lovely consolation prize. As the whips wrapped around Juvia, Yin did not find herself the least bit concerned that the woman's sacrifice had impeded her attack on Gray. Pain was pain after all. So she unleashed the full brunt of her power, sending volts of electricity flowing through the cords and directly into Juvia. Her screams tore at Gray, the wizard looking up from the floor. He wanted to help so desperately, yes, but his body was betraying him. His right hand clutching at the wound Yang had caused, he tried desperately to make it up to his feet. His legs collapsed from under him again, however, and he could only faintly reach out with one hand. Stop it! Stop it! Oh! Yang peeked around to look at Gray, her curiosity piqued. What's this? You want to be a knight in shining armor? That's so sweet. Phantom Lord picked this fight with Fairy Tail, Gray hissed as he tried once more to get up to his feet, Juvia's screams becoming his motivation. And she's a member of your guild, so leave her alone. Your fight is with me. I'm sorry, Yin said in a rather melancholic tone, her masked head lowering a bit, but she's betrayed Phantom Lord by helping your guild. Conversely, she's betrayed Master Kusaka and for that. I cannot allow her to live for that. Juvia's scream intensified then, the lightning arcing into her body increasing in direct response to Yin's sudden outburst. Damn you! Gray grit his teeth and stood at last, his legs shaking and threatening to give on him at any moment. Ice Ma dash! Whatever Gray had planned, it was not to be. A Zero composed of flame struck him then, leaving the wizard to cry out in pain as he fell to the floor once again. I've had enough of you. Yang knew she wanted to enjoy a little carnage, but now even she was worried. Yin was always the calm one, the collected one. Yet now she had let her temper slip and was very clearly torturing Juvia. Kusaka meant so much to them both, she understood that, but this was going too far. It was meant to be ended quickly, if violently, but not like this. To that end, Yang attacked Juvia. The woman's senses were alight with pain, her body unable to keep its watery composition, and that was exactly what Yang was counting on. Her Zero struck Juvia then, engulfing her in fire. What? Yin pulled her whips back and watched as Juvia fell beside Gray, both their smoking from the attacks. Yin looked to Yang then, unsure of what she was doing. I'm getting bored, Yang replied with a shrug before using Sonito to step back several yards. So let's just end this quickly, sis. Okay. Yin felt her temper begin to die down, the Aaron car wondering what had just come over her. She moved beside Yang then, their eyes locked on the downed Gray and Juvia. Both Aaron car began to charge a Zero each then, the mouths of their masks cracking open. There won't be anything left of either you, Yang hissed, her voice echoing over the sound of the twin Zero. I promise you that much, Yang added on, watching as both the Zero of flame and the Zero of lightning began to combine. This is the end. Is that, Gray began to say weakly, his body struggling to move, a unison raid? No, it can't be. Not with their powers. A unison raid. Juvia's voice was low, cracking with pain, but she managed to speak those words regardless. That was it. Their only chance at defeating Yin and Yang. Fighting any agony she felt, Juvia moved her scorched hand towards Gray, her fingers slowly threading their way between his own. She weakly gripped his hand then and speak. Gray, my darling. We can stop them with our own unison raid. You make it sound so easy, Gray simply replied. Our magic might be compatible, but we'd have to be in perfect sync with each other. Completely. You know how long it's taken some people to manage that. Do any spell you want, Juvia whispered. Feel however you want. I promise I'll match it perfectly, my darling. Gray was not seeing any other option. He was unwilling to go down without a fight, to die without struggling, and he was willing to take whatever opportunity he could to live. That was what would have wanted, right? All right, Gray whispered back as he squeezed his hand tightly around Juvia's own. We'll do it your way. Juvia's pale face began to redden as she and Gray both forced themselves to their feet. Their legs wobbling, they held their enclosed hands outwards, closing their eyes, and they began to call to their magic powers. Juvia could feel Gray's power flowing out from her, yes, but there was something else. Something much more important to her. Their chests pressed together, she could feel his heart beating slow and steady, a sign that he was no concern despite their present circumstances. Did he have faith in her? Did he truly? Juvia was excited, so very much so, but she knew she had to match Gray's emotional state. She forced herself to calm down, her breathing and heart rate slowing to match his. He had said it was hard, and yet she could not understand why. It was so simple to connect with him on a magical level, their powers becoming one. It was so with their magic, so with their feelings, and it was also so with their voices. Magic fusion. Unison raid. As yin and yang's combined attack fired forth, the zero obscuring them from sight, a massive magic circle formed before Gray and Juvia. From it fired forth a veritable onslaught of freezing, magical charged water. Within it were hundreds of ice shards gleaming in the light of the Arrancar's attack. The combined powers on both sides collided on the spot, threatening overwhelm each other. Gray and Juvia poured all of their power into the fusion of water and ice, trying with all their heart and soul to overcome the adversity before them. Yin and Yang were the stark contrast, the twin Arrancar assured of their victory. That's right. Yang shouted. Struggle all you want. It'll make your end all the sweeter for us. Know who's being sadistic? Yin whispered under her breath. My sister, the big old hypo what? Yin and Yang both saw it then, Gray and Juvia's attack tearing through their own, the zero dissipating as the razor-sharp shards of ice tore it asunder. The water struck them both then, quickly freezing and becoming a jagged tower of ice that held them in place. True love, Juvia began to shout, conquers all. What she said, Gray added on before quickly looking down at Juvia. Wait, what? The tower of ice that held Yin and Yang aloft quickly shattered, the twin Arrancar crying out in pain as it did so. They fell to the floor then, their armor cracked and damaged. What was that? Yin asked rather hoarsely. We couldn't have been beaten, Yang gasped. Not by mere humans. Azure and crimson light engulfed both Arrancar for a moment, soon fading. Their resurrection forms were no more, both Yin and Yang lying unconscious on the floor in their more human-like appearances. Mere humans. Gray looked at the defeated Arrancar. Then what the hell are they? His voice had paused for a second, Gray stumbling down to one knee. Juvia was quick by his side, helping him back up. It doesn't matter. We won, my darling. Now we need to get to that Wendy girl. She can heal you, right? Yeah, Gray answered. And she can heal you too. Then we can help take down that Arya guy. Or head off to help Elfman take down Solution. Gray took a deep breath, thinking over the possibility of assisting Lil Tato in the battle with Arya. At first he had questioned just what she had gotten him into by splitting everyone up into the teams she had, but now he was content with it. Hey, Juvia, Gray began to say. You're not half bad, so, what's this? Gray suddenly felt something against his hand, something soft and warm. He turned around quickly and caught sight of Juvia holding his hand against one side of her bosom. The water mage's eyes were closed, her lips perking up into a slight smile as her cheeks remained rosy. Oh, my darling Gray. You never needed to touch Yin or Yang's unworthy chests. You needed only to ask me. Well, that's nice. Gray looked away for a moment, trying not to enjoy the situation he was, and whispered to himself. I hope things aren't quite so extreme with Natsu and that other Phantom Lord member. All right. Let's do this. Natsu dragged Neil through open the double doors to the room Todomaru had directed him to. This was it, the chamber responsible supplying water magic energy to the Abyss Break. The Fire Dragon Slayer was raring to go, intent on putting an end to the spell that threatened to destroy his guild and his home. All he had to do was win one fight, to defeat one man. That man was not far away, the masked individual known as Sojiro Kusako leaning against the far wall. He titled his head up to get a good look at the intruder and grinned beneath his mask. I've been waiting for, Salamander. We meet again at last. Hey, you said you wanted to settle things outside, so here I am. Natsu replied. And careful what you wish for, because I've got a fire in my belly that I'm ready to roar your way. There's something about you, Kyuzaka said as he stood to his full height and placed a hand upon the grip of his sheathed sword. It makes me feel the same. Perhaps it's simply that impetus spirit you possess. It's so different from any I've ever faced in battle. Ain't that nice? Natsu exclaimed. It's nice to have an opponent who's going to enjoy losing as much as I'm going to enjoy winning. Natsu's voice trailed off suddenly, the fire dragon slayer's senses coming alive as he felt sheer power emanate from both Kyuzaka and his sword. In response did Natsu all but bite his tongue, a faint bit of sweat slipping down the sides of his face. So that's it, Kyuzaka said, the power suddenly flowing back into him. A slight pause and nothing more is all you do in light of my spiritual pressure. I suppose you will truly be a worthy opponent after all. Kyuzaka reached up with his right hand, removing from his head the hollow mask he had grown accustomed to. He allowed Natsu to see his face then, a jagged scar running across one side. What happened to you? Natsu asked, genuinely surprised. You see me for what I am, Kyuzaka replied, gently touching the scar on his face. A damaged man, forever tarnished by the friend he was forced to fight and die to twice over. Killed, by a friend. None of it made any sense to Natsu. How could this individual stand before him alive and well if he had died twice before? That was odd enough. However, it was another thing that Kyuzaka said that concerned him. What kind of friend would kill one of his own? That riles you up, yes? To know that two friends were forced to fight to the death for no justifiable reason? Yes, I suppose that's something we have in common. Kyuzaka stopped and shook his head. It doesn't matter. It never did. Natsu disagreed vehemently. What the heck are you talking about? Don't ask such questions, salamander of fairy tale, Kyuzaka replied. You came here to fight for the sake of your so-called friends, yes. That was a question Natsu could answer without the slightest amount of hesitation. Heck yeah. Then I will not deny you what you seek. Kyuzaka unsheathed his sword then, his voice beginning to bellow throughout the chamber. Reign over the frosted heavens, higher in Meru. The sheath dissolved completely before Natsu's eyes, a chain adorned by a crescent star forming off of the sword's handle. However, that was not the most disconcerting part. No, the power that Natsu had felt was coming back in full force. No, it was even stronger. You know, I wasn't too happy Lil had you come along for the ride at first, Natsu shouted as he tried to stand his ground, but I'm kind of glad you have my back now, Totomaru. Natsu waited for a boasting of the Phantom Lord Wizard's power, or perhaps a sarcastic reply. He received neither. Totomaru. Natsu turned around then, ignoring Kyuzaka for the moment. All the Dragon Slayer was greeted with was the sight of Happy floating in the air, the cat shrugging his shoulders. Where the heck did he go? After he pointed you in the right direction, he kind of took off down another hallway, Happy explained rather simply. Say what? Natsu's eyes narrowed. That's not cool. Here we are going into a major battle and he goes and takes a potty break? He should have done that before he left home. Happy sighed. I'm pretty sure this is home, Natsu. And I'm pretty sure that's not what he's doing. So why didn't you tell me he took off? Natsu asked. Flying through the air around his friend, Happy began to wave his paws about. I just thought you noticed he ran off. You know me better than that. Natsu replied. Oh well, it's not like I really wanted to fight by his side anyway. I guess I should have expected someone from Phantom Lord to abandon me before a fight. I bet that Lady Greyswith probably left him high and dry too. Natsu turned around to face the approaching Kyuzaka, the Dragon Slayer slamming his knuckles together and allowing fire to spark outwards. I'll take this jerk done by myself and show that jerk who's the real fire wizard around these parts. Hansen Nokui stood before Jose Porlaw, the former shinobi of the Soul Society, listening well. He wished to earn his guild master's trust, to take back what he had lost thanks to the debacle in regards to taking care of Gajeel Red Fox. He would do whatever it would take. So he kept his eyes on the guild master, taking note of how his demeanor had changed since his return to the guild. Gone was Jose's peculiar choice in fashion, his clothes befitting a warlock gone without a trace. The man was dressed from head to toe for war, a dark blue uniform befitting a military unit adorning him and a violet cape hanging from one shoulder. It was a stark comparison to the man who had taken Hansa and not that long ago. "This situation has truly deteriorated," Jose rasped, "and all because those fools from Fairy Tale insulted my offer for peace. The abyss break will destroy them for that, but there is another matter to attend to." "Lucy Hartfilia," Hansa said solemnly. "Do you wish for me to dash?" "Of course," Jose shouted as he turned to face Hansa. "You are to go out there and bring her to me by force if need be. By force even if it is not required. I give you permission, Hansa, to slaughter any fairy tale wizard that stands between you and Lucy Hartfilia." The shinobi bowed then, his body fading into the shadows of the room as he made his leave. "I suppose I should hope that I run into that damned Quincy then." Jose watched as his subordinate vanished without a sight, the guild master moving back to his throne. He took a seat and closed his eyes for a moment, the recent events getting to him. He had not slept since he had arranged for Makarov's defeat, his glee too strong to rest through. He needed sleep, yes, it called to him, but he was determined to see this battle through to the end no matter what. Then did he hear the doors to his chambers burst open, the wizard saint feeling a tremendous heat throughout the room. He hissed through grit teeth and opened his eyes to see a familiar face standing at the doorway, flames shifting around his body. "Master Jose," Totomaru said as he took one step forward, "we need to talk. It's not too late to end this madness." Totomaru, the conflagration of Phantom Lord. Jose stood up from his throne and took one step towards the young man. "Totomaru of the Element 4. Jose stopped then, closing his eyes once more. They opened quickly, however, but had changed. They looked at Totomaru, the orbs having become dark as night. "Totomaru," Jose said softly, his voice quickly escalating and becoming a scream of pure rage, "the traitor." Chapter 25, Fire Dragon vs Ice Dragon. So much for Fairy Tale evacuating the town. That had been Lil Tata Lampard's plan after all. Bambietta Basterbine remembered that much, but it was not to be. The phantom-like minions crafted by Jose's power had attacked the moment Natsu Dragneel and the others had entered the Phantom Lord Guild Hall, leaving Bambietta, Lucy, and those who had remained behind to keep them at bay. Bambietta did not mind in the least. It was the task of the others to evacuate the town after all, not hers. She was meant to protect Lucy Hartfilia after all, as well as her own choice of keeping a close eye on Levi McGarden. But Lil Toto had asked the others to keep the town safe from harm if the worst-case scenario of the Abyss Break came into play. Bambietta was not worried however. She had seen it well enough time and time again, Fairy Tale made the impossible possible. The Abyss Break was not going to happen. She had faith in that much. However, as a luminous arrow struck down another dark shadowy being, Bambietta yawned. There was one thing she did not have faith in, having fun fighting such low-grade villains. "Man, this is boring," the Quincy complained. "I could fight these creeps with my eyes closed." "Wait, maybe that would make this more interesting." Bambietta shook her head, shooting down another phantom creature. No, I need to keep an eye on Lucy. And that's certainly not something I want to avoid. I just hope Natsu is enjoying himself fighting more than I am." "Natsu!" Happy shouted as he floated around the massive room. "You having fun yet?" The cat watched from above as the battle continued on the floor of the arena, fire and ice covering the battlefield as the combatants continued to overpower one and another. Fire Dragon's roar. A torrent of flame burst forth from Natsu's mouth, colliding against a wave of ice that was tearing across the floor towards him, halting its advance. He looked towards Happy then, all but giving him a thumbs up. "Oh, yeah. I'm Dash." Whatever the Dragon Slayer was about to say came to a close, a chain lashing across his throat. So Jiro Kyuzaka had all but appeared from thin air behind Natsu, ensnaring him with the extension of his sword. He twisted his body around, flinging the fairy tale wizard away and through the air. "Natsu!" Happy shouted as he watched his friend hit the wall hard with his back, the wood and stone both splintering and shattering. "Hang tight, little buddy," Natsu gasped out as he fell away from the wall and landed on his feet, his stance shaking. Despite it all, he finished giving the flying cat a thumbs up, a smile adorning Natsu's face despite the pain hidden behind it. Like I was gonna say, I'm having the time of my life. Is that a fact? Kyuzaka said as he lowered his sword, the chain resting against the floor. I didn't peg you for the masochistic type, salamander, but far be it from me to not appease those desires. Say what? Natsu asked, the dragon slayer staring at Kyuzaka in confusion. Look, pal. I'm not sure if that was a compliment or an insult, but I ain't whatever the heck you just called me. I suppose only time will tell, Kyuzaka said as he gripped his hand tightly on his sword, raising it once more. So show me, Dragon Slayer, what kind of person you really are. You wanna see? Natsu asked, fire coming to life around his arms. Oh, I'll show you, but don't go blaming me because you played with fire and got burned. Natsu braced himself to attack, his body all but ready to launch forward, but he stopped when a familiar voice took hold of his attention. Natsu, Happy exclaimed as he circled around the ceiling. That's probably not the best fight banter you've come up with. Hey! Whose side are you on, little buddy? Natsu shouted towards the flying cat, his fire dying down. I'm under a lot of pressure right now, so give me a break. What a comical pair you two are. Kyuzaka simply stared at the fire dragon slayer in disbelief. He raised his sword then in frustration, pointing the tip of the blade towards Happy. Perhaps you would fight me in earnest if I were to relieve you of this burden, Salama Dash. Kyuzaka suddenly felt both pain and heat across his face, a fist encased in fire striking him in the jaw. The Soul Reaper fell back, faint traces of blood slipping down from a corner of his mouth. Well now, Kyuzaka said as he found his footing and steadied himself, was that enough? The Soul Reaper stared at the ground he had once held, finding Natsu standing there instead. The fire dragon slayer's eyes were blazing, the veins on the side of his head seemingly on the verge of bursting under the pressure of the blood within. Yes, I suppose it was, Kyuzaka said as he spat out a fair amount of blood to the floor, his lips curling up into a faint grin. Show me your anger, salamander. Show me your power and make this a fight worth remembering. First you pick a fight with my guild. With my family. Natsu was hissing through gritted teeth. Now you go and try and hurt my little buddy? I'll give you a fight all right. Fire dragons roar. This again. Kyuzaka shook his head and threw his sword forward to meet the flames directly. How predictable. The intent was clear, Kyuzaka desiring nothing less than to freeze the fire in its entirety, to prove his power's superiority to Natsu. The blue spiritual pressure leaked out of his sword then, making contact with the flames. Slowly did the ice begin to form, enveloping and becoming one with the fire. Then, much to Kyuzaka's surprise, it began to melt. First it degraded to simple water and then began to dissipate into nothing more than steam. What? The fire dragon's roar engulfed the Soul Reaper them, leaving his scream of pain to become drowned out by the fury of the attack itself. Natsu gasped then, his assault ending, and he looked on. Bet he'll remember that for a long time coming. Natsu, Happy said, as he floated down, I think he has to be alive to remember something. What? Natsu shouted in return. Come on, Happy. You know me better than that. I wouldn't go and try and off the guy. I'm sure he's fine. You're right. Natsu heard it, Kyuzaka's voice coming from behind. He was about to turn, to launch an attack, but all he could do was scream. The edge of Kyuzaka's blade tore through flesh, cutting through muscle as it skid down the side of the Dragon Slayer's right arm. Natsu fell to the side then, crying out in agony as Happy began to panic. Natsu! The cat shouted as he flew down towards him. Impressive reflexes, salamander, Kyuzaka said as he whipped his sword to the side, allowing the remnants of blood to fly off. You evaded that attack better than I had expected. However, do keep this in mind. If I had wanted to take your arm, I would have kept myself silent and left you unaware. You. Happy whimpered as he knelt beside Natsu's bleeding arm. He did not even look up towards Kyuzaka, no, but his voice was direct against him. How could you? Don't hold it against me, cat, Kyuzaka replied calmly. I am simply the one this fool chose to fight and I have acted accordingly. He came here to fight for you, for his supposed friends. He has nothing to blame but that. No one to blame but himself and those he considers friends. Is that right? Natsu asked as he began to press both his hands against the floor, ignoring the pain that shot up his right arm. He pushed himself against the floor then, talking in a ragged voice as he did so, his confidence booming despite the agony he felt. You go and say that you had me dead to rights, huh? That I only had a chance because you just had to go and open your big mouth. Kyuzaka simply watched as the Dragon Slayer stood up before him. Yes. Natsu spun around to face Kyuzaka then, raising his left hand and letting it become consumed in flame. Then I guess now you're the one not taking this fight seriously. How foolish, Kyuzaka replied, closing his eyes and shaking his head. He was not foolish in the least, having been blindsided by Natsu once before, so he let his spiritual nature flow out, to detect any sign of aggression or magic. Do you really think you can take me with one dash? Kyuzaka felt it then, the spike of anger and power he had been expecting. He prepared to move accordingly, to step aside and remain free from harm, yet the chance never presented itself. He felt it once more, Natsu's burning knuckles tearing across the side of his face. Course I can. Natsu shouted as he watched Kyuzaka tumble away, the Soul Reaper barely managing to remain on his feet. I could beat you with one hand tied behind my back if you keep leaving yourself wide open like that. A trail of blood began to work its way down Kyuzaka's face, seeping out from the corner of his mouth. The Soul Reaper spat the red substance away then and looked at Natsu with a grin. Well then, I suppose I should take this battle much more seriously, Salamander. I do not suppose you shall live to regret it. Kyuzaka raised his blade then and there, extending his arm out from his body and keeping the blade horizontal. His spiritual powers began to spill outwards then, as if leaking from his very soul itself. Natsu could not see the blue energy radiating from Kyuzaka's body, no, but the Dragon Slayer could feel it. A chill ran across his body, Natsu standing in awe of that which could not be seen. Still did he stand his ground, the flame covering his hand and the veritable fire in his eyes refusing to die down. Then, without warning, a dragon-forged device came into being. To Natsu it appeared as if it had come from the very blade that Kyuzaka wielded, the mighty beast propelling forward. The monster's fangs descended upon the Dragon Slayer quickly, a surge of power surrounding it, but Natsu did not back down. So you're an ice-make wizard, huh? Natsu swung his one good arm forward, his fiery fist slamming into the frozen maw of the dragon. Man, I bet Gray would love to know how to use this spell. Maker magic. Kyuzaka shook his head. It's so much more than that. Something you should realize right about now. Natsu could feel his feet slipping across the floor, the ice dragon pressing its advantage. The wizard tried his best to hold his ground, but he could see something that left him concerned. The fire around his hand was beginning to freeze. That's not dash. Not possible you say? Kyuzaka interrupted. I told you, Salamander. This is no mere manipulation of ice. My Zanpakuto can freeze anything this world has to offer, even your fire. Try as he might, Natsu could not hold on. His fist was quickly engulfed in solid ice, his magic fire no more, and Kyuzaka's dragon was no longer impeded. It wrapped its frozen jaws around his torso and bit down. The Dragon Slayer screamed in response as his feet lost contact with the ground, the dragon taking him into the sky. Yes, that's right, Kyuzaka said as he motioned his sword up high, giving commands to the inanimate dragon, let your blood stain the ice. But don't worry, I won't end it here. Kyuzaka let his fingers flex out, his dragon's maw doing the same. The teeth slipped free from Natsu's flesh, leaving the Dragon Slayer to fall. He was not a victim or gravity for long however. Kyuzaka snapped his wrist to the side and the ice dragon followed the motion. It spun around quickly, its tail whipping about and striking Natsu with such force that he was sent careening backwards. Natsu! It was all Happy could do, the cat letting out an anguished cry as his friend was driven into wall, his body embedding itself into the stone. So, have you had enough yet? Kyuzaka asked as he lowered his blade, the ice dragon floating down to rest by his side. Natsu was silent for a moment, scattered portions of rubble falling to the floor from the spot in which he had been driven into. He slowly opened up his eyes and looked down at Kyuzaka. Are you? Kyuzaka raised an eyebrow towards the weakly spoken statement. What? That power, Natsu said, slowly bringing up a shaking hand and pointing a finger at Kyuzaka's monstrous creation. "Are you an ice dragon slayer?" Kyuzaka's eyes narrowed then. "I told you, I am nothing like you've ever known." Natsu began to pull himself from the wall and dropped to the ground. He landed in a crouch, faint traces of blood issuing out from his wounds. He looked at Kyuzaka nonetheless, curiosity twinkling in his eyes. "So what? You're an ice-make dragon slayer then?" Kyuzaka's eyes widened a bit, the Soul Reaper simply staring at Natsu in disbelief. "What? You wouldn't happen to know where a guy named Igneel is, would you?" Natsu asked. "Well, I guess I should say he's a dragon and I've been looking all over for him and—" Kyuzaka forced himself to drown out Natsu's voice, the Soul Reaper's eyes narrowing as he glared at the Dragon Slayer. He raised his sword up high, giving another command to his ice dragon. "I'm going to enjoy beating you down far more than I should." Wendy Marvel was nervous, the Sky Dragon Slayer knowing what lay behind the doorway before her. It was something she did not want to involve herself in, something she was afraid to become a part of. What was hidden away from her sight by the double doors was nothing more than a fight. Yet Wendy knew she had to face this. The guild that Master Rubal had entrusted her to was counting on her. Fairy Tale was many things to Wendy, be it intimidating or wild. However, those were only initial impressions. In the short amount of time that she had known the guild proper, it had become something else, its members had become something else. Just as Grandini and Kate Shelter had become, so too were the members of Fairy Tale becoming like a family to Wendy. She had to fight for them if that was what it took. No matter how frightening the enemy or overwhelming the opposition, she would have to steel her resolve. It's what Bambi or Natsu would do, right? Wendy brought both hands up to her mouth, covering it in surprise that she had uttered her thoughts aloud just now. She had to hope that Lil Tato had not heard it, but when she saw the Quincy looking down at her, Wendy knew that was not the case. "What's the matter?" Lil Tato asked simply. "Oh, it's nothing," Wendy replied softly. "I just was trying to motivate myself. I dash." Wendy glanced down at the floor suddenly, then, her voice becoming quieter still. "I'm scared, that's all." Lil Tato took a deep breath and moved towards Wendy. This was hardly her area of expertise, to motivate another to battle. Coming up with strategies, that was her skill. She could even manipulate a person's baser instincts and outwardly projected emotions for her amusement, Bambietta on the frequent occasion, but to truly understand and motivate another's heart? No. Still, Lil Tato knew she would have to try. What's to be scared of? I know I'm not Bambi, but I'm going to be right by your side. And I saw what you did back at Clover Town. You stood up to that big, bad monster, so I know you've got what it takes. That's just it, Wendy said. I was scared for myself back then. And scared for everyone else. But this. We're not going to fight a monster. We're fighting another person. And I just want to heal people, not hurt them. Lil Tato closed her eyes for a moment, the Quincy beginning to wonder if she had miscalculated with her plans. You don't have to, okay? I just need you to support me is all. I'll do the heavy lifting. Lil Tato could see Wendy look up at her then, the Dragon Slayer looking a bit happier. Still, her voice did not sound any more confident. All right, but I wish Bambi was here. You trust her? Lil Tato tried to hold back a sigh, realizing that the best laid plans she had come up with her from what she had hoped for. And I promised her that I'd keep you safe in any way I could, so. You stay here, all right. Lil Tato began to turn then, her hand reaching out for the handle for the doorway. She had miscalculated, she could see that now. This was different than fighting a rampaging, mindless monster. This was against another flesh and blood wizard. However, Lil Tato could see there was something else different in this occasion. Wendy had been by Bambietta's side when she had fought then. Lil Tato's strategy had robbed her of that now, leaving the Dragon Slayer much more reluctant to fight, her fears outweighing any confidence she could muster. So Lil Tato was prepared to fight this battle on her own then, the Quincy hoping she was ready. Arya was an unknown to her, the only thing she knew being the fact that he had managed to defeat Makarov. Whether it was matter of outpowering the guild master or simply a fluke she did not know, but it worried her. Still, she would not subject Wendy to this. However, as Lil Tato's fingers brushed against the handle, she felt another's fingers on her other hand. She looked to her side and could see that it was Wendy, the Sky Dragon Slayer, having grasped her hand. Wendy was quiet at first, but then she looked at Lil Tato with a determined gaze that left her surprised. "I can't let you do this alone. Bambi wouldn't, and neither should I." Lil Tato nodded in approval and began to open the door, ready to face Arya with Wendy's assistance. She could say nothing in response to the Sky Dragon Slayer's offer, the Quincy at a loss for words. This child, she was so innocent of the horrors of this world or the one that the Quincy had come from, yet she was unwilling to flinch despite her own innate fears. Lil Tato had to wonder then what the past would have been like if the Stern Ritter had possessed in its members the purity that fairy tale seemed to cultivate in others. "You won't leave an ally to fight alone, even despite your worries," Lil Tato whispered to herself and no one else. "You're a better friend to Bambi than any of us were. If only we had had someone like you in our little group back then, we might not have." "Is something the matter?" Wendy asked, having caught Lil Tato's whispers. "Everything's fine," Lil Tato said as she began to open the door. "Now that Bambi and I are in this world. And I intend to keep it that way no matter what." The water spell chamber of Phantom Lord's Guild Hall, once a place of solemn spell casting, was no longer what it was meant to be. Dual screams continued to ring across the room. Happy's shouts were those of fear and panic while Natsu's were simply cries of pain. The fangs of Kyuzaka's ice dragon were rending flesh and biting through muscle, the beast continuing to thrash about as its jaws held tightly to the fire dragon slayer's torso. "Tell me, Salamander," Kyuzaka shouted as he swung his blade upwards, commanding his creation to throw itself to the ceiling, smashing Natsu directly through the stone and wood. "Do you think you can save your guild now?" Kyuzaka dropped his blade then, the ice dragon tearing back down through the ceiling and into view. Blood was spraying out from the corners of its mouth, the twin trails of crimson belonging to Natsu. Yet much to Kyuzaka's surprise, the fire wizard was not unconscious. No, he was resisting with all his might. As Natsu continued to cry out in pain, so too did he scream in defiance. Flames continued to form around his hands and he smashed them down on the forehead of the makeshift dragon. Each and every time did the fire turn to ice, shattering as it struck the monster. However, Natsu persisted. If his flames could not serve him now, then his naked fists would have to do. So he continued to strike the monster as he and it descended to the ground. His knuckles tore open upon the jagged ice, staining it with more and more blood. "Of course I do," Natsu bellowed. "I'll sacrifice everything to defeat and save Fairy Tai Dash." His declaration was cut short, the ice dragon slamming Natsu into the flooring. It flew away from him then, finally leaving him fear of its jaws. Kyuzaka watched as his dragon returned to his side, the Soul Reaper looking at Natsu. He was left lying in splintered wood and dented stone, his body unmoving. However, much to Kyuzaka's irritation, there was still a look of defiance in Natsu's eyes. "I will not have you lay there in defeat with that confident smirk on your face." Kyuzaka used his flash step to close the distance between himself and Natsu, the Soul Reaper kicking out across Natsu's face. "What is it, Salamander?" Kyuzaka screamed as he continued his assault, the sole of his right foot smashing against Natsu's face again and again. "Do you foolishly believe that guild to be your friends? To be your family? Is that it? Do you honestly believe such nonsense? Answer me." There was no response, prompting Kyuzaka to bring his foot down once again. This time, however, he found it stopped. "Ain't it obvious?" Natsu asked, his left hand having propelled up to catch Kyuzaka's foot. The dragon slayer's face was bloodied, scarlet liquid seeping from both his nose and mouth, yet he still looked confident. "Of course they're my family and I won't let you hurt them anymore." Kyuzaka's body began to tingle, his soul coming alive. He could feel it, sense it, a power fluctuating around Natsu. His eyes widening, the Soul Reaper leapt back with a flash step, freeing his foot from the Dragon Slayer. It was just in time, Kyuzaka left to watch as a pillar of flame burst forth from Natsu's position, flying up until it hit the ceiling. Then did it fade away, leaving Kyuzaka to watch as the bloodied and battered Dragon Slayer began to stand up. He was injured and hurt, his right arm still hanging limply by his side, but he was clearly undeterred. "This is madness, Salamander," Kyuzaka hissed. "You speak of family, do you? How you'd fight to your last breath for them." The Soul Reaper's temper began to flare then, his breathing becoming erratic as he called his dragon to his side once more. Natsu was surprised to see the man respond as he was, it being a far cry from the Kyuzaka he had confronted twice now already. Whatever demons drove Kyuzaka vanished as quickly as they had come, leaving him to calm down and look at Natsu with eerie intensity. "I know of family, Salamander." "Oh yes, I do. Friends. Family? That's just a tool the world uses to hurt you. What a load of garbage." Natsu shouted in return. "Is that the kind of nonsense your guild master makes you believe?" "Oh no," Kyuzaka replied, his mind adrift in his past, "it's something he and I simply found common ground on, nothing more. I've learned the lessons on my own. To be so close to another that you're practically brothers, that your souls may as well resonate, that your innate powers are practically one and the same. The world cannot allow that though, those in power refuse to let it stand. So you're forced to fight. Bonds shattered and a life lost. Twice even." Natsu was completely confused then. "The heck are you talking about?" "It doesn't matter," Kyuzaka said, shaking his head. "That world is lost to me, just as your guild will be to you. I won't let that happen." Natsu lunged for Kyuzaka again, a brilliant flame coming alive around his good hand. "Fire Dragon's Dash!" Kyuzaka's ice dragon slammed into Natsu again, the beast smashing its forehead into the dragon slayer with enough force that he was left coughing up blood. His fist dropped, the flame once more making contact with the ice and freezing. "This is the end for you, Salamander." Kyuzaka watched his dragon smash the wizard into the far wall. It was the same as before, the attack just as Natsu had expected from previous assaults. Yet then did he truly feel the cold, the dragon slayer beginning to panic. "What's dash?" The dragon exploded suddenly, forging new ice that covered Natsu completely, spreading out across the wall several yards, leaving him frozen and trapped. "What's done is done," Kyuzaka said as he lowered his guard for a moment, his shoulders slumping as his blade lowered to the ground. "Die there, Salamander, knowing that your family will follow you shortly if they do not comply with my master's demands." Kyuzaka took a deep breath as he turned his back from Natsu and began to walk away. His attention needed to be somewhere else, to continue empowering the Abyss Break. This needless, insubstantial battle had diverted his attention for far too long as it was. "Let him out," a voice squeaked from behind Kyuzaka. "Please." The Soul Reaper glanced over his shoulder, catching sight of the winged cat known as Happy hovering close by. "I'm sorry, but no." But he'll die," the cat pleaded. "So please." "I already told Yo Dash." Kyuzaka was cut off then, the flying cat suddenly lunging at him, paws going for his face, claws trying to tear at his flesh. Ridiculous. Kyuzaka reached over his shoulder with one hand then, gripping Happy around the throat and pulling him in front of the Soul Reaper. "If you want to join him in death, then I can grant you your request." Kyuzaka began to tighten his grip on Happy's neck, causing the cat to cough. He took no satisfaction in the action, no, but he did not relent nonetheless. Yet then he suddenly did so, the Soul Reaper's senses alerting him to a massive increase in power once more. He did not need his powers however, as his body could feel a tremendous surge of heat behind him. "Impossible!" Kyuzaka let go of Happy, allowing the cat to fall to the floor, and turned around. He could see it, a flame building around Natsu and melting the ice that had encased him. The frozen obelisk was becoming nothing but water that dripped to the floor, soaking the wood and stone. "Impossible! Get the hell away from my little buddy!" Natsu suddenly took off like a veritable comet, his eyes white with rage, firing bursting forth from the solace of his feet. "Fire Dragon's Claw!" Kyuzaka moved to the defensive, prepared to cut Natsu down with his sword, but he was not fast enough. The Soul Reaper cried out in pain as the Dragon Slayer's right knee smashed into his face with such momentum that it broke his nose, blooding spraying out across the bottom of Kyuzaka's face. He lost his footing then, his mind lost in a sea of unexpected pain, but it was not the end. Fire Dragon's Wing Attack. Both of Natsu's arms were enveloped with fire them, the flames fanning out as if they had become a pair of wings, and the Dragon Slayer spun around. Natsu's right arm was useless for impact, yes, but it could still generate the flames of the attack. The offensive power of the twin attacks were left intact then, and it lashed out at Kyuzaka, pushing him away even as it burned him. No. Kyuzaka regained his footing several yards away and launched an attack all his own. His ice dragon burst forth from his blade once again, lunging towards Natsu. I don't care how strong your rage makes you, Salamander. You can't stop me. We'll see. Natsu threw his head forward, his voice threatening to crack. Fire Dragon's Roar. An onslaught of flame fired forth then, coming into contact with the ice dragon. Kyuzaka simply laughed, knowing the outcome well in advance. The flames would freeze and Natsu would once more find himself in the monster's jaws. This time Kyuzaka would not hold back. No, this Dragon Slayer was not one he could underestimate. He would have to be cruel and vicious. He would have to command his creature to bite the wizard in two if he wished to end this battle. Yet then did the impossible become impossible. The ice dragon of Hierin Meru became nothing but melted water in the fire. Then it evaporated, leaving the flames to descend him. Damn it! It was absurd to see such an outcome and it vexed Kyuzaka's soul greatly. Still did he manage to perform a countermeasure, escaping any further damage with his flash step. Standing to the side, watching the fire shoot past him and incinerate the far wall, Kyuzaka looked at Natsu and could see that he was still enraged. Your guild keeps hurting Fairy Tail. Natsu screamed as fire continued to warp around his body. Your guild hurt Levi. Your guild made Lucy cry. And now you tried to kill Happy. You're done. Fire Dragon's Row dash. Kyuzaka cut Natsu's attack off at the pass, the Soul Reaper relying on his swordsmanship and flash step where his Shikai had failed. He appeared before Natsu almost instantly, his sword piercing through the Dragon Slayer's side. So this is your true power, Salamander? Impressive. But it's over. Natsu grit his teeth in pain but his eyes remained in a constant haze, his rage empowering him. His body grew hotter, his flames increasing in their potency under his emotions, and he simply attacked once more. Fire Dragon's Iron Fist. The Dragon Slayer swung his fiery left hand down, smashing it into Kyuzaka's sword hand. The Soul Reaper cried out in response and lost the grip on his Zanpakuto. He pulled his hand back, grasping at its wrist with the other hand, and could see the burns that had been inflicted. You're a monster. Natsu grabbed the hilt of the sword and pulled it out from his body. Then, without a bit of hesitation, he threw it aside, his eyes focusing on Kyuzaka. However, that was when things changed. The light came back to Natsu's eyes, a tired look within them. He pitched forward a bit and clutched at the wound in his torso as he struggled to stand. I thought you were a fool, Salamander, Kyuzaka said, trying to catch his breath. It was risky, but you let me stab you just so you could relieve me of my Zanpakuto. Now you've taken my ice powers out of the equation. Well played. Zanpakuto. Natsu gasped. You mean that sword? No way, man. I just was sick of you stabbing and cutting me with it. Wait, you can't do your ice make magic without that sword? What kind of dragon slayer are you? Kyuzaka simply stared at Natsu for a moment, the Soul Reaper finding his thoughts thrown off by the wizard's question. Focusing, Kyuzaka shook his head for a moment. Let's just say it was a clever strategy. Unfortunately for you, I have other methods of spellcasting. The Soul Reaper suddenly brought his right arm up, pointing an index finger at Natsu. Bakudo number 61. Ryukyu. Yeah, that's more like dash. Natsu was cut off then, 6 ethereal arcs of light appear around his body, as if they had cut into him. He felt no pain and saw no injuries, leaving him confused. What the heck is this? Attack me, Kyuzaka simply said. It's what you want, right? You're darn right. Natsu shouted in return. Fire Dragon's Clah. Natsu's mouth was moving, he could tell that much, and the magic was enveloping his feet with fire, but he was unable to kick himself forward. It was as if his body was unwilling or unable to respond. Good, so it was enough to hold you without resorting to an incantation, Kyuzaka said simply. However, I do believe I'll put my all into my next move. This battle is concluded, Salamander. You will be nothing but ash by the time I'm done with you. You and the foolish bonds you hold so dear. The Soul Reaper raised his right arm above his head, allowing his fingers to spread out as he kept his palm flat. He began to chant then, allowing his power to coalesce in his hand. Sprinkled on the bones of the beast. Sharp tower, red crystal, steel ring. What the heck are you blabbering about? Natsu asked, the Dragon Slayer trying to remain calm despite his paralysis. Move and become the wind. Kyuzaka continued, doing his best to ignore Natsu. Power continued to flow around him, his cloak twist and swirl in the vortex of spiritual energy. Stop and become the calm. Come on, man, Natsu said, feeling a bit of a panic. You're supposed to just say the name and attack. No need to drag it out. Natsu was talking brave, yes, but the Dragon Slayer knew the predicament he was in. His body frozen in place as it was, neither attack nor defense was an option. The only hope he had was that Kyuzaka was preparing a fire spell. Natsu could still talk, so there was the slightest hope that he could eat the attack to empower himself, maybe even enough to break this paralysis spell. That, however, was the problem. It was a slim hope and nothing more, one that Natsu had to wonder if Kyuzaka would grant him. The Soul Reaper seemed quite familiar with both the powers and reputation of the Salamander of Fairy Tale, so Natsu knew that luck was not on his side. There was, however, something by his side. More precisely someone. Natsu. Happy cried out as he flew behind his comrade, his paws digging into Natsu's vest. I'm not gonna let you get hurt anymore. I don't want to see that anymore, so just win. Please. Happy suddenly took flight, taking Natsu's feet off the floor and pushing him forward at blinding speed. The Dragon Slayer was still frozen in place, yes, but the winged cat was compensating for him. The sound of warring spears fills the empty dash. Kyuzaka's eyes suddenly widened, the Soul Reaper watching in shock as Natsu began to close the distance between them both, a look of determination on the young man's face. What? Fire Dragon's sword horn! Natsu screamed, his mouth all that he could move as Happy kept pushing him forward, the cat straining under the effort. Flames enveloped Natsu then, leaving him to become a fiery mass that was directed towards the stunned Kyuzaka. The Dragon Slayer could not move his body, no, but with this spell he did not need to. Damn you! Kyuzaka shouted, his spell having faltered. He prepared to use Flash Step to get out of the way, but it was too late. Damn you, Salama Dash! Kyuzaka cried out in agony then as Happy drove Natsu, the cat's momentum coupled with the power of the Dragon Slayer's attack pushing Kyuzaka back. They struck the far wall together then, the trio pushing right through it. Stone shattered and wood splintered, leaving the combatants to tear through into the next room. Yet still did Natsu and Happy press forward, continuing to press the advantage they had gained over Kyuzaka. You criticize my bonds in Fairy Tale all you want, Natsu shouted as his flames burned away at Kyuzaka, but it's one of those bonds that's going to beat you right now. Happy relented on his own momentum then, slowing Natsu down. The cat let his friend down, Natsu's feet touching down on the floor. He stood tentatively, his body twitching slightly. He watched as Kyuzaka continued to fly through the air, his own momentum unrelenting, and the Soul Reaper slammed into another wall, breaking through it forcefully once more. Natsu felt a swell of confidence then, his attack having been successful. That was not all however. The paralysis spell was fading, leaving him to move again. You see? Natsu asked with a cocky grin as he looked to the stunned and battered Kyuzaka several yards away. That's what you get for mocking us while you were fighting alone. Natsu suddenly pitched forward then, the Dragon Slayer finding his magic power and body's stamina greatly depleted. His wounds and exertions had taken their toll on him, leaving him weak. Natsu! Happy cried out, the cat watching as Kyuzaka pulled himself away from the wall. Get up! Salamander! Kyuzaka began to say as he slowly stepped forward through the hole in the wall his body had made. He walked towards Natsu, his every step racked with pain, and looked down at the fallen Dragon Slayer. You're such a fool. And yet. Kyuzaka coughed up blood then, the Soul Reaper falling to the floor beside Natsu. He remained unmoving for a moment, his voice nothing more than a whisper. You may be right. Natsu looked across the flooring to Kyuzaka, taking note that he had fallen at last. No doubt the abyss breaks had been cut down in power by a fourth then, but that was not enough. Natsu had faith though. His guild would see this through to the end, of that he had no doubt. That was the sole reason that Natsu could concentrate on what was right in front of him. Hey, Reaper dude, Natsu gasped out, I'm gonna ask again. What the heck were you talking about before? Kyuzaka faintly looked back at Natsu, the Soul Reaper unsure of why he was asking. Why do you care? Well, you seemed kind of cranky over my guild, Natsu replied. And a lot of that didn't make much sense to be honest. Kyuzaka sighed, wondering why he was even bothering to open himself up as he was about to. The battle was lost, victory taken from him as it had twice before in another life, so why did it matter? He did not owe this dragon slayer anything, not even answers, yet he could not stop himself. Before I joined Phantom Lord, before I came to this country, I was a part of another organization. I guess you could call it a guild. And there I had a friend. We were close as any comrades could be I suppose. But in the end that was our downfall. Our powers were too much alike and those in power decided that there could only be one wielder of that strength. That's stupid. It was so very blunt, something that Kyuzaka had not expected as a response from the Fire Dragon Slayer. Still it was the truth, and the direct way in which Natsu had spoken it only made him chuckle a bit. Yes it was. But what came next was more foolish. Those in power gave the declaration that my friend and I had to fight to the death to decide the sole owner of that strength. What the hell kind of guild would do that? Natsu shouted, his strength returning in the only way it could. You and you friend should have told them off. He did, Kyuzaka answered honestly. While I. Kyuzaka's eyes widened for a moment, the Soul Reaper remembering that day well. Toshiro Hachugaya had been adamant in defying the Central 46, but Kyuzaka knew how he had reacted. He had panicked in response to the orders of the Soul Society's governing body. He had attacked his friend like a fool and in the end forced Toshiro. That had been Kyuzaka's own personal failing, yet still had Toshiro refused to take his life. So the Central 46 had done it themselves, their personal guards disposing of Kyuzaka before the horrified eyes of Toshiro. I was weak, Kyuzaka whispered. Too weak to support that bond and I have nothing left. No home, no friends, nothing. That ain't true, Natsu interjected. Just because you fought me alone. And me. Happy added in. Just because me and my little buddy beat you because you fought on your own, Natsu continued, it doesn't mean you don't have any friends. Seriously, what about those ladies with the bone masks you were working with before? We had common enemies back home, Kyuzaka replied. That was all. There you go again, making fun of friends, Natsu said. Seriously, man, that bums me out. You don't think they care about you? It doesn't matter. Kyuzaka could remember it well, his succumbing to the temptations of power when he had obtained infinite power back in his original world. He had betrayed yin and yang, forced them to become monsters under his control. In the end they had all perished together, finding themselves in this new strange world. I betrayed their trust. We were comrades, not friends. But they're still helping you, Natsu replied. So I guess they see your bond differently. Again. Kyuzaka closed his eyes for a moment. I considered you a fool and yet you make me feel like one instead. So anyway, Natsu asked faintly, his strength still waning, you really don't know where I can find Igneel, Mr. Ice Make Dragon Slayer? Kyuzaka's eyes opened and he stared blankly at Natsu. Then again. Bambietta was still finding the battle with the phantom creatures less than enjoyable. They all simply fell too easily, leaving her mind to wander elsewhere. After all, Lil Tato had told her to keep an eye on Lucy. So Lucy did just that, watching as her fellow fairy tale member held her own, the wizard fighting alongside one of the celestial spirit known as Taurus. It was not much, no, but for someone with no prior combat training it was something Bambietta was happy to see. That and there was a part of her that did not mind seeing Lucy wield a whip. Ow! Bambietta felt it then, a minor amount of stinging pain on her arm. She whirled around quickly, her sword tearing through the phantom that had struck her. It faded into the ether, leaving Bambietta to regret allowing herself to forego Blood Vene due to how easy the battle was so far. Bambi! Lucy cried out, taking her eyes off her own struggle and leaving it to Taurus. Are you okay? It's just a scratch, Bambietta replied, glancing down to the faint trace of blood that adorned torn cloth and flesh. It was true, it was nothing more than that, but Bambietta told herself then that she could not afford to get distracted. Think clean thoughts, Bambi. No, Bambietta was not sure if that could happen, so instead she let the power of blood flow through her, hardening her body ahead of any potential physical trauma. A faint glow issued forth from beneath her skin, catching Lucy by surprise. What? Bambietta asked, catching sight that now Lucy was the one doing the staring. Nothing, Lucy said, caught by surprise. It's just, that magic is kind of pretty is all. Oh. Bambietta was entirely unsure of how to respond to that. What she did know how to respond to was the phantom that had slipped by Taurus and was targeting Lucy from behind. Hey, phantom blot. Back the heck off. Bambietta used Hiran Kyaku to appear by Lucy's side, her sword tearing through the shadowy monster and forcing it to dissipate once more. Guess now it's my turn to ask, Bambietta said. You okay, Lucy? I guess, Lucy replied, her voice lowering. But this is all dash. No. Bambietta was quick to cut her off. No, let's not go there again. There's nothing you can do about what your father set in motion, okay? Okay. Lucy glanced away for a moment, her voice falling into a murmur that was lost in the chaos of battle. But, there is. Now then, Bambietta said as she turned to stand by Lucy's side and face the myriad amount of phantoms heading towards them, let's put these whoa. A burst of flame suddenly engulfed the monsters, leaving behind nothing to show that they even existed. Bambietta and Lucy both blinked in surprise. The latter was happy to have seen a battle cut short, while the former was quite upset. After all, Bambietta had wanted to show off some more in front of Lucy. Hey, Natsu! The Quincy practically shrieked. First you get to infiltrate the guild hall and fight a soul reaper, now you go and steal my fight? Who are oh? Right. Bambietta nervously chuckled, the Quincy running a free hand through the back of her long hair. There was no way Natsu could have ended the battle and headed back out here so quickly. There was simply no way. Natsu! Stella Upland marched over to Bambietta then, the blonde snapping her fingers to the left and right and letting off bursts of flames that incinerating the phantoms around her. I don't know if I should be flattered or insulted that you compared me to him. Bambietta could see it on Stella's face, a look of annoyance, but the Quincy could not tell if it was directed at her or simply her comment. Look, there's no need to go and give me the evil eye. That is not an attractive look for you. Right, Stella said as she turned around and faced Bambietta and Lucy directly. She snapped her index finger and thumb again, a burst of fire appearing behind the two. Lucy glanced over her should, watching as two phantoms were destroyed not a few feet away. Bambietta meanwhile simply formed her bow, firing off an arrow that disintegrated another phantom that had been slipping up behind Stella. You're welcome, Bambietta said, noting that she had saved the new member of Fairy Tale. No, Stella interjected, noting how she had taken out the phantoms behind Bambietta and Lucy. You're welcome. Ladies. Lucy asked as nice as possible. Maybe we could just both say thanks and move on. Thank you, Stella said, trying to be as polite as possible. The disguised Emberella wanted to say more, so much more, but she knew she had to watch herself in this scenario. Seagrain and Altair had given her strict instructions after all, and blowing her cover was not part of the plan no matter how much the Phantom Lord situation had degenerated. She had to play nice with the woman she blamed for the restructuring of the chicken fangs. Yeah, no problem, Bambietta replied, the Quincy suddenly feeling Lucy nudge her in the ribs. Thanks. Stella turned back away and leapt into the heart of battle again, leaving Bambietta and Lucy to fend for themselves as all the other present members of Fairy Tale were. Yet as Bambietta did her very best to keep Lucy safe and not get entirely bored fighting the lowest of the low when it came to Phantom Lord's forces, she looked up to the sky above the mechanized guild hall. The Quincy could see it again and again, the clashes of Urza Scarlet and Jin Kariya's powers. I bet Titania's having the time of her life up there. Lucky her. For Urza Scarlet, the battle atop Phantom Lord's Guild Hall was a necessary evil and nothing more. Battle for the sake of battle was one thing. To improve one's skills, to help another grow in power, to test each other's limits, that was a joy in of itself. The battle with Jin Korea, however, was entirely different. This was a battle for the sake of both Fairy Tail and Magnolia. There was no pleasure to be found in this conflict, neither in defeat or victory. All because it was a battle that had no worthwhile reason to exist. This was simply the result of the rivalry between two legal guilds that had fallen, that had escalated into complete madness thanks to the action of a guild master who had lost his way. Now those who pledged their allegiance to both Fairy Tail and Phantom Lord were suffering. That was at least how Urza saw it. Yet as she and Korea clashed once more, the two of them having leapt from their respective corners atop the guild hall, she could see a look of satisfaction on the silver-haired man's face. It perturbed Urza greatly, the image searing into her memory as she and Korea disengaged from their clash, sword and wind pushing past one and another as the two warriors did the same. They landed atop the stone structures of the mechanized guild hall. Korea stood with his back to Urza, his coat moving slightly under duress of the wind, while the Fairy Tail wizard turned to face him. "Do you find this madness your guild has caused entertaining?" Urza asked, the tone of her voice doing little to hide the judgmental nature of her question. "Oh no," Korea replied, his voice smooth and unwavering as he cast a glance over his shoulder, his faint grin not fading in the least. "That would be inconsiderate of me. I meant what I said earlier, Urza. I've no desire for the guild I've joined to sully its name any further than it may have already. I'm simply finding myself intrigued and invigorated by the potential our battle holds." Urza remained silent, the armored mage standing tall in her heart crew's armor. She held her broadsword tightly with her right hand, prepared to act on a moment's notice. Yet Korea made no motion to attack her, not just yet. Phantom Lord and Fairy Tail. That was all the Bount had to say at first as he turned to face her in full. His posture was relaxed, a stark contrast to Urza's own. He simply stood before her, his hands slipped into the pockets of his long coat, and he continued to look upon her with a smug sense of satisfaction. "When I found myself in this land, I wished to make my presence known, and I assumed that the best way to do that would to be by joining one of the guilds I had heard so much about. All people in this kingdom could speak of was Fairy Tail and Phantom Lord. So I had to make a choice. Can you imagine why I sought out Phantom Lord over your own despite the wider fame your guild possesses?" "No," Urza replied, her voice calm and her words straight to the point. "This guild is strong," Korea continued, "but the more I looked into it, the more I could see that the standards were very different from Fairy Tail's. What Phantom Lord considers an S-class wizard would only be A-class in your guild, wouldn't it?" Urza said nothing in return. "Oh yes," Korea said, more than willing to carry this conversation without Urza's participation if he needed. "In Fairy Tail I might simply have been another in a long line of powerful members, but here I stand above the rest." "So that's all you wanted?" Urza asked at last. "To be the strongest in any given guild?" "No." Korea shook his head, his eyes closing for a moment. Then did they open suddenly, the Bount staring at the wizard before him. "Titania Urza of Fairy Tail. No matter where I traveled in this kingdom of Fiori I heard of your name, your title, and of your glory. The Queen of the Fairies, a prodigy of her generation." Korea took a deep breath then, the man at last removing his hands from his coat's pockets. Wind began to dance around his fingertips once more, leaving him with both offense and defense. Urza watched as the Bount's right foot slid forward on the roof of the Phantom Lord Guild Hall, the man inching forward and preparing another assault. "Titania Urza, Miss Doggin, Laxistriar, Myra Jane the She-Devil," Korea continued to say, his voice still as even-tempered as before. "You are among the strongest wizards in all of Fairy Tail. And while your strength does not compare to the likes of the 10 wizard saints, the fame and respect you have earned in Fiori is comparable. Defeating the great Titania Urza will make Fiori and its people aware of the power of the Bount." Urza's teeth clenched then, the mage growing irritated at Korea's reasoning. It was a perversion, a corruption of battle for the sake of battle. "Is that all you care about? You're participating in this insanity just to prove your strength?" "Yes," Korea replied. This and nothing more. The Guild Phantom Lord, the rivalry between it and Fairy Tail, Master Jose's growing instability that I became aware of the first day we met. They were all just tools meant to lead me to this moment in time. And now here we are, Urza Scarlet. And I couldn't be happier. Then the Bount was gone, nothing left to prove his existence than the mildly disturbed dirt and dust kicked up by his disappearance. Urza had seen this before from Bambietta and Lil Tato under different circumstances each, the wizard beginning to wonder just how common this technique was in the world in which these individuals had come from. Regardless, Urza was prepared. Her senses were on alert, her eyes, ears, and mind focused on the task at hand. It was not long then that her efforts were rewarded. She could feel it, a slight shift in the air around her. She had felt it before she had seen it, which was just enough to give her the chance she needed. As Kariya appeared before Urza, she quickly twisted her armored body about, leaving his wind-covered fist to move through the space that Urza's torso had once occupied. As she kept herself in motion, the wizard swung out her blade, looking to strike the Bount with the broadside. It was a simple strategy. Kariya's hands had managed to deflect her attacks already, his visible wind providing a perfect shield, but that was all he had on the defense. What? Much to Urza's shock, she could only watch as her sword stopped mere inches from Kariya's head. The blade shook slightly, as if an unseen force was buffeting it. Are you surprised? Kariya asked as he raised his left hand up, the maelstrom of winds around it fading away. Oh, Urza, you disappoint me. Kariya's bare hand clasped down on the sword then, holding the weapon between thumb and index finger as if it was a harmless weapon. Urza's eyes narrowed then, focusing on the sight. Then did Kariya throw the blade away, having pulled it free from Urza's hand with an unnerving amount of ease. A moment of concern touching her, Urza quickly pulled away from Kariya, leaping back twice over to put some distance between herself and the Bount. As you can now attest to, I am nothing like anything you have ever seen before, Urza, Kariya said softly. Did you challenge me expecting to face a foe of the same class as the Ace of Eisenwald that your Quincy friend defeated? Come now. A Bount is as far beyond that pitiful excuse for a wizard as he was above the common man. You are no different than Aragorn, Urza responded, her voice defiant with each and every syllable. You're just a man obsessed with proving his strength to the world at any cost. Kariya chuckled. Maybe so. What else can I do with myself when even eternal slumber has been denied of me? Urza remained calm and focused, but she was caught off guard by that statement. What are you talking about? Eternity was a curse, Kariya answered, but clearly death was not allowed to suit me. So I will do as I please for all time if need be. So be it, Urza replied. But know this, Jin Kariya. I will oppose you as long as your desires hurt Fairy Tail. And now that I understand your technique, I will defeat you. Kariya's eyes narrowed. Oh? Will you? Pray tell, Urza, what is my technique? You said it yourself, you're entirely beyond Aragorn the Reaper. Urza raised her right hand, another broadsword appearing in her palm as her fingers closed around the handle. Your wind is clearly visible when you use it to attack because you put so much power into it, just as Bambietta said he did, but you can defend yourself in much more subtle ways. You want your opponents to focus on your hands, never suspecting that there's a fine amount of air circulating around your body. An invisible barrier that keeps you safe. You intend to catch an opponent off guard when they find their attack has failed and strike back. How perceptive, Kariya said without any reservation of accommodating Urza with praise. I should congratulate you for not being one of those I could counter-attack so easily. So tell me, what gave it away? It was a simple theory to deduce, Urza said. However, you made it quite clear when you used your hand to hold my sword. Your wind had died down, but it never went away entirely. So, Kariya began to say, you saw the gap my wind barrier made between my fingers and your sword. Yes, Urza replied, but also I caught sight of your hair moving slightly as your hand swept past your head to grab my blade. I suppose I spoke too soon when I said you disappointed me, Kariya said, his shoulders shrugging as he tried to fight back the urge to chuckle once more. Nothing escapes you. However, that is going to change here and now, Urza. Despite your keen intellect, victory will elude you today. We shall see, Kariya, Urza replied as she began to take a stance meant for battle. Yet you still keep your distance. I suppose that would grant you a naive sense of protection. Kariya began to chant then, a low tone evident in his voice. The great winds, come before. The great powers, come into me. Urza felt it then, wind dancing about her. She prepared to move then, to slip away and put further distance between herself and Kariya, but it was too late. The wizard found herself caught in a maelstrom, the force of 4 small tornadoes springing to life all around her. The forces buffeted against her body, leaving her restrained. Her visibility was obstructed, leaving the wizard unsure of what was to come. Yet then Kariya did just that, the Bount casually walking through the onslaught his power had created. Urza prepared herself to attack, to bring her sword to bear, but the winds were keeping her off balance. Kariya had no such disadvantage. He reached out with his right hand and gripped tightly across Urza's throat. Then, with alarming strength, he lifted her feet from the ground and looked up at her. Is this the end? Kariya asked Urza as she struggled. If so, then I cannot help but find this anticlimactic. Kariya tightened his grip further, causing Urza to gasp in pain. Then did it grow worse, a 5th tornado forming. It came alive directly around Urza, leaving both herself and Kariya within the eye of the storm. The Bount remained unmoving and unfeeling, leaving himself to stare blankly at Urza as she cried out. The raging winds tore at armor, the metal plating ripping off piece by piece. Blood began to mix into the currents of wind, her flesh beginning to be rent asunder. As the blood whipped about in the tornado, a portion of it splattered against Kariya's face. The Bount did not blink, let alone pay it any mind. He simply watched on as Urza continued to scream in pain. His powers slowly began to die down then and he simply stood with Urza held off the ground still. The wind gone, the Bount's coat began to settle down, resting by his legs. Urza was no different, the wizard remaining unmoving and limp in the palm of his hands. What is this? Kariya's calm expression began to fade, his lips curling back in a snarl. Is this the great Titania of fairy tale I've heard so much about? No. Kariya slammed a fist forward, driving his knuckles into Urza's stomach. Her armor gone, the white shirt that still adorned her torso did nothing to offer any protection. Urza's eyes widened, a gasp of pain awakening her to the here and now. She felt Kariya's grip around her throat loosen, the force of his strike to her ribcage propelling her upwards. Urza felt herself aloft in the air for a moment, the wizard preparing herself to do something, anything, to correct this matter. Yet then did she see Kariya appear in the skies above, the Bount descending down on her. His fist struck her in the stomach once more, Kariya pushing Urza back down to the roof of the mechanized guild hall with enough force that the metal was left dented. This is your strength? The Bount asked, once more standing aloof, his hands back in his coat pockets. No, I refuse to accept that. You're holding out on me, Urza. That would be an insult to a fellow warrior, Urza replied as she slowly began to pull herself up to one knee. Yes, it would, Kariya replied, though you and I both know you didn't initiate this battle out of some sense of warrior's pride. You're here to protect your guild. I know you are. That's why you're holding back on me, trying to take measure of what I can do. You're trying to end this battle without expending your magic any more than you have to. All because you're too busy looking to the future than seeing what's right in front of you. You knew? Urza asked, the wizard slowly beginning to rise up to her feet, still glancing down at the roof as she did so. I'm no fool, Kariya replied. You're the only S-class wizard of fairy tale on the battlefield and your guild master is out of the equation. No doubt you feel that it's your responsibility to save your guild from Master Jose, or die trying. To be a leader when those who look up to you are in their darkest hour. An admirable desire, one I can understand, but it is equally foolish. You can't hope to conquer me while looking towards another battle, Urza. In fact, I don't believe you can conquer me at all. Kariya's expression softened then, his eyes never wavering as he stared at the wounded mage before him. But don't worry, the Bount continued to say. Your defeat will save your guild in town. I meant what I said earlier. I will take Lucy from Fairy Tale, but that will end this conflict without any further bloodshed. Ours will be the only battle that matters this day, Urza. I suppose a small part of me should thank you for that, Urza replied, but I also suppose I should offer my apologies. Your holding back may have been an insult to a fellow warrior, Kariya retorted to Urza's sudden statement, but I don't hold it against you. If I were in your position, I would have done the same, so there's no need for an apolo dash. That's not it, Urza interrupted. She turned her gaze up to look at Kariya, her eyes focusing with a calm determination. I have been holding back, but I can tell that you have been too. No doubt to gauge my own power. So there's no need for me to apologize for such a thing. Then for what? Kariya asked honestly. Urza's body became awash in mystical light then, leaving Kariya to simply stand his ground as an output of power pressed against him. As his coat fluttered about, the bound held his ground, curious to see what was about to happen. The light faded as soon as it had begun, leaving Urza to stand before Kariya in a new suit of armor. Gone was her white shirt and blue skirt, replaced instead by silver plating and a long, flowing white skirt. Yet what truly caught Kariya's eyes were the large metal wings that extended out from the armor's backing. Light burst out from the palms of Urza's hands, giving life to twin swords. Holding tightly to the weapons she had summoned with her requip magic, Urza looked at Kariya with a boundless sense of determination. You wish to be the one who defeated Titania, Urza began to say, and you wish to be the one who will save Fairy Tail. In a manner of speaking, Kariya answered without a shred of hesitation. That is why I have to apologize, Urza replied. If you were to defeat me, that would be one thing. I would learn from my loss and grow stronger. We both would. Kariya looked at Urza, knowing there was more she had to say. But I will never allow my guild to be saved by someone who feels they can do so by taking away one of our own. Urza's face suddenly grew enraged, a light shining from the wizard's eyes as she began to shout. So I will defeat you, Jin Kariya, not for the sake of myself, but for Fairy Tail and Lucy Heartfilia. Check the description for the links to the author.